दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदे श्री परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your hand once more as you chant.
ओम अपौपस्पृश्य.
And keep your Panchapatam and Adoni aside, out of harm's way. As we enter into the first asana of the sequence, let us quickly cover the components of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. First is the asana, the physical posture, aligning our body to Paramashiva. Next is pranayama. You can see in the top left corner, we are projecting Samana Kumbhaka. Pranayama is controlling your breath. Samana Kumbhaka is inhaling deeply into your stomach, holding your breath and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. The next component is mudra in the bottom right corner. In this asana, you're going to perform Bindu Mudra, aligning your fingers by placing the index finger and thumb together on top of your knees. These are the energy circuits which are leading the prana in a specific way through your system and preventing the prana from seeping out again. Mudras can be performed with your hands and various other body parts. Next component is the gaze, focusing your gaze in a specific direction. In this case, it is just straight ahead, which is leading the energy in a specific direction within your body. Next up is the visualization. Holding the visualization, which is projected in the top right corner of your screen, makes you embody the essence of the asana and aligns your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti. In the first asana, the visualization is Lord Shiva. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next component is Bandha, the energy locks. You can see them in the left center of the screen. The three bandhas which we are going to perform are resembled by different colored circles. The first bandha is the Mula bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up, resembled by a red circle. Uddiyana bandha, the stomach lock, pulling your stomach muscles in and up towards your spine, resembled by a yellow circle. And the Jalandhara bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, contracting your throat, locking the throat internally, resembled by a blue circle. Mahamudra bandha is the combination of all the three bandhas engaged together, resembled by a purple circle, as you can see on the screen right now. During Sukhasana, engage all three bandhas. Next component is the japa, the internal repetition of mantras. You can see in the bottom left corner, we are projecting the japa soham. Visualize the japa soham rotating around your throat continuously. Activate your Vishuddhi chakra. Manifest the power of speech, vak, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. This is what our Acharya here is going to do. As you are performing the yoga ritual, your aura is opening up and receptive to external energy. So as we are performing the yoga practice, our Acharya is chanting the scriptural references in Sanskrit. The words of Mahadeva himself, providing the highest energy field for you to receive this energy. Next up is the Karna, the sacred dance postures, as they are preserved through the temples in India. Moving your limbs in synchronicity, aligning your body movements to the cosmic body movements, leads to intense awareness in every part of your body, and the subtle breathing flow which infuses prana into your system intensely. The next component is weightlifting. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recommends everyone to do weightlifting, building the body as a spiritual practice. Intensely awakening the Kundalini Shakti throughout the yoga practice by holding weights will bring this yoga to the next level. So consider including weights into the asana practice. Next up is mandala. You can see in the background of our acharyas, we are projecting the Sri Yantra, the visual representation of all the gods and goddesses. Gaze at the triangles, the circles, the flower petals, and reflect the image into your mirror neurons. Gaze at the yantra and reflect the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. The next component is avaranam, where Rudraksha jewels during the yoga practice, as they are holding the spiritual energy for a long time and slowly giving it to your system as you keep skin contact with Rudrakshas. Finally, we have Aushadha, the spiritual alchemy products like Vibhuti, Kumkum, Jnananjana, sandalwood paste, and any other Aushadha the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has prepared. You can apply them on your body. At this point, we would once again like to remind all the male participants to please remove your upper cloth, as yoga is a ritual and all the male bodies are required to remove their upper cloth during the ritual practice. With this, let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together on top of the knees. Visualize Lord Shiva. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize the flame rising up your spine as you hold your breath. Engage all three wonders, Mahamudra Bandha, and internally chant the japa Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thigh. In Padmasana, then join your hands together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight. Engage all three wonders and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Hali Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet together in front of your body and interlock your fingers behind your back as you lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels, gazing to the nose, engaging all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, root lock, stomach lock, and throat lock, and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट उठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो करलियावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. With your soles together, feet extended away from the body, stretch your arms out in front of you, cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to your nose, engage your bandhas and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि परियागाने नीचौहो वीकहूनि फनास्यो लगायी.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers together, holding onto the ring and little fingers with your thumbs. Straighten your legs forward and up, and then cross them into Padmasana as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles into Ardha Padmasana. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the nose, engage your bandhas, visualize Swamiji, and every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बावां पाद की आशा माहिली सोज दश चरण को वारा लौता परिकुल्भ समोज.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and push your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. Bend your arms as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, the stomach lock and the root lock, and visualize yourself as an elephant.
युज्यं पादाग्रे भूमो कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. From the same posture, now press one heel into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Now Alternate the movement again and again as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as a bear.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up and stand on the tips of the big toes if you can. Join your hands in front of the chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers touching your heart center as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत धोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे जित्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in the Arimandi posture. Ears together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Remember Arimandi as we are going to perform this posture throughout various karanas. Now bring your hands to the chest, elbows raised, and raise one knee along the center of the body in a circular motion, following along with the respective arm again and again. Next up is Palalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Pull one knee up towards your chest and circle it with your hands. And stand erect on the mat like a rod as you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानोरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now take the foot behind and pull it towards your buttocks with both hands interlocked in Parashur Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. As you hold the sole of the foot from the inside, kick your leg back and up, leaning forward, extending the opposite arm with the hand in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Now pull the other knee towards your chest. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby. Keep chanting Soham internally.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks, engaging all the bandhas, visualizing Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot and pull the foot back and up, leaning forward with the hand extended in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Vichittakarana. Now stand in Arimandi position. Bring your heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Step the right foot behind the left. Keep your hands at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Then place the right hand over the nose and cross your ankles and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization as you dance wildly on the mat. If you lose the visualization of your bone structure again, focus on your bones. This will build integrity into your very bone marrow. Next up is Katit Chinakarana. Now, from Arimandi posture, raise your arms and cross them above your head with the palms facing back. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms above your head, return to the center, repeat the movement again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand on the tips of the toes and raise your arms parallel above your head. Engage Artivandas. Visualize yourself as a tree as you internally chant a new japa, Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Uttanasana. Now, from a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground. If you can, bring your head close to the knees. Engage all Trivandhas. Squeeze your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana. Place your hands flat on the mat and step your feet back into a tall plank position. Now engage the Mula Bandha, the root lock, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock. Tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवत्कृत्वा वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands next to the shoulders. Raise your chest and head up and open your mouth wide, inhaling through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Shashasana. Push your body up into the plank position and pull your knees towards the chest alternatingly, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing firmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
गजासन संस्थितो जानोद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. The next asana of the sequence is Rathasana. From the plank position, now step one foot in between the two hands, jump the foot back, and bring the other foot in between the hands again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now rise up and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle with the back toes facing sideways. Raise your arms up above your head, parallel. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमसकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Raise your arms up, gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra.
वासिष्ठमसकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Bring the heel towards the perineum. As you join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keep your elbows straight. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana. Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite thigh. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. And visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now repeat Vrikshasana, the tree posture on the other side, as you raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh and your arms up above your head in Anjali Mudra.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, lifting the foot on top of the opposite thigh and joining the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms parallel to the ground and lean forward and down, placing your hand at one foot, gazing up towards the other arm which is pointing up towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle as you do so.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rotate your feet and lean in the opposite direction. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttaka Karana from Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and keep your hands in front of the chest with the palms facing each other. Stomp the raised heel to the ground, lift the other heel up and alternate the position of your hands in front of your heart. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down and place your perineum on the raised heels as you keep your knees off the ground together with your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Next up is Saurasana. Now extend one leg forward and keep your hands at the side of the body, fingertips just touching the ground with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra as you hold the back heel with the other hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your legs. Repeat Saurasana on the other side. Fingertips on the ground, palms facing forward.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Lean forward and down, hold on to the big toe and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji.
Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, Nithyanandam. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, which is Brahma Jalankushasana. Now, tuck your toes and sit on raised heels with your knees lifted off the ground. Separate the knees and place the hands on top of the knees, palms facing up. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Don't forget to buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दोबू फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदा निवैसे कोरब कदलियां की माहिले आयस माहेरा शेमिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Place your knees on the ground. Sit on raised heels. Keep your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एड़ी दो ऊ जोनी निवैसे.
Next up is Bhadra Gurukasana from the same posture. Now shift your gaze to the third eye, your visualization to Swamiji and the Bandha to the Mula Bandha.
दोबू पगदली संपुट करे कोरबारली भूपर इधरे कोरबारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
Next up is Suryasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the ground. Separate them. Keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and raise them up above your head. Gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पु निठाने गोड़ा जंगा अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि कहे.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now place your knees on the ground, the feet flat, and keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog, and press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth and Manduki Mudra as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् मण्डुकासनम्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. Now bring your hands behind your back. Hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands. Keep your elbows close to the head. Visualize yourself as a frog. Gaze up Keep your tongue in Mandukya Mudra and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Place your hands flat on the knees, fingers spread. As you stick your tongue out, gaze to the nose and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलिश्च प्रसार्य च.
Next up is Padrasana. Now bring the feet together, the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back. Separate your knees and then cross your arms behind your back, holding on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose, tuck your chin to the chest and contract the perineal floor in Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Next up is Kakabhushandi Asana. Now squat with your feet flat and the knees opened wide. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees and reach for your fingers behind your back. Interlock the fingers in Parusha Mudra if you can as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे वैसकोकटठाने दोवु हाथ पगमी च आने.
Next up is Kanipavasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward, find balance and lift your legs off the mat, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशीर्षता होई तो आची होई.
Next up is Kapali Asana. Now with your hands flat on the ground, bring your head on the mat as well, forming a triangle with your hands and your head. Bring your knees onto your arms, lift your feet up and straighten them into a headstand posture. Lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you if you require aid in this position. And if you experience high blood pressure or any neck or spine related issues, please take it slow with all the inverted postures. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेगी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Next up is Parshvamayurasana. Now place your hands on the ground and squat, twisting your body to one side, aligning your knees and knee and hip with the elbows. Then extend your legs to the side, lean forward and down, balance on your arms as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Parshvamayurasana.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side as you breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath every time you exhale.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Next up is Bhairaganatasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into Tarakshvasana, the plank position. Then step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. As you push your hips forward, engage the Mula Bandha, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward in between the two hands. Gaze up, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Next up is Unmukha Pitasana. Step the feet back and place your forearms on the ground. Walk your feet forward to slightly raise your hips even more. Gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखं उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगल कटिस्थलम अभिरुका.
Next up is Vashishthasana. Now raise yourself back up onto your hands and rotate your body, lifting one arm up towards the sky. Keep your core engaged, your body straight as you gaze up along the arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate your body to the opposite side. Lift the other arm up as you repeat Vashishtasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, the throat lock and the root lock, as you internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम in Anjani Asana.
दोवो करके उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
We move on to Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold onto the big toes and Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engage all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha.
तानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. Slightly separate your legs and interlock your fingers behind your neck. As you lean forward and down, bring your head in between the legs and your elbows outside the legs. As you squeeze your body, engage all three bandhas and visualize Kali in your inner space.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Next up is Marichi Asana. Now, step one foot in with the heel towards the perineum. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you bring your forehead down towards the knee, visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Mahamudrasana. Drop the knee down to the side. Keep the heel at the perineum, lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch your legs out. Bring the other heel in towards the perineum as you lean forward and down and interlock your fingers behind your back in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Drop the knee to the side, lean forward and down. Engage Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana too. Now bring the soles of your feet together with the heels against the perineum. Hold your feet firmly with both hands and push your knees down towards the ground by the strength of your groin as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्याधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Gvalipavasana. From the same position, now extend your feet away from the body and keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्व चरपट चौकाख्यो सोजी वाही विधियो कीजे सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Next up is Joni Asana. Bring the feet back in towards the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet as you visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, and lean forward and down, placing your chin on the toes, gazing to the nose in Joni Asana.
दोवो पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे.
Next up is Midaki Pavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together, toes apart, and extend your arms out to the side as you lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
पूरब विधि परिवकतली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring the feet back in towards the perineum. Your arms below the shins, with the palms facing up. Bring your elbows on the ground. Place your face on the ground in front of the feet, with your toes touching your throat if you can. Gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. And don't forget to internally chant Paramashivoham in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोवो भगतली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now, bring the heels against the perineum, the toes apart. Hold your feet and open them up like a book, with the soles of the feet pointing upwards. Place your elbows on the thighs as you gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Next up is Charapata Chokasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, hands on the knees, gently pushing them down to the ground. As you gaze to your third eye, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji.
दोवो भगतली संपुट धारे आगाने करे जारे पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, keep the soles of the feet together and twist your feet so the toes are down on the ground and the heels are raised up. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
This we move on to Samanasana. Now keep one heel against the perineum. Hold the other foot with both hands and pull the sole of the foot against your chest. Gaze up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And exhale deeply and lock the perineal floor in Mula Bandha in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनाते कपादमुरो दत्वा गुह्योन्यलिङ्गभक्त्रके.
Next up is Apanasana. Now lift one foot over top of the respective shoulder. Keep your hands on the ground to the side and extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum. Lift the opposite foot against your chest. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now lift the leg over your shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now stick one knee over top of the other in front of your body, bringing your heels close to the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow, start breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the top of your mouth without touching the teeth as you hiss through the teeth while inhaling, internally chanting the new japa Om Nithyananda in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuryasana. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha while visualizing yourself as a Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now, interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose as you place it on the ground if you can, visualizing yourself as a Rishika and a Surya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now, bring one heel against the perineum with the knee flat and the other foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against your chest. Place your hands on respective knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्भमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Nadadasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up and visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
इष्ट जो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, raising the opposite knee, holding on to the shin and the big toe of the opposite leg as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Slide your knees over top of each other with the other knee on top as you visualize the face of a cow.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold on to the big toes. Engage Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha and gaze to the nose as you repeat Anasuryasana.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to the nose and lean forward and down. Repeat Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now bring the other heel against the perineum. Raise the opposite knee with the foot flat, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्भं मूल द्वारनी चैदे.
Raise your perineum on the heel. Interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana on the other side.
इष्ट जो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs forward and then place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee and twist your elbow outside the raised knee, keeping your raised arm, your raised hand at the neck and the other hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Next up is Kubasana. Now extend the front arm down towards the foot and raise the other hand towards the respective ear. As you gaze back and up, visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Twist your spine even further and visualize Sage Matsyendra in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend your legs and repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side by placing the other foot onto the opposite thigh.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Now extend the front arm down to the foot and hold the back ear with the other hand, visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Drop the hand down on the ground behind you. In Matsyendrasana too, as you visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Keep your hands on the knees. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Now press your tongue against the teeth and hiss through the teeth as you inhale. As you engage Mahamudra Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now maintain Padmasana and cross your arms in front of your body, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, engaging the Mula Bandha in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs. Place your palms flat on the ground and lift your body up. As you visualize yourself as a rooster, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana position, rise up onto your knees. Place your hands on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Now lean onto your elbows and lift your knees off the mat. As you balance on your arms, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामोष्टभिकरद्वयेन तत्कोर्परिस्थापिता नाभि पार्श्वः.
Now stretch your legs back. Keep your fingers pointing towards your body. Bring your navel onto your elbows. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs up straight off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now lay down on your stomach with the fingers interlocked behind your neck, your forehead on the ground, and the toes pointing to the side. Bring your heels on the mat as you visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Next up is Shalabhasana. As you lay down on your stomach, keep your hands next to the shoulders and lift your legs up by the strength of your lower back and glutes, visualizing yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees and hold onto your feet, pulling them outside the hips down to the ground as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मं व्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. Now hold onto the feet and kick your legs back and up as you raise your upper back and head up. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Come to a kneeling posture. Keep your feet flat and the heels outside the hips. Keep your hands on the knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana. Now, from the kneeling posture, let us move into another inverted posture, where you place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat, support it with your hands, walk your feet forward and raise your hips as you lift your legs off the ground. Squeeze your body into a ball, pull the knees against your chest, try to touch your chin with your knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture. You can lean against the wall or ask your partner to aid you in this position as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विदैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Let's all get ready for a sequence of intense exhalations in Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Now pull your abdomen in and push the air out of your lungs again and again without actively inhaling. Let the air flow back into your lungs naturally. As you hold on to your calves and extend your legs forward and up as vertical as possible, as you visualize Swamiji in Podhyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
Keep rapidly exhaling as you straighten your legs forward and up and hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a mace in Parighasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms forward, parallel to the ground. Lift your legs up at a 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat as you breathe in Bhastrika Kumbhaka in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together, scoop your hands below the feet and pull them against your chest. Keep breathing rapidly as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगतली संपूट करी हाथस्यो पग ऊंचाई.
You can breathe calmly now. Lay on your back with your feet flat and the knees raised. Place your palms on the ground behind your heels. As you push your hips up, engage Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, exhaling through the locked throat. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानूनि कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands next to the hips, palms facing up. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up intensely along your spine from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. As you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest and roll from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we complete the yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. And the next Acharya is going to start the next session very soon, so stay tuned. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now, sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine. Just place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and visualize a flame rising up your spine as you engage the Mula Bandha, and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yata samstam yata stitihi.
Next up is Samasana. Now, from a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, start inhaling and exhaling deeply again and again in this asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Samasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपतिः.
We move on to Muktasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left with the left heel against the perineum. Now gaze to the nose and keep your hands flat on the knees as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्यसी विनीं सूक्ष्मं दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तानुमितेन्द्रियोचलदर्शनं प्रबोधनं ब्रोन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all the bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके जानो सीवनि मथिता सुकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Index finger and thumb together. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगतिये से विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the same posture. Hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. And gaze to your nose as you embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमन की चन चलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. As you keep your feet stacked, place your hands in front of the navel, one palm cupped over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुविपादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
We move on to Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, maintain your legs in the same position and set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. Now, get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and close your mouth with the little finger, the nostrils with the ring finger, and your eyes with index and middle fingers, ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बद्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery, Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणे संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. From the same posture, hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana.
डाबा बग्गी बगदली पुनिएड़ी है जो ये.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपाद की बगदली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the Yoni Mandala.
यत्र मध्ये महा योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Vajrasana 2, Vajrasana 3. Now join the soles of the feet together in front and keep the heels close to the perineum, holding the feet with both hands and pushing the knees down to the mat. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now keep your heels against the perineum. Place the left hand on the knee as you cover your mouth with your right hand. Close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril. Again, inhale through the left and inverse the breath in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, lead it along your nasal tract if you can. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori in Aghodasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जो जी वाही विधियो की जैसो जी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now, keep the toes together and the heels apart. Separate your heels and place your elbows on the heels as you lean forward and down. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water, engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhaling all the way and holding your breath again and again.
ग्वाली बाब आसन कख्यो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. With the raised knees, and the soles of the feet together, scoop your hands below and interlock your fingers in front. As you lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्धूम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlock your fingers around the toes and then pull them up. Place your heels at the chest and your chin on your hands as you gaze to your nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
Next is Uddarasana. Scoop your hands below the legs and interlock the fingers around the toes. As you hold them up against your chest, place your hands on the soles of the feet, gaze to the nose, and visualize your body free from any defects.
द्वौ पगदले सम्पुटटाने उभयहस्तकरिवरदहिताने.
From the same position, now lift your feet higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
द्वौ पगदले जोड़ी सम्पुटकरे.
Next up is Budrasana. Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows so you can interlock your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. From the same position, with your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downward so you can interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
द्वौ हातपगमी च आने तिनको गोडानी चेठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat. Sit on the left heel and stack the right knee over the left, with the right heel at the left hip, and your hands on opposite knees as you gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Detach from everything going on outside of you and only focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the left heel outside the hip, sit on the ground as you place your hands on the top knee, engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualizing a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Reach for opposite thighs as you twist your spine. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठेदिश आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down from the same posture. Place your navel onto the knees and your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयी.
Rise up and interlock your fingers as you place your hands on the top knee. Now engage all Thirandas Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलयितरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the right foot flat and sit on the right heel as you stack the left knee over top. Hold on to opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring your right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite thighs as you twist your spine intensely. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयी.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Keep your legs in the same position. Hold onto the feet and place your forehead on the ground in front of you as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठेदिश आने.
Now repeat Guru Asana by interlocking your fingers, placing them on the top knee, and engaging all three wonders while visualizing Swamiji.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
We move on to Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground in front of you with your knees raised. Cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest. As you push your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and pull them against your knees as you place your chin on the knees and visualizing yourself residing in an abode of bliss as you gaze to your nose.
दो भगदली भूपरिधरे कौर्माहिलीय से करे
We move on to Kurakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows. As you press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left, toes pointing up, keep holding onto your elbows, tongue upwards, gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच बदाने
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward, keep your knees straight, and raise your arms up above your head, interlocking the fingers and pointing the wrists outwards as you engage Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि
The next asana is Arambhasana. With your legs extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your head towards the knees and start performing Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly without the support of your fingers. Inhale through one nostril, exhale through the other, then inhale through the other and exhale through the first. Cleaning Ida and Pingala Nadi as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे
The next asana is Vidukasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees off the ground as you bring your arms underneath your shins and hold onto the soles of the feet from the outside, placing your forehead on the ground and gazing to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछ को उर्द को कुरडो डारे
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now, join the soles of the feet. Keep the feet extended away from the body. Bring your hands below the shins, elbows on the ground, palms facing up, and place your face on your feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछ को उर्द को कुरडो डारे
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with your legs extended, lift one leg over top of your neck. Bring your leg behind your neck. As you lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana is flowing upwards within your body in golden light, starting from the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, to the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of the head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back, keep your leg behind your neck and hold on to the foot with the opposite hand. As you extend the other leg forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being endless, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot and rest on the side as you gaze to the nose, feeling in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drushasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and circle the legs with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Lead the prana upwards along the 9 points and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot and visualize Swamiji.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back. Extend the opposite leg forward. Hold onto the foot behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot and feel in complete control in Ankushasana as you gaze to your nose.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your feet behind your neck. If you can't pull them behind your neck, you can bring them over your shoulders or pull them towards your chest. As you then bend your arms upwards, bend your arms down and interlock them behind your back. Gaze through the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atmanamasana. From the same position, now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूधो सोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky. Then extend your arms out to the side. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उभय सफा करे.
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. From Kochikasana, the knees against your chest, arms extended outwards. We are going to perform 3 steps on both sides. Pull the knees against your chest and then drop one knee to the side, extending the opposite leg down. First step. Bend both knees to the side. Second step. Extend both your legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction as you visualize Swamiji and form the Mula Bandha, breathing in Pratyahara Pranayama. As we now return to the center and repeat all the 3 steps on the other side. Drop the knee down to the side. Bring both knees to the side. And now extend your legs and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे तृताहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, the knees raised, hold onto your ankles and push your hips up high. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your arms over your shoulder, hands flat on the ground, fingers pointing towards your feet as you push your hips up high. Walk your feet and hands closer together as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयितैकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now lay down on your back and pull your knees against your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion, visualizing yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. With your arms flat on the ground, raise your hips and legs up high. Straighten the legs up, toes pointing upwards as you rotate your hips in a circular motion, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Now, from the same position, stop the movement of your legs. Keep the toes pointing straight up as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Now, drop the toes down over top of your head. Touch the ground with your toes as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra. Push your hands into the mat as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, locking your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and exhaling to the locked throat, leading to a state of swooning in the yogi as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same posture, now hold on to the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight, toes on the ground. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you lay on your back with your legs over top of your head, holding onto the feet with your hands. Now bring the hips over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring the feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you keep your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्दौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now lay on your back and extend your legs up vertically, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji and open your legs wide to the side. As you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet back together. Keep your legs vertically. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Padangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsya Asana. From the same position, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Place your knees on the ground and bring your arms over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत्. कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same posture, now place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm over your head. Keep your legs in Padmasana down on the ground and gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. As you lay on the back with your legs in Padmasana, keep your knees and hips off the mat, supporting your lower back with your hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee against your chest. Extend your arms over top of your head, fingers hooked forward. Engage the Jalandharavandha and Moolavandha, throat lock and root lock. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishapadakshipasana. Laying flat on your back as you interlock your fingers behind your neck. Alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka through your nose.
श्रोतानवत्संसिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Marotanasana. As you lay on your back with your hands flat next to your body, alternate pulling one knee up, touching your ear with the respective knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and stand up and sitting back down again and again. As you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next asana is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, roll over again and again, and finally end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Salatasana. Lay on your stomach and keep your hands next to your shoulders as you contract your lips and make a whistling sound as you inhale like a flute. As you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
नुब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवृद्धस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय
We move on to Jatyasana. Now lean forward and down and place your hands on the mat. Walk around on the mat and on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent. Raise your elbows, bend them, and rotate your arms around the body as you lean backwards and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Now, if you have a rope available, tie your feet and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms close to your body, hands on your thighs, as you visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body in Sadapasana. As you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka, lead it along your spine and hold your breath on and off in each of the individual chakras.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtra Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and place your fingers underneath your toes, clasping your hands into fists as you walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. Now hold the toes from the side and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse, Ashva.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your feet together and interlock your fingers behind your back as you pull your hands down towards your calves as low as you can. Lean back, tilt your head back, open up your chest widely as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side, open up your palms and raise the respective heel as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. We move on to Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet back up towards your hands and stand, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. If you have weights available, you can hold them now and intensify this asana as you sit down all the way or as low as you can towards the ground and stand back up again and again, gazing to your nose and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head, standing straight and jumping again and again, visualizing yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now, hold one foot and pull it against your chest. As you sit down and stand back up with the other leg, alternating on both sides again and again, as you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेदुच्छीर्षकं भवति.
The next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now, pull one knee up towards your chest and encircle it with your arm, the hand in a fist, keeping the other hand on the inner respective thigh. Next up is Tanlavasana. Now extend your arms and one leg forward. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh, heel against the perineum, hands at the side, standing erect on the mat like a rod as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring your right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the right toes behind the left calf. Bring the right arm below the left. And join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh and keep the hands relaxed at the side. Stand one-legged as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Now hold on to the right big toe. As you extend it out to the side and rotate quickly on the left leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now raise the right leg behind your neck and stand tall on the mat. You can hold on to an object for support. Then perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Stand tall, sit down, and stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshva Karana on the other side. Now lift the other knee up and circle it with your hand in a fist. The other hand on the inner respective thigh. Now moving on to Tandavasana on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold weights. If you want to intensify this asana, then sit down and stand back up on one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg up. Bring it to the perineum with the heel and your arms at the side. Visualize Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the left knee over top of the right. Tuck the left toes behind as you bring the left arm below the right. And join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहद्गारुणमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana on the other side. Now place the left foot onto the right thigh and keep your hands relaxed at the side as you visualize Swamiji.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana. Hold the left big toe. Rotate on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana, the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu on the other side. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand relaxed with the heels together, toes pointing outwards, hands slightly away from the hips, fingers pointing one by one. Relax after this intense sequence of asanas and get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. As we squat down, bring the hands in between the legs and interlock the fingers, bringing them in front of your navel. As you squat down all the way, visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, and perform the Jeevatman Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and really move the prana, the retained prana, within your body along with your mind by the force of your will alone.
प्रथमहि उभोः ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers in Parsha Mudra behind your lower back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairu Asana. Now bring the heels together, close to the perineum, and interlock your fingers behind as you gaze towards your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पगा की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
The next asana is Varahasana. Now sit with your feet flat, the knees raised, and join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Bring them behind your neck with the fingers pointing downwards towards the ground. As you gaze towards the nose, visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Varahasana.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई भरा पानी उकड़ मोड़ अवई से.
Next up is Kripitasana. Now, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and then raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji. Stretch your hamstrings as you breathe in Jeevatman Kumbhaka.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितमं जानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits, leaning forward and balancing on your arms as in Kanipavasana, as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम निमवष्टाभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now from the same posture, with your knees on your arms, place your head on the ground, lift your legs up, and then cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो हो जी.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a comfortable kneeling posture with your hands on top of the knees, the heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Visualize Paramashiva and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up into a handstand, you can either lean against a wall or ask a partner to assist you in this asana. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all 7 chakras. It's a very powerful asana. Now breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground from your hands.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Now join your hands and feet as you enter the handstand once more. Visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body as you gaze to the third eye.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Now place your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Step your feet back into a plank position as you lower your body down and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
दिव्जं शयनं गुरुपरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sadapasana too. Laying on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Rest your chin on your hands, hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra. Keep the toes pointing back and feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chatulasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands flat on the mat. Push your arms straight. Bring the head and upper back closer towards the feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टाभ्याम्.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your feet flat. Extend your arms out in front of you and place them on the ground as you bring your forehead to the ground as well. gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Now we move on to Ajasana. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up high, slowly lowering your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, hold onto the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Once you did so, place your hands on the knees and gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front of your body and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind and move the hands around. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्भद्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वाङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit in a kneeling posture with the toes pointing outwards. Bring your thighs and calves on the mat as you place your hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
We move on to Ananda Mandirasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels as you open your knees. Hold onto your ankles and place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Place your hands on the knees and press your tongue up flat. Bring your hands underneath your knees and perform Manduki Mudra with your tongue as you visualize yourself as a frog and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now, tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees separated on the ground. Place your hands flat, fingers spread, thumbs touching as you stick your tongue out and gaze to the nose, exhaling forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Bhishakasana. Now, sit in the same posture, rise up, and cover your mouth with your hands as you bring the thumbs underneath your teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. Then Vishlaka Kumbhaka as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दो बगा की एडी जोजी घोड़ा फनोबान पुनि होई.
Next up is Makadasana. Now, sit With your feet flat, the soles of the feet touching, your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and raise your elbows. Bring your hands to the armpits and imitate as if you're a monkey scratching itself as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दो वो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठी भूमि पर इठाने
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now raise the knees off the ground. Bring the soles of the feet together as you hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Balance on your toes as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए बैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी बैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now bring the knees down on the ground. Cross the feet and sit on the heels. Place your hands flat on the ground next to your body as you gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments, performing Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्य यत् कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you visualize yourself as a turtle living for hundreds of years. Gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Maintain the same posture. Relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्भाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross the feet behind. Bring the feet near the opposite knees as you hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gazing up towards your third eye and visualizing a space of eternal oneness, Advaita with your Guru in Vijogasana.
गोड़ा वाम उबो होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Pushtasana 2. Standing on the knees with the feet flat, hold the heels and lean back. Push your hips forward, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as a camel. Keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you keep your navel engaged. Relax into this posture.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्या संविवादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Chatyasana 2. Now hold the sole of the feet as you lean back and place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूलद्वारी तरी धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. From the same position, now lay back. Place your back on the ground and raise back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. You can use the support of your hands to get up if needed.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. From the same posture, now lean back. Bring your hands over the shoulders and bring your head in between the feet as you push your hips up high. Walk your hands closer to the feet and bend your back. Breathe calmly and make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्या संविवादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on your knees and hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Enter the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. From the same posture with the toes tucked, lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and rest your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar, avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
We move on to Mundasana, another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if required. Place your forearms on the ground. Interlock your fingers, support your head as you raise your hips. Walk your feet forward and lift your legs up all the way. Gaze to your nose. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. And visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं भक्ष्य सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your body down. Come to a kneeling posture as you lean forward and down and bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and exhale through your mouth in this asana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach with your arms above your head. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you then raise your legs, your hands and your chest off the mat, intensely engage your back as you visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana, the skull posture. Now keep your hands flat on the ground next to your hips and place your forehead on the mat. As you lift your legs up, keep your upper body on the ground and visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Now press your hands into the ground, raise your hips and your legs up. Bring your feet over top of your head, placing them on the ground in front of your face. As you visualize yourself as a free and open dove in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. Now place your forearms on the ground in front of you as you sit in a kneeling posture on top of your heels. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पूर्वपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana. With your hands on the ground in front of you. Now raise your hips and lift your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees and bring the legs lower towards the back of your head as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेपपुच्छप्रतिमाङ्गिर्पार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel with your perineum as you keep the left foot outside the hip. Place your hands on the ground in front of your knees and visualize yourself as a bull, Prisha, as you breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose. Hold your breath. And then exhale slowly again through the nose. Gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana, with your hands on the ground and the knees together. Now lift your knees off the mat and cross the toes of the left foot over the right, balancing on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now place your perineum on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the hip. Repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture, on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the left toes and sit on the left heel as you place the right foot flat on the mat and keep your hands on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Keep breathing in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now rise up and squat down as you bring your arms in between the legs and around the thighs, holding on to the ankles of your feet as you squat down all the way. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कुरपरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Now squat down and place your perineum on the right heel with the left knee raised. Keeping your hands on the knees, visualizing Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now bring both the feet in and sit on the heels, knees together, hands on top of the knees. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यद ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together, knees opened wide, and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now squat down and place your hands flat, stepping your heels on top of your hands. Now gaze towards the nose as you keep your arms straight and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभि लग आने.
The next asana is Parukasana. Now place your hands on the ground in front of you and with the back side of the hands on the ground and step your feet on top of your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India, performing a padayatra.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkotodhanasana. Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up, letting them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up into a handstand posture. Then move your legs around, dancing on two hands. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and lean forward and down, placing one hand on the mat and holding your head with the opposite hand. As you are sturdy, keep your arms straight. Breathe through your nose and visualize Swamiji.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep the knees off the ground and raise the feet as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit on the ground and place your feet flat, heels against the perineum. Pull your knees in towards your chest and breathe calmly as you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system. Breathe deeply into your stomach. Push your stomach against the thighs.
तयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side for balance as you extend the opposite leg forward and lift your entire body off the ground. Balance as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to both the big toes of Prana Mudra with the respective hand. As you keep one leg straight, pull the other foot towards your ear. Visualize pulling a bowstring back as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. As you bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder, hook the other foot over top of the foot and extend the legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now keep one foot flat and the opposite foot on top of the thigh as you bring the respective shoulder underneath the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring the right foot to the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Twist your right elbow outside the raised knee and bring the arm below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Twist your spine and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga and Parshvamatyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतदेयास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck and lift your body up, balancing on your arms as you Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. On the other side, now put the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the shoulder and hook the foot over top as you extend your legs out to the side, balancing on your arms while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Lift your foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee. Push the other knee down as you gaze up and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः
Now repeat Parsvamatsindasana. Bring the left foot to the right hip. Step the right foot over the left knee. Twist the other elbow outside the knee and bring the arm below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and extend the opposite leg forward. Like in Mahamudrasana, lean forward and down and hold the front foot. As you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, move the prana through your system by the force of your will and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य
The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip, hold onto the right and pull it up in front of your face as you keep the knee straight. Visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now extend the other leg forward and lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot as you visualize Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य
Now repeat Kraunchasana on the other side. Bring the foot outside the hip, hold onto the other and extend it up in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha in Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
Next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position and bring your toes in between the thighs and calves of the opposite leg. As you keep your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and embody peace, well-being, and good fortune. Prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्
Now maintain the same posture but cover your heels with your hands. Separate your fingers, gaze to the nose and Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. As you visualize the great sage Gorakhnath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on the left thigh as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
And cover all your 5 senses with your hands. Close your mouth, your nose, your eyes, and your ears. Next up is Yogasana 2. Now, place your feet onto opposite knees and gaze to the tip of the nose as you keep your hands on the ground next to your body with the palms facing up. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Then start breathing in Kakachancha Kumbhaka. Stick your tongue out and roll it up. Inhale through the rolled up tongue. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Maintain Padmasana and bring your hands to the gap in between the thighs and calves. Just rotate your hands and place them flat on the ground next to your body. Lift your entire body off the ground in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्स्यकम्.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now bring your hands in between the thighs and place the hands flat on the ground. Don't lift your body up. Stay seated on the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे. हस्तु दो भूगोड़ासन धीधरे.
Now lift your body off the ground in Hamsasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan, Hamsa.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmakasana. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your arms in between the legs and push them behind your body. Interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra and place your forehead on the ground as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow, Pinaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे. घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Move on to Kurmasana 2. As you sit with your legs in Padmasana, your arms in between the legs, bend your elbows upwards so you can interlock your fingers, place them on your shoulders, and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बावा. दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
From the same position, now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose as you visualize that you are sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana, with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
अथ पक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रभवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain the same posture. In Padmasana, with your hands on the shoulders, gaze to the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now kick your body back up in Padmasana. And bring your hands in between the legs. Place one hand on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand as you lift your legs off the mat. Balance on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा
Exchange the position of your hands. Place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up and repeat Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kritasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on your toes and rest your chin on your knuckles as you interlock your fingers and press your thumbs against your throat, visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Sit in Padmasana. Keep your hands on the knees. Keep your hands in your lap. One palm over the other with the palms facing upwards. Gaze to your nose. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees. Engage the Mula Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Maintain Padmasana and keep one hand on the respective knee. Interlock the fingers around the big toe with the other hand and rotate the big toe round and round in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself pulling a bowstring back as Paramashiva's bow, Pinaka, in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now, from Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Try to reach the feet with your hands as you gaze to your nose. Breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
The next asana is Triridhasana. From the same posture, keep holding onto the big toes and raise your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain the same position. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Hold onto the big toes. Keep your arms crossed behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake and breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka through your nose in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Now you can free your arms and legs as you lay on your back and pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your hands in Parsha Mudra. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Vavanasana. As you lay on your back with the feet flat on the ground, knees raised, interlock your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Now, place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing upwards. Then, push your hips up high as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, throat and root lock. Breathe in Moksha Kumbhaka. Push the air out through the locked throat as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Malakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Push your hips up. Support your body weight with your elbows as you extend your legs forward. Point your toes. And gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्थानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up. Point the toes upwards. In Narakasana as you place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualizing yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your legs and lower them. Angle them downwards. Intensely engage your core as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up straight. Be stable like a flagpole as you keep your arms on the mat. Visualizing yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down flat on the mat. For the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana. Keep your arms flat on the ground, palms facing up next to the hips. Intensely pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine as you perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you as you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs. And pull your knees up towards your chest. Roll your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, all 308 asanas of the sequence. Thank you so much for sincerely participating in this session. We are now going to conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session and move on to the power manifestation. So stay tuned with the awakened Kundalini Shakti. Now manifest the powers, the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and welcome back to all the participants. After this beautiful and intense yoga sequence that we have had, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, now it's time to enter into the power manifestation, where we'll be using that beautiful energy, that Kundalini awakening that we have experienced through this yoga in a practical way, where we'll be manifesting these powers of Paramashiva. Now, before we begin this beautiful session, I request all the participants to have your eye bands with you, to blindfold yourself, as when you blindfold yourself, rather than just closing your eyes, it gives you that space of immersiveness where you get immersed into that beautiful space of oneness, where you can relax from your thoughts, unclutch from them, and feel that space of complete awareness, restful awareness with yourself. Next, you can have a notebook and pen that you can use to pen down to record all the manifestations, that all the revelations that you're getting from Paramashiva. And also keep your Atmalinga with you, your alchemy products, as they'll boost the area, they boost the energy of the area, creating that right Vatavarna around you. So now, as we get ready to enter into this beautiful power manifestation, bringing these various items that you need, let's also understand the significance of why we are manifesting powers immediately after yoga. To understand this, when we see the yoga first, in the yoga we are visualizing so many sacred objects like Paramashiva, the rishis, and these other sacred elements which keep our inner space, which start raising our inner space, start raising our consciousness to higher and higher levels to experience that Turiya space. And as we perform these bandhas, the contracting our body in particular places, performing the various mudras, they also help push the Kundalini to the crown center, to the third eye. And that is the significance of this beautiful power manifestation happening right after the yoga. Now that we have understood this, let's now see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. So what is the scriptural reference and why is it important? The Shastra Pramana is the revelations from Paramashiva himself, the one who designed our body. You can call him the software and the hardware designer of our body and consciousness. Why is that? Because we are Paramashiva, we are just a duplicate of him, but we have forgotten that space, and that is what we are going to experience through this power manifestation session. Now I'll be chanting this beautiful Shastra Pramana. In this Shastra Pramana, we'll be seeing what Paramashiva has to share with us, the technique and powerful cognition that Paramashiva wants to share with all of us. So now I'll be chanting this beautiful verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilita lochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat Lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. In this verse, Paramashiva beautifully says, by fixing the mind on the crown center, on the inner space within the crown center, with the eyes in succession and the body completely with no movement, free of any movement, in that space, the yogi gets the ability to see beyond the sight and have the darshan, have the vision of the lakshya, the goal, and he is in oneness with Paramashiva. So now when we see how this is the technique, what technique Paramashiva is giving us here, it's very clearly given to us step by step. Where the first step is bringing the awareness to the crown center, which is the seat of the Guru.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So I hope the participants are able to hear me now. Now let's continue with this power manifestation session where we were understanding the powerful cognition from the Shastra Pramana. So this first step Paramashiva tells us is to bring the awareness to the crown center, then unclutch from everything. After that oneness with Swamiji that you experience, unclutch from everything and you will have the divine darshan of the goal of whatever is being shown to you. Now we'll be moving into the first round of the manifestation. Today we are going to be seeing some pictures, and as we see these pictures, feel free to just allow yourself to have the darshan of whatever is being seen. Now, let's close our eyes, blindfold your eyes. You can see some participants are yet to close your eyes. You can start. And once again, I would like to complete with all the participants if you are not able to hear clearly before. So now as you keep your eyes closed, start having that beautiful darshan of Swamiji. Any beautiful moment where you experienced that space of no thoughts, like in a darshan or when Swamiji gave you healing. Whatever that moment is, start cherishing that now. As you do that, just unclutch from your thoughts and now we'll be chanting the Mahavakya. Make sure that your eyes are not itchy or not uncomfortable, because any discomfort will keep bringing your thoughts up, keeping you in a space of oneness. Let's now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now start seeing the image that is being projected.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashi Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Slowly, very slowly open your eyes now. Now as you opened your eyes, now take your notebook or your laptop and write down whatever Paramashiva revealed to you. All the revelations that you get are just a boon that Paramashiva is giving you, just a darshan Paramashiva is giving you. It's not something you're doing where like you need to eat, where you have to put the food into your mouth. It is not like that. When you go into that space of deep sleep, you just sink there and then you start to have that beautiful restful sleep. That is the same way power manifestation happens, but instead of going lower in consciousness, you raise your consciousness to the next level. Now, as you have written down, I hope all the participants have written down what you saw. Now we'll be projecting the picture to you. So it's a beautiful picture of a girl sitting on a horse. There's a beautiful green scenery behind, and the horse is in a white and brown color. So whatever you have seen in this picture, that is perfectly fine. You have started manifesting the power. Take a picture now of this picture that we have projected and keep a screenshot and then verify it with what you have written, and make at the end of the power manifestation session you can post it in social media. So with this, now we'll be moving to the next round. So once again, you can blindfold your eyes. Take a moment to blindfold your eyes. Keeping your eyes blindfolded, again start to feel that beautiful darshan, that experience that you relish, that beautiful space where you felt that oneness with Swamiji. With that space, now let's again chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now start to see the image that is being projected to you. Just allow yourself to
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Slowly, very slowly open your eyes. Now, let's again take a few moments to again write down whatever you saw. Whether it's a color, whether it's a number, whether it's any object that Paramashiva revealed to you, you can write it down. Don't feel any self-doubt because it's only you that you're writing it down to. No one else. No one else is going to see except you. So now write down everything that you saw. Let's take a few moments. And now we'll be seeing the picture that was being shown to you. Let's verify now with what we have seen. So here we have a beautiful picture of 3 coffee mugs. There's a beautiful design that they have done also with the cream in the coffee. And there's a brown table that it's on. So these are the few features. So there's
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षीभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants. We welcome every one of you here for your day 6 of Paramashivoham Level-3 program. How are each of you doing? We are here on the 6th day of the program today. And so far we have learned some of the most important, some of the most profound truths about life, starting from understanding about our existence, and from there moving on to understanding about how each of us exists in the parallel universes, the existence of 14 lokas, and how each of us exists in those higher dimensions of life. We have been learning about each of them. Today, we are going to be working on one of the most subtlest forms of our existence. Yet, this one aspect of you has a huge role to play in your decision-making systems, in how you relate with life, in how you cognize yourself, in what are the powers that you manifest, in what are the possibilities that you manifest. So, before we get started with today, I'd like to request every one of you here to take a few minutes and share with us how have each of you been enjoying the program? How has your power manifestation been so far? And how have you been enjoying the initiations, the processes like the death meditation processes? Nithyanandam Anandeshwari, Nithyanandam Jian, my Stuck Nithyanandam, my Hedi Shlak Nithyanandam, my Johanna Del Carmen, Nithyanandam, my Julie Silla, Malia Khori. Very nice to see all of you here, fresh and excited. How many of you are excited for today? Nithyanandam, Ma Savitri, and Ma Maha Nithyanandam. Can I request all of you to please come on camera and settle down? It is very important that we're all, see, each of you have taken out, you've all committed yourself to this journey of your experience of Paramashivoham, right? And you have taken, and of course, the very fact that you're all sitting here shows how committed you're all towards your experience of Paramashivoham. So now, when you are here, you have taken out your time, you've taken out your from time from your busy schedule, and you have made yourself available here. Just make sure, for any reason, you are not missing out this experience, this initiation that Swamiji is gifting. Make sure that small distractions, a small conversation with someone, or let's say your time on social media, or let's say something else, the small things should not come up in your way of experiencing Paramashiva, your ultimate possibility, which is what Swamiji, the avatar of Paramashiva, is here to gift us. So now, so far in the last 5 days, what part of the program did you all enjoy? What was the new click that you had? Or what was something that you felt made a difference for you? Can I request everyone if you take a minute or two and revisit just back in the last 4-5 days? Nithyanandam, Ma Linanzi Sylvie. Nithyanandam, which place are you joining us from, Ma? Ma Linanzi Sylvie. And Nithyanandam Robert Ramaya to all the male bodies. And Felpi, Andrews Aya, Nithyanandam, Chaikun Aya, Chandrasekhar Aya, and Purna Sukhananda Aya, Dr. Murali Nithyanandam. We welcome all the participants for the program today. And I request all of you to share with me. So far, if I have to ask you, in the last 5 days, what thing that made a difference in your life? And what would you share? What would you say that was something new that you added to yourself and you felt like that's completely different, what you had not heard till now? What would be that one experience? Ezekwalaya, Nithyanandam, very nice to see you. I see you sincerely sitting throughout the whole day in the program, and I see you participating a lot. So that's wonderful, Aya. I just wanted to share with you. The more and more you manifest powers, and the more and more you start enriching with that science, it will become a deeper experience inside of you. Right now, you're spending your time here, you're sitting, you're manifesting powers. I see you very actively participating throughout the day. I'd like to tell and request you to take out a few minutes every day in transmitting that experience that you receive to others. So when you do that, what happens is you start manifesting that space in you even more intensely. So do take out some part of your time and reach out to your friends, family members every day. Make it a point, even if it is just one person, that's fine. But reach out to that one person every day. Oh, that's wonderful. Ezekiel has posted. I have been making videos on my Facebook page. That's wonderful, Laya. Very nice to see you doing that. And start taking this. Actually, you will see, Aya, the more and more as you keep doing that, you will see that you will start manifesting that experience in you even more intensely, like 10 times more intensely. Can I request all the participants to share what was that one thing in the last 5 days that you really felt like, made a difference? Something that you didn't have before and you felt like now it's different. Okay, Ma Anandeshwari is saying the power manifestation part of it. That's something that made a difference for you. That's beautiful. And how about you, Ma Savitri? I see you sitting with a wide smile. What was the difference that you had in the last 5 days? What was something that you would say has made a difference for you in your life? Something new that you learned, something that you're looking at life from a different perspective. And Ma Mahabhairavajnana and Ma Nitya Arunachala. May I request each of you to share? Ma Prematavasi saying you're feeling more energetic. Okay.
Especially the participants who've been attending last so many programs. What is the difference you're finding in this? Like, how has your experience been so far in this program? Please take a few minutes and please share that with us. Nithyanandam, Philip, Andres Aya, Chandrasekharaya, and Saikun Nithyanandam. I request all of you, please take a few minutes and please share with us how has your experience been and how has the power manifestation also been for each of you. Take a few minutes and please share that with us. Mahedish Luck is also enjoying the yoga sessions. It's making you active. That's wonderful. Ma Maha, what about you? And Ma Nitya Arunachala. How has your experiences been so far? Please take a few minutes and please share that with us. All right, so let's now enter into the very first session. The first session that we are going to be learning is on the Swargaloka. Swargaloka, like today we are going to be having the darshan of Bhagavan Sada Nritya Bhagavan Nataraja, the Lord of Swargaloka. And we are going to be learning about that Loka. This is the first parallel university experience after you cross the Bhuloka and Bhuloka. Bhuloka is the plane where all of us exist. Swamiji said it's not just the planet Earth. Whatever is part of the known universe, it is part of Bhuloka. The unmanifest of it is Bhuvarloka. So right after that, the first Loka we experience is the Swargaloka. So now let us learn about what Swargaloka is.
Swarga is not the heaven ordinary human beings understand. Swarga is not given to you if you believe in some ideas and don't believe in some ideas. Swarga or Naraka is manifested by you by your time, space, elasticity, elongation possibility. When your space behaves with elasticity and manifests your time, either by elongating it or shrinking it, you manifest Swarga or Naraka in you. The time-space shift, elasticity base on which elongating or shrinking of the time experience happens in your being. That space is your identity. Your identity, your being is experienced by you. It is rooted in your ability to elongate the time or shrink the time. That is where you experience personal freedom. Amrita, nectar, is the superconscious principle with which the mutation, superconscious mutation will be done today. Listen. The first vertical time zone, Swarga Loka, it's called Amara Loka. where people who had superconscious mutation with the nectar lives. I'll define nectar. Listen. Nectar is the conscious energy. Amrita is the conscious energy. When infused into you, makes all your complications legitimized. Listen to this word. Your complications are complications as long as you treat them illegitimate and you fight with them. Your complications will become your dimensions. When you decide to infuse consciousness into you, I know what I am talking. I'll give you an example. You may be deeply interested in your health. You may also deeply interested in enjoying food. These two are complications, conflicts. If you don't find conscious solution for both, but if nectar principle, consciousness is infused into you, you will find the knack of eating left, right, center well and keeping you so healthy, alive, active. Your complications will become complements to each other when nectar is infused in you. Listen, nectar is a superconscious DNA principle. I am repeating it so that you will all internalize it. Nectar is a superconscious principle which eliminates all the complications in you. All the complications in you becomes complement to each other. Listen, you may be very deeply interested in enlightenment. You may be beautifully, intensely enjoying sexual, sensual experiences of life. If you are unconscious about these both aspects of you, it can become complication. If Amaratva, nectar principle, consciousness, the nectar DNA, Amrita DNA, if it is infused in you, suddenly you know both are not your intense seeking of enlightenment and your intense ability to enjoy the sex and sensual pleasures are not complicating each other. They just different dimensions of you actually complementing each other. Listen, I mean what I am saying, and I know what all the inferences you will get when you hear these words. I am talking with that clarity and responsibility. None of your core aspects complicate each other. Your fears don't complicate your desires. Your desires don't complicate your inspiration. Your inspiration don't complicate your fears. Your fears don't stop your enlightenment. Listen. All your core aspects are mutually complementing each other. The middle class BB, stupid fellows who are not interested in life, the life negative, demonic fellows, devilish fellows, they believe the middle class morals of life. They believe complicating their lives. When nectar DNA, Amrita DNA is infused in you, you will realize everything in you is immortal. Your ability to manifest power is immortal. Your ability to seek enlightenment is immortal. Your ability to seek Paramashivatva is immortal. Your ability to enjoy sexual pleasure is immortal. Your ability to live forever is immortal. Your deep desire for your Bonda Vadai is immortal. Nothing need to be eliminated or complicated in your existence. Listen, what I am telling you is Deva Ragasya. What I am telling you is the Deva Ragasya. This is the principle of Amrita DNA. When Amrita DNA enters into you, you are allowed into Swargaloka. Swargaloka does not allow cheap slum dogs. It's like you enter into a grand 7-star casino in Las Vegas and ask, oh, is gambling moral? Is it not sin? Hey, if you know it is sin, why did you come all the way to Las Vegas and get into this 7-star casino, spending thousands of dollars? You have come here to ask this question? Then go and sit where you are and ask all these questions. There are some places the questions have no answer. Those questions just become irrelevant. Swargaloka is the place where complications become irrelevant. All your dimensions become immortal. Nothing conflicts each other. Nothing complicates each other. Nothing confuses each other. A unique organized multidimensional being starts opening up in you when the conscious DNA, Amrita DNA, is breathed into you. Listen, I tell you, this Amrita DNA superconscious mutation suddenly will take away a lot of your complications. Don't be afraid of life. Don't be afraid of life. Don't try to hang on to your slum mind. You always feel, if I work for money, I may not be able to work for relationships, pleasures, romance. I may not have time and energy. If I focus on romance and relationships, the time to maintain my health. Either I will have time and energy to go for gym and maintain the health, or to go for dance and build friends, romance, love. This is the slum mentality. Amrita DNA suddenly opens up, makes all your aspects complementary to you. All the complications in you will start dropping. You will make money with the energy which you enjoy. You will make money doing what you enjoy. You will make love, romance, friends, developing your health. You will live longer by eating large quantity of the food which you like. This whole complication or the conflicts and confusion gets burnt when the nectar DNA, Amrita DNA is added to you. I'll bow down to Ganapati, then Paramashiva, then Garuda. Garuda is Lord of Amrita. He is the protector of Amrita. Now Garuda will enter into each one of you and add nectar DNA. Amrita DNA in you all. Understand? Amrita gives entry into Amara Loka, which is Swargaloka, the first vertical time zone. All the devatas are called Amaras in Sanskrit because the Amrita superconscious DNA process is done inside you. Listen. The process now going to be done is eternal. Nectar principle, Amrita principle infuses such vast consciousness in you. The inner space goes through such explosive understanding. The right, wrong, good, bad, sin, merit, all this idea gets organized with a larger picture of the cosmos and enormous energy to handle all the complications and manifest it as compliments starts happening. In human level, whatever you perceive as complication, all of that is blasted with Amrita, nectar DNA. And this nectar DNA suddenly makes each of your complication immortal, and that becomes complement dimensions of you. No more complication. what I say, even if you logically understand, that is enough. And even if you don't understand, it's okay, because I'll pour this Amrita DNA in you, nectar DNA in you. Amrita Tattva in you. Most fortunate are those who are going to experience today's superconscious mutation process, because today you will see your ability to enjoy the sensual pleasures and your ability to manifest power both expands. Both are not conflicting each other. Both don't complicate each other. Both actually complement each other. Your inner conflicts and complications will get legitimized by your own experience as Amara, nectar DNA. Amaratva, your middle class morals will leave you. Your middle class mentality will leave you. First, you need to taste Devaloka, Amaraloka, only then you will move to KAILASA. So in this higher 7 lokas project, Suvar is the Amaraloka, Devaloka, where gods live, who has gone through superconscious nectar DNA process. So now you are getting the visa, I can say permanent residency, for Amaraloka, Suvarloka. I am breathing the nectar DNA into you. The nectar DNA breathed into you makes your complications legitimized. The legitimized complications become complements or multi-dimensions of you. The first loka, see, Jambudvipa is the known world where we all exist now. Everything science knows as the universe, and even what science can imagine as the universe is Jambudvipa. And above this is Suvarloka. A new kind of intelligence will be awakened in you, where your pleasure, making money, making relationships, health, all will be absolutely aligned. They will not be conflicting each other, complicating each other. They will just be complementing each other. You will go to gym and do yoga and gym and have your health and find your girlfriend, boyfriend there and make few millions there. You don't need to do something separately for millions, something separately to find boyfriend, girlfriend, something separately to keep you healthy and active. It will all suddenly get more and more complementing each other. Conflicts and complications drop when your consciousness is raised. Legitimizing your complications into multi dimensions of you and making them as part of or complements of your very being. You will just seamlessly exist with all the core aspects of you. Absolute unclutching and extreme romance. Absolute health and extreme sensual enjoyments. Absolute completion and powerful way of dealing with all conflicts. When the superconscious DNA is infused into you, not just diseases disappears, the health in the different level happens. I'm making simple statements. Listen intensely. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, SDHD. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you know you have the higher possibility, but even you have the fear, you may not be able to handle yourself in that higher possibility. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the possibility which you deny is your identity, your self in Swargaloka. Listen. Listen carefully. I am repeating. Your own possibility, your own identity, your own self, your own existence, which you deny due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. That part which you denied due to your SDHD and fear, that part is your self in Swargaloka. Just yesterday I received a message from one of my brahmachari who ran away. He said, "Forgive me for running away and committing spiritual suicide. I love you, my life is yours, but I am afraid to come back because I am not confident about myself. I don't want to repeat running away again and again, but my life is yours." This is a typical example. Typical example. You must be watching this satsang now. Otherwise also you will watch it later on, I know. You may be watching. Typical example. That part which you deny due to fear of failure, SDHD, that part, that whole which you deny is yourself in Swargaloka. Denying and living with the lower self is Narakaloka. Listen, listen. Listen. He sent a long message. "Forgive me, Swamiji. He said that he has committed spiritual suicide by leaving me and running away from me. And he is not able to handle himself. And he is afraid to come back because he is not confident that he will not run away again. This is typical example of the small part denying the whole. The whole which you are denying is yourself in the Swargaloka. When you decide to live that whole, by being ferocious with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, saying, hey, if I fail, it's okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is the real crime. Let me jump and fail, nothing wrong. Try. When you decide, you reach the Sargaloka. You face yourself in the parallel universe of Swargaloka. I tell you, highest renunciation, greatest tyaga is renouncing your self-hatred. See, Paramashiva worshipped in Devaloka, in Indraloka. He is called as Tyagaraja. I was wondering, Paramashiva worshipped in Swarga should be called as the Raja of the pleasure, king of pleasure. Why is he called as Tyagaraja? Musukunda Chakravarti, the Chola king of Tiruvarur, when he went to Swarga, Indraloka, understand, Hindus had a regular communication and travel to other dimensions. It was a lifestyle for us. It is a lifestyle even now for us. We used to go and come to other dimensions. It used to be very usual, regular. Till we were invaded and all the science was destroyed and demonized. Much was destroyed. The remaining left over was demonized. Musukunda Chakravarti went to Swargaloka and he even helped Devatas in their war with Rakshasas. Because he helped and they won the war, the Devatas head of the gods, Indra, wanted to gift him something. He asked, "Oh Musukunda, you are such an amazing help and support and friend for me. Please ask what do you want." And do you know funny thing? Musukunda Chakravarti did not ask, "I want to stay in Swarga." No, he said, "My Chola kingdom is much more amazing than Swarga. There is nothing you can give me. There is nothing you can give me. I have everything more than Swarga." I looked around, it looks too poor. There is nothing which is not there in Chola Samrajya, Chola kingdom in Swarga. Indra was very ashamed. He said, please ask something, because I need to keep my pride and I need to save my face. I have to gift you something. You came all the way from Buloka and helped me and I won the war because of your strategies and support. Please ask something and take. So it will give me a feeling fulfilled. And I showed my gratitude. Then Musukunda Chakravarti said, all right. One thing I liked in your Devaloka, Indraloka, the beautiful deity of Paramashiva you are worshipping. In Tiruvarur we have a great temple, but our main deity, Paramashiva, is Swayambhu Murti. The deity you are worshipping is an amazing deity. I wanted to take this deity as a Utsav Murti for my Tiruvarur temple. Indra was first, he was shocked that because his own Atma Murti, the worshipping deity, he is asking. Then finally he felt all right. Anyhow, he asked for some gift, so I should not say no. And he gives the deity to him. That deity is called Tyagaraja Swami. So the god of Devaloka is Tyagaraja. It should be Bhogaraja. If you see logically, Mahadeva's version who gives all the Bhogas, like either it should be Swarnagarshana Bhairava or Bhoga Raja, something like that, who gives all the pleasures. But surprisingly, God of Indraloka is called Tyagaraja. I tell you, if you learn Tyaga, you will be in Swarga. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Devaloka. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Indraloka. Actually, as per the document, it says the god of Devaloka. In Devaloka, there are 3 divisions. Swarga. Swarga is like a name of that whole dimension. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva. That whole dimension is called Swarga. In Swarga, Devaloka. In Devaloka, there is one part called Indraloka. So all the 3 words you should not confuse. It's like address. Swarga is the address of the dimension, like a nation. Devaloka is like a state. Indraloka is like a headquarters. Understand? Hindus had a clear communication, traveling, even luggage transportation. Things used to go from here to there and from there to here. With other planes of existence. I was wondering why God of Devaloka is called Tyagaraja. Either he should be called Yogaraja. If you do yoga, you will reach Devaloka. Or he should be called Bhogaraja. In Devaloka, he is the Paramashiva gives all the Bhogas to anyone who wants any Bhoga. He should be called Bhogaraja or Yogaraja. Why Tyagaraja? Tyaga is the key to become God. The most difficult Tyaga is renouncing self-hatred, because the society teaches you self-hatred is great. It makes you delude between humbleness and self-hatred. Listen. Humbleness is not self-hatred. Listen carefully. Self-hatred is thinking you are less. Humbleness is thinking about you less. Less self-remembrance is humbleness. Self-hatred is constantly thinking about you, but very cheap, very low. Understand, there is a big difference between humbleness and self-hatred. person with self-hatred will never be really humble. Adivinayam durta lakshanam. He will show himself very humble. But is not humble. Understand? A real humbleness will be out of powerfulness. Society deludes you, makes you mistake humbleness your humbleness as self-hatred, and as you always in the state of self-hatred so that you will be humble. Self-hatred is not humbleness. Most difficult thing to renounce in the life is self-hatred. So much of self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial. That is why even if you think of future plans, so much of impossibility and you shrink. No, one more suffering, pain of failure. Why should I face? Fool. Because of pain of failure, you don't plan, and naturally, no plan means failure. It is like because you are afraid some guest will come to your home, you call that person and tell him, please come. You are afraid failure will come to your life, and you stop planning and force the failure to come to your life. Self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. Most difficult thing to renounce in your life is SDHD. Renounce that. Courage is moving the SDHD out and having the vision for your future.
Hinduism had the science of transversing to all the 14 lokas. When Swamiji is initiating us each day, right? Like Swamiji is giving us the experience of being able to go to Pitraloka, being able to transfer ourselves to the parallel universe, being able to see ourselves in the parallel universe. This science is deeply significant, not just in the level of you being able to see another loka, but also being able to have the access to the rich lifestyle, the powers. So beautifully Swamiji revealed how Swarga Loka, the abode of what we call as pleasure or the best, the absolute youth, absolute energy, all of that, what we see as Swarga Loka, right? Actually, Swamiji explains it so beautifully. How Tyagaraja, how he is the Lord of Swarga Loka. There's a very beautiful line in Mahanarayana Upanishad, which says, Tyage naike amritatvamana na karmana, na prajaya, na dhanena, tyage naike amritatvamana shuhu. Which means, neither by your karmas, nor by the people around you, na karmana, na prajaya, na dhanena, not even through the wealth or riches that you have, but only through tyaga. Tyage naike amritatvamana shuhu. The immortality in you can be experienced only through tyaga. That is why Swarga Loka is known as Amara Loka. And the principle that runs it is Tyaga, Tyagaraja. Paramashiva sits there as Tyagaraja, and he governs the whole Swarga Loka. Can I request every one of you to post what you understood as the existence, the parallel universe existence of Swargaloka? What is Swargaloka? What is the principle that fills Swargaloka, that governs Swargaloka? Can I request each of you to share? What are any three factors that you've learned about Swargaloka? Any three main points that you understood from what Swamiji revealed? Okay, so I see many of you have posted here. I learned about the existence of 14 lokas and the role of Mahakala Bhairava. Okay. Oh, I think this Ma has posted for the previous question. All right, Ma.
And how many of you understood about existing without having anything conflicting, contradicting inside of you? How even the parts that you feel, like for example, eating your most favorite food and being able to be healthy. Like this, what we generally think as what are the components that can be conflicting with each other. Swamiji explained how there will be a powerful intelligence that opens up in us when we reach Swargaloka plane, where the parts of us that are conflicting, contradictory, instead starts becoming complementing each other. How many of you understood that? And I request each of you to post your understandings of how you are able to cognize this powerful cognition that Swamiji revealed to us about Swargaloka. And Swamiji also explained how the possibility in us which we deny because of our self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial, that part that we have denied, that possibility that we have denied because of our SDHD is our identity in Swargaloka. I see many of you have posted your
understandings. So, Ma Priyatma Swarupini has posted, the part that we deny is Swargaloka, and I see Ma Istak has posted, and Ma Savitri has posted that she learned about Tyaga. Okay, that's beautiful. Ma Mahabhairavajnana, what did you understand in this session? What was something new, or what did you understand as Swargaloka in this session? Ma Istak has shared something very beautiful. So she has posted, I think in this PSM level 3 season 6, something I have noticed different is the power manifestation sessions. Manifesting powers, it may manifest or not, but the cognitions I'm holding inside have upgraded by listening every day to the powerful cognitions and from the Balasans and Acharyas on how they connect with Swamiji for manifesting powers. For example, before I often feel disappointed by not manifesting powers. Recently, I started to cognize everything is okay. Whatever Paramashiva or Swamiji shows is a manifestation, and we just need to relax. My space is getting more and relaxed, unclutched, and connected to manifest powers. Thank you, Swamiji. That's very beautiful, Ma. Actually, you will see just by constantly upgrading your inner space. That's what is life all about. And life with Swamiji is all about that. We keep discovering the new aspects in us because we constantly keep upgrading ourselves with the powerful cognitions, the powerful principles, and constantly when you apply that in your life, you will discover new dimensions of yourself. Even you would have not known you can apply this power, this principle to experience a breakthrough in this world.
I also see Ezekiel Aya has posted saying that how Swargaloka can be reached by doing Tyaga of self-hatred. Anything is given without conflict. I have actually been experiencing for years, but for some reason I forget that is my power and I go into conflicting thoughts. One thing, Ezekiel Aya, understand this. Actually sit and write down what are the thoughts that are conflicting with each other. Swamiji very powerfully says, the moment you put your awareness into this, these thoughts and take a conscious decision, these thoughts that are conflicting inside of you will actually lose power over you. If you see, whenever you are very, having a lot of conflicts in your head, you're stuck in a problem, you're neither able to come to this decision or that decision, a lot of conflict is going on inside of you, you're in a dilemma. You will see that your mind is not able to handle. You'll either feel like you really want to go sleep. Or you want to distract yourself away from it. Human beings cannot be continuously with the conflict without resolving it. That is why we tend to divert away by either our body's natural mechanism. We just fall asleep. That's why whenever you have a lot of problems that you're not able to, you're stuck in a problem at that moment, it's just you're not able to resolve it. And for some reason, you're not able to find the solution of it. You'll just fall asleep. How many of you have noticed this? Swamiji explains it so beautifully how human beings cannot be without resolving a particular problem. If you are not able to resolve it, it just means that you have not spent enough time even in understanding what the problem is. If you just sit with yourself and identify where these conflicting thoughts are coming from, write it down. Make a list. What are the conflicting thoughts or conflicting desires that are there inside of me? This conflicting desires usually sits in your prana sharira. We have 5 layers, right? In that, the breathing layer that contains the 5 types of prana, in that layer, all our desires are stored. That is why the moment you're having some conflict, the first change you'll experience is a change in the breathing pattern. You need to sit with yourself and write down what all are the conflicts that you're actually facing. If you see, first you'll feel like, no, I have too many conflicts. But just spend some time. Actually write it down. What is a conflict? This and this. This is the thought I have, and this is the second thought I have. And these two are my conflicting thoughts. Just look into it. You will see that power the conflicting thoughts has over you will simply disappear. Swamiji explains this very powerfully with the different types of thoughts that we carry or the desires that we carry. How some desires are contradictory desires. Contradictory means in the same sentence, you empower two opposite thoughts. For example, you have a thought saying, I just don't want to be poor. When you empower that thought of I don't want to be poor, you're actually empowering poverty. Let's do a quick activity now. Just take a moment and just close your eyes. And I request all of you to take a moment to visualize this. I want to tell certain actions, and you're going to just visualize and see what exactly is the visualization you're getting. Okay? I am walking. Visualize yourself walking. I'm just going to be telling the sentences and you're going to visualize yourself doing those actions. I am walking. I am running. I am jumping. I am sitting. I am not sitting. I am not jumping. I am not walking. I am not running. Relax. Now, what did each of you observe? Whenever the sentence was a positive sentence, like for example, I am standing, I am walking, I am jumping, all these you were able to visualize. Am I right? But were you able to visualize when we said, I am not jumping, I am not running? Whenever there is a usage of the word no or not, were you able to actually visualize it? No, right? You might have visualized another opposite action. Like, for example, when we say, I am not sitting, you would have visualized yourself standing. Or you would have said sitting itself and you would have said, no, I am not sitting. Like this, our brain actually does not understand the word no. it does not understand the word not, that negative existence, it does not cognize. So every time you say, I am not poor, I just don't want to be poor, you are only visualizing and empowering poverty. That is why these thoughts are called as contradictory thoughts, including things like, I really want to get rid of this headache right now. I just don't want to make enemies. Like any level, whatever thoughts you're empowering, the negative thoughts, or more than saying it as negative, because many times you'll feel like, oh, just saying that I want to get rid of my headache, how is it a negative thought? It is actually coming from the same sentence, you are empowering two opposite desires. One desire says, I want to get rid of the headache. One more is having the word headache itself. Instead, replace it with the thoughts of, I want to be healthy. I want to have a yogic body. I want to become wealthy. Identify these contradictory desires and transform those into powerful thoughts. It is not just positive thoughts. It's not just about having just some good feelings. It is even the thoughts that you want to empower. Let that thought itself be such that it is the moment you visualize, you can manifest it. Ezekiel, I really recommend that you sit and try this. Sit now and write it down and see. You will see how all the contradictions, conflicts, complications in you will just simply dissolve. Now let's all do a quick exercise. Swamiji explained how the part of us which we denied because of our self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, where you have a higher possibility, but you're afraid you may not be able to handle yourself in a higher possibility. You may fail. Please take a few minutes and pen down that. It might be a thought, like for example, it might be, you really feel like you can become a sannyas. You feel like that's possible. But you also have certain fears that is stopping you, pulling you. Or you can definitely become a serving epitaph. But there is some self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, or your own part mocking you, sitting inside of you. Say, hey, you've already given this commitment before. Did you make that happen? That same part which is sitting inside you and mocking you, because of which you are denying your higher possibility. Please take a few minutes, identify that, and please pen it down.
Now, if you have completed the first step of the process, if you've all finished writing down the first step of the process, in the next step, what we're going to be doing, in that exact cognition, the conflict that you have written down, in all the parts of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, in the next step, the fear that you may fall, collapse, fall down again and again. Now, in each of that revisit, go back and decide the powerful cognition. Decide to live the whole thing by being ferocious with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Just revisit it back. Declare it with the powerful cognition that how you're going to be operating the exact same conflict that you had with it. How you're going to be operating, how you're going to be looking at it. Write down the exact powerful cognitions for each of them. Take a few minutes and let's complete this step. Please relax. Hope all of you have finished writing. Okay, I see. So I see many of the participants have finished writing. Great. Now I'd like to take a question from one of the participants before we move further. And before that, all please understand our decision, our will to have a shift from these patterns. You don't even need to say, oh God, every time how will I identify when I get self-doubt? It's okay. But your decision is powerful enough for you to be able to break free from that. And Ma Priyatma Surupini is asked, Mark a question, just bringing awareness to this conflicting thoughts, will that be enough for them to leave us? Yes, absolutely yes. Swamiji explains very beautifully, Ma. See, what is called a blind spot? Blind spot is something which exists, but you do not know it exists. It is that. Like, for example, I'll give you an analogy for you to compare with. Okay. So let's say for almost 3-4 days, your house is stinking, right? And you're trying to find out what is the reason, why is there such a bad smell? It is irritating you, it is disturbing you, nobody wants to come to your house, and people who are inside also are going out, and it's affecting the whole thing, right? You're not able to breathe normally. So you're trying to figure out, correct? So at that time, you do not know the source of the smell. You do not know the source of the foul smell. So you try to go around, and after some time, you somehow figure out that the source of the smell is some garbage bag sitting somewhere in some corner. So the moment the struggle of that smell is there only till you find out where the garbage bag is, the source of the smell is. The moment your awareness goes to that, is that a big job? After that, you're very clear. You do not get affected by it as much, because now you know the next step. Just pick it up and throw it out. Then naturally all the smells and this residue, everything will go off. Correct? Blind spots are literally the same thing. Now we have it inside of us, but you don't even know why, what cognition is causing you to take a certain action, a certain conflicting thought in you. If you just bring your awareness to the source of that conflicts, that is enough for you to have a breakthrough. Understanding? Ma Priyatma Surupini, you're clear, ma? Okay. Now, all the participants that are here, please understand, when you decide to sit, do not deny your own, the best part of you. Do not deny your own possibilities. When you sit with this decision, you will manifest the powers. You will manifest the powers so easily. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, that part of you which is denied is Swargalok. Stop denying that part. You may have a doubt, oh, will I ever be able to manifest? I don't think it's for me. But do not deny that part. Sit with the decision to manifest. Sit with that strong decision in your inner space. And all of you will be able to manifest that very, very easily. It will just very easily happen in you. Okay? So shall we all start? Today we have a very interesting power. We're going to be manifesting the powers of being able to play with the 5 elements of nature. Today we're going to be understanding how you can experience the Bhuta Jaya, the power over the 5 elements of nature. And in that, if you go back and if you revisit the powerful cognition that Swamiji gave, he said one thing: when you decide to not deny any part of you, you start manifesting Amritatva, Amaratva. You start manifesting the ability to exist for eternally, and you start manifesting that powerful cognition as an experience in you. So now we're going to be manifesting this power as an experience. So are you all ready? Shall we all start? Okay. So now listen, the only principle we need to remember for this, all the 5, the Panchabhutas, all the 5 elements of nature are available, accessible for us to connect with. But because at some point we become so rigid, Like we literally do not experience oneness. We become so insensitive by denying constantly our own higher self. We deny consciousness. We deny the experience of oneness in us. We start denying everything in life. So we start distancing, becoming very insensitive to the things around us. Like, for example, how many of us remember? How many of us connect to nature? Every single day we are all seeing nature, we are seeing, having the wind around us constantly, but it's not that we have taken it so much for granted, and it becomes to such an extent we have completely become insensitive to it. Correct? That is what we are going to be breaking now with this cognition. Just stop denying the parts of you. Do not deny any part of you. There's a very powerful pramana in which Paramashiva defines this. He tells, Yogi Padmasanastopi Bhuvamutsrujya Vartate Vayu Siddhistataksheya Samsaradvantanashini. It says, when the yogi, through remaining in Padmasana, can rise in the air and leave the ground, then know he has gained Vayu Siddhi, the power of wind element which destroys the darkness of the world, of the whole world. This is revealed in the Shiva Samhita, and every one of you that are there, the exact qualification Paramashiva says is what? He says, Yogi Padma Sanastyopi Bhuvamutsrujya Vartate, means when the person, when the yogi can remain in Padmasana and can rise in the air and he can leave the ground. The moment all of us are initiated to Kundalini, isn't this the first experience that Swamiji gives us? The moment you are having the Kundalini awakened inside of you, you are qualified to manifest this power. And this is not the first time. Actually, in Hinduism, like Swamiji said, right, we knew the science of transversing to the 14 lokas. We could play with the nature. We could play with the whole existence. And this is not something that is new for us. This is not something that, we have not manifested or we do not know. This science exists, and all of us can manifest the science very easily just through a simple decision. Now, the science behind this is very simple. When you decide and when you experience, when you consciously create the will inside of you, you will see the nature will listen to you. The whole nature has to listen to your command. Like, for example, when there's a story of Savitri in Hinduism, she tells, if I am chaste to my husband, let the sun not rise, because as per the time, as per the fate, the husband was supposed to die, destined to die in the time of sunrise. She was so strong with her will. There was no doubt. She says, if I am chaste to my husband, if I've been integrated in my life, I do not want the sun to rise till I tell so. And the sun does not rise. The whole time is passing, the earth is rotating, but the sun does not rise at all. The gods come and request her. They say, no, the sun cannot rise because it has to honor your word. You are so integrated, it has to honor your word. Until she got the husband's life back. And after that, she says, okay, now the sun can rise, and the sun rises. This is not mythology. This is a science. And what we're seeing back then, right? We're saying, oh, these are all like stories. Actually, even today we can do it. When Swamiji declares, like so many times we've all witnessed this, right? There was a time where once Gajarohanam Swamiji had to come, and Swamiji will never miss time. He's embodiment of integrity. And that day, for some reason, for the preparation, since the team that was preparing got delayed, Swamiji actually stopped. Swamiji declared that the sun should not come, it should not rise till the time the team is ready. And for almost 40 minutes, there was a 40-minute, it was as per the weather forecast, what time the sun should rise. There was a 40-minute delay in that. Understand, this is a science. Hindus have had this science. And today we're all gaining access to this science through the initiation that Swamiji is giving us. Today, we're all going to be manifesting this very power, the power of Bhuta Jaya. being able to experience oneness with the elements of nature around you. Are you all understanding? If you're all clear, can I request everyone to put yes in the chat? Now, in the first round, what all of us are going to do, listen very carefully. You can never have power over the nature. The moment you try to have power over something, what happens? You already think you are separate and that is separate, right? You are already denying your own possibility of oneness. What Swamiji revealed in this. Do not deny your possibility. Experience tremendous feeling connection with the whole wind element. Experience a tremendous feeling connection with all the elements of nature around you. Can I request every one of you here actually to take a few minutes and could you all please head out? Go maybe next to a window or just somewhere where it's breezy, where it's windy. Take a few minutes and just connect to the nature. Experience you're one with it. Our source, we're all made up of the elements of nature. That's our source. So connect with it and build a space of oneness in you. Experience a tremendous deep feeling connection in you. Yes, I see already Ma Sonia Rao is next to the window. Can I request every one of you go somewhere to a place where you can see the nature. Just connect with it, interact, commune with the wind, commune with the nature. And just connect with it in a deep, friendly way. Do not try to have power over something. If you have power over it, if you try to gain power over it, you will never be able to manifest it because that is not the science Swamiji is teaching. He is teaching us to experience oneness with it. Straight, intensely. Please go ahead to a place where you can see the wind, connect to it, where you can see the nature, connect to it.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
settle down. And I request every one of you to share as to how each of you have started manifesting this. See, it starts with first us connecting with the nature. Over the period of time, we all tend to build so much of insensitivity within us with what we see or when we connect to the nature. We build so much of insensitivity within us and we lose touch with our existence as oneness in as being in oneness with the nature, with the whole cosmos. Today, whenever you manifest this power, we are going to actually be connecting back to our source. We are going to be connecting back to our existence as that oneness, as a pure space of oneness with the nature. And it is not like, it is not like, okay, now I decided and now the wind has to listen, now it has to rain. It doesn't happen like that. It happens with, Swamiji tells very beautifully, it happens with tremendous friendliness. Just one key that we all learned right now is do not feel, do not deny any part of us due to our self-doubt or self-hatred or self-denial. So just with that decision, be ready to manifest. Do not worry about, okay, I sat now, it didn't happen. That is fine. But after that, if you make the next conclusion saying, okay, because it didn't happen, I can't manifest, that means be very careful. You're denying your part. You're denying your conscious possibilities. And do not do that to yourself.
We just learned about Swargaloka in the first session. The next session we are going to be entering into is understanding who is Bhagavan Nataraja and how we can connect to Bhagavan Nataraja, Bhagavan Sadan Nritta Murti, today's deity. What is the significance of Bhagavan Sadan Nritta Murti, Nataraja? And what does his Ananda Tandava mean? The cosmic dance, Bhagavan Sadan Nritta Murti or Nataraja, is a form of Paramashva where he is dancing blissfully in his cosmic dance and where he represents the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva, where the 5 cosmic actions of Paramashiva. Now, what does that mean and what can we learn from Bhagavan Nataraja? How to have that cosmic dance of Nataraja as our life? What does that even mean? All these things is what we are now going to be learning from this session. Let's all learn about who is Bhagavan Nataraja.
The space I am in, that Nataraja, cosmic dance of Paramashiva, I am going to utter the ultimate truth as it is. It will be feast for real disciples, devotees. Today, every statement I am going to utter is direct message of Paramashiva. I am literally mapping that whole state into words. Listen, it will be feast for all the devotees and disciples. I want to tell you, the devotees, disciples who declared your integrity, for all of you, this whole satsang will become experience in you. I'll just flood Paramashiva into you, so that you will also experience the Ananda Tandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. Understand? Listen. I am in such a state now. I am going to make too many important revelations. The multi-dimensional logic of the cosmos I will reveal. Surely the binary logic cannot understand what I am trying to tell. binary logic, will not be able to, because it is not matured enough, it has not grown up enough to catch the cosmic reality. Understand? If you can grasp a being, conscious being, creating the principles of creation, creating the principles of creation, not just creation, creating the principles of creation with one hand and sustaining the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and rejuvenating in one hand, the principles of creation, principles of sustenance, and principles of rejuvenation, and principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. On one hand, manifesting the principles of manifestation, manifesting the principles of sustenance, principles of rejuvenation, principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. To the other hand, sustaining, not just sustaining what is created, sustaining principles of creation and principles of sustenance. The other hand, not just destroying or rejuvenating, rejuvenating even the principles of rejuvenation. And through the thrown up leg, liberating, and the leg which is pressing the demon, Muyalaka, pulling beings out of delusion. Not just pulling beings alone out of delusion, pulling even the principle of creation, maintenance out of delusion. And with the leg which is thrown up in the air, giving liberation not just to the beings, even to the principle of creation, maintenance, rejuvenation. Pulling out of delusion and liberation. Doing all this not only without stress, in ecstatic dance. Just even if you grasp intellectually this, you will grasp Nataraja, the Ananda Dandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. That is the meditation, ultimate meditation, connecting with Paramashiva, Nataraja. Understand? The saint who is singing this song in Tamil says, human birth is okay if we can have the darshan of this form, because only human being, human body, human consciousness is capable of cognizing this whole thing. Understand? Devatas cannot cognize delusion. They do not know the joy of getting pulled out of delusion. If they want liberation, they will have to come to planet Earth. Planet Earth is the only cosmic airport where you can move to liberate. Paramashiva's message from Sri KAILASA directly. Ananda Tandava, bliss dance Nataraja, who manifested from Ishana space of Ishana face, Phase, face, space. Listen carefully. All the other four, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Agora, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, all these other are FACES, faces, and PHASES, spaces of Paramashiva. Ishana is face, space, space. FACE, PHASE, SPACE, all three. Chidambara, from the Ishana space, Nataraja manifests. Nataraja is the liberating principle, Mukti Tattva. Understand? Cosmic dance, Mukti Tattva of Nataraja, cosmic dance of Nataraja. Is the ultimate liberating principle. I will map it to your prajna now and support you and make you manifest this as a reality. Listen carefully. I'll bring it down to my prajna and manifest it in all your prajna and make it into vijnana. Listen. Paramashiva, when he was dancing, suddenly one anklet falls, but he is not stopping the dance. He doesn't feel stuck. He doesn't bother about the so-called perfection. Understand? He is an absolute perfectionist, but when he is dancing, perfectionism does not stop his action. Perfectionism does not put him in inaction. If you lived around me, you will know exactly the meaning of this word. I am an absolute perfectionist, but my perfectionism will never stop me starting my projects, starting my work. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne, but when I started this whole Sri KAILASA project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am. But my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck and capped, is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But when his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashivoham Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand? Don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you, if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you, only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection, but do not stop acting. Understand? Enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be next level. The whole background, LED screen, or the high definition, or the volume quality, or the different mics, all that thing set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Shiva Bhuta Ganas work around me. I just start the dance by its intensity. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Not imperfection to perfection, no. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Listen carefully. Always be like Nataraja doing Ananda Tandava, not bothered about one anklet falling. Not bothered about some musical instruments less. Let Ananda be your fuel. Nithyananda be your fuel. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. I tell you, this principle which I am teaching today always manifest ultimate. Don't feel stuck, but know it very clearly, it is not final. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me or giving me the mantras and those books, papers, notebooks, write-ups, all that we are recovering, retrieving. Earliest recorded public life. We are also getting all the more detailed evidences, documents, thanks to autobiography team. Understand, now everything looks so perfect, but I did not wait for perfection. Started. Start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. When this earth manifested, it was not like this, a perfect globe shape. But by rotating, it got beautifully aligned and became beautiful globe. Listen. When I look back into my life, how Arunagiri Yogeshwara has installed this powerful cognition into my system. Do not stop the Ananda Tandava due to any idea of feeling stuck. Feeling stuck. If it does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. This is the essence of today's satsang. Listen. Feeling stuck. If does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. Don't stop Ananda Tandava, the cosmic life. Whether your actions to manifest the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, KAILASA of Paramashiva. Whether your actions to manifest health, wealth, beautiful relationships, career, success, enlightenment, mental health, happiness, whatever you think as your cosmic dance. Go on, go on, go on. Continue the dance. If you are feeling stuck, intensify the dance. That feeling stuck will disappear. If you stop the dance, slow down the dance, and feeling stuck will become stuck. Dangerous. Feeling stuck is delusion. Stuck is death. Don't stop. Let Nithyananda be the source of your life and be highly active. You will become life positive, and all the perfectionism of Paramashiva will manifest through you. Understand the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Epistemology is a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. Feeling stuck is the worst thing binary logic does to you. Even if you feel your whole life is a chaos, don't stop the cosmic dance. Continue to dance. Manifest, manifest, manifest. Continuing to dance. Nithya is the brand of Nithya. From the time my life is recorded, see, from the time I started living means it is from eternity, Nithya. And from the time recorded biography is available, from that time to this, till this moment, this one thing I can say, uncompromising, I never stopped bothered about anybody. Maybe at the age of 3 or 4, I remember the first satsang I started. First satsang is the grace of Ganapati, on Ganapati, Nambiyandar Nambi story, and then the next is Ramayanam. Ganapati's grace. From that time, whether it is a small group of friends or family or the large lakhs of people filling Odisha Hall in Odisha ground, open ground in Coimbatore, or Pachepas College open ground in Chennai, or just few people in Rajya Sabha, I continued. Understand, as long as there is continuity, there is no down for graph of life. Only with the discontinuity graph falls. As long as there is a continuity, there is no down. It is only up, 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 up. the earliest photographs of my work available. First Vinayak Chaturthi, photographed Vinayak Chaturthi, I should say. Surely conducted few more before and after the photographed Vinayak Chaturthi. My volunteer team, maybe my first batch of KAILASA Vasis. Some without upper cloth, some nose running, some applied vibhuti itself as a face powder. With a small team conducted beautifully Ganesh Chaturthi, Vinayak Chaturthi under the banyan tree in Tiruvannamalai temple. When I am looking at all this, I tell you, from my own Atma Pramana, don't get stuck. Go on doing. That is what Krishna means. Karmanye vatikaraste mabaleshu katachanaha. The moment you start thinking about the result, productivity, you are stuck. It's not that I don't think about productivity, but I never allow productivity idea to stop me doing. My perfectionism never stops me doing. If somebody claims I am Paramashiva, they are my disciples. If somebody claims I am not Paramashiva, they are praising me much more than my disciples, because my disciples take me for granted. Hey, he is Paramashiva, he can do everything. But if somebody says, no, he is not Paramashiva, then understand, by not being Paramashiva, if I can sail through this whole thing, then whatever word you use for me, it's a great compliment. Understand? One thing Arunagiri Yogeshwara has made it as my DNA. Continuity. Nitya Ananda. Continuous. I tell you. Stop feeling stuck. And stop stopping. Stop only stopping. As long as you don't stop, feeling stuck is only feeling stuck. If you stop, you will be stuck. I still remember when I used to go to Polytechnic from Tiruvannamalai to Kudiyatham, sometimes I had to cross this Pachakuppam railway crossing. That's one place. It's not on the way between Tiruvannamalai to my college, but sometimes I will have to go to different places from my college. I will not even be sitting in the bus, because usually that crossing takes half an hour or 1 hour. Multiple trains will cross. So on the railway level crossing, the buses will be stuck for half an hour, 1 hour. I'll take ticket only up to the Pachakuppam cross and then get down, walk, cross the level crossing and go to that side and catch the next bus and move. I'll say that I'm not interested in getting stuck. I'm ready to walk. You have to walk 10 minutes from level class to the bus stand, I'll say that is okay, perfectly all right. Instead of wasting 1 hour, 10 minutes walk, I'll catch the next bus and ultimately I'll reach the place more than 1 hour earlier. Do not be stuck in anything. Nothing is a bad decision in your life other than being stuck. Being stuck is only delusion, only trobhava, only negativity. Epistemology of the human nature. Understand? The origin, nature, methods and limits of human knowledge. I am teaching you the epistemology of Paramashivoham Jnana. Essence of epistemology of Paramashivoham Jnana. Be like Natara, continue dancing. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Be Nithya, eternal. Nothing is wrong decision if your whole life is seen together other than feeling stuck or being stuck. Nothing is wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, 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 flowing. Nothing is a wrong decision as long as you are flowing, flowing, flowing. That is the beauty of life. Do not be stuck. Continue, 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 continue. Nithya. Because I continued, even these guys poisoning did not kill me. I tell you, in 2003, seeing the way I am beginning my mission of reviving Sri KAILASA, they attacked me. That did not stop me. In 2007, we started identifying islands to revive the Sri KAILASA. Actually, in 2007, we have started doing very serious work of identifying islands to start to revive the Sri KAILASA. And we have enough evidence. And before Hindus could understand the great contribution I am going to do, anti-Hindus have smelled my plans. And that is when they attacked me in 2009 and 10 and this whole attack on me. But nothing stopped me. With the grace of Paramashiva and protection of Mahakala Bhairava, Sri Kailasa is happening. Understand? Multi-level attacks. Assassination attempts on me, and assassination attempts on my disciples. Not only attempts, and destroying the properties, destroying especially this archival material. And these demons, they attack my ashram and burn the properties and then tell, hey, see, you are not able to protect your ashram. What kind of Paramashiva you are? They attack my sannyasis, my sannyasinis. Abuse them. Then they say, hey, see, you are not able to protect your sannyasis and sannyasisis. What kind of Paramashiva you are? This is the most violent, demonic attacks on Hindus in the recent time. After the attacks on the Kashmiri Shaivites, Kashmiri Pandits, the attack on our Sangha is the most violent. The recent past. Lawfare, media, hate speech, continuous hate speech through media, everything possible. In multi-levels. But with the grace of Paramashiva, with the protection of Kala Bhairava, we are continuing the work of KAILASA and making it happen. Attackers are not ordinary people, but the grace of Paramashiva and protection of Kala Bhairava is keeping us alive and making us continue. Listen, the powerful cognition for today, powerful Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva. Continue. Be eternal, Nitya.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. That was a wonderful revelation where Swamiji gave on perfectionism. If you see, 90% of a lifestyle, in a day-to-day activity what you're doing, we always think from the angle of how can I be perfect? So you always think, okay, let me start first with perfection and then only it will be continued. First from improper only, first from imperfection, we go to perfection. But during that time, we feel stuck. Swamiji said very clearly, being stuck is the only sin which we are experiencing. For example, if you're not able to manifest something in your life, let's say you want to become an SJP Karta, and you're not able to manifest funds for it, so you feel stuck. Or for example, you want to have manifest a healthy body, you're not able to manifest it, you feel stuck. Or there's many situations, like for example, you're not able to build relationship with people, you feel stuck in that. See, when you're feeling stuck, just decide to move on. As Swamiji said, when he started the whole Kailasa mission, when Swamiji organized the first program, which is the Ganesh Chaturthi program, Swamiji just did it. He just started. He didn't care about, oh, I'm so imperfect, I'm feeling stuck, and it's not going to be proper. No, he just started. From then on, he perfected, and that's when Swamiji is who he is right now. Same way, when we start from perfection and then lead to perfection, lead to more and more perfection, it only manifests perfection. When you start from imperfection and you feel stuck, obviously you'll not be able to move forward for perfection. Perfectionism, which does not make you feel stuck, handicapped, is the liberating principalic action. Swamiji says very clearly, perfection is the action which does not make you feel stuck or handicapped when you are doing the action. That is perfectionism. To give example, Swamiji said, when Nataraja was dancing, at the time one of his anklets fell. Nataraja symbolizes dance. He is all of us have grown up with the saying that Nataraja is the embodiment of dance. So when his anklet came out, he did not stop the cosmic dance. He just continued. Because whatever he is doing, it is in perfection. He is embodiment of perfectionism. Just because one anklet fell from his leg, he did not stop his dance. He continued it. And later on, Vasuki came and became anklets for him. So same way, looking in each and every one of your life. In your life, either you give up perfectionism, or you give up in the beginning itself, or once you start the project, you're not able to continue it. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Either you give up for perfection, or at the beginning itself, when you're initiating your action, when you're not able to move continuously, you give up. Feeling stuck is nothing but the action. It's nothing but the thought current where you are feeling you're giving up on yourself. Feeling stuck is the only sin in life. Cosmos does not feel stuck. Why? We've been saying that, Swamiji is saying that whatever is happening in the cosmos, the same thing is happening inside of, right? How come we are feeling stuck in whatever we are doing? But how cosmos is able to move continuously? It's because cosmos does not feel stuck. Just because of its nature of not feeling stuck, it manifests the space of perfectionism. It is an uttermost perfection because cosmos does not run from the cognition of perfectionism. It does not, its very nature, it does not feel stuck. It just moves. The moment when you stop feeling, when you have the idea of you're stuck, that's when perfectionism does not manifest. So everyone understanding? Ma Charmaine, Ma Julie, Ma Janani, I request all of you to post your understanding on perfectionism. Because see, take an example. Imagine you are in a road, and in a road there's two sides. The road is segregated into two parts, and you are stuck in one line. But in the same road, the other lane is continuing. Obviously, what situation will do? Obviously, what decision will take? Why am I being stuck in this traffic for such a long time when the other lane is open? When the other lane is going continuously? So you go to the other lane, right? Same way, whenever you feel stuck, you are just putting yourself in traffic. When you decide to come out from your feeling of being stuck, you decide to take the other route, which is moving continuously. When you continuously feel, okay, only when you start moving, perfectionism starts. All of us think that only if perfectionism comes first only when we get perfect only, we are qualified to do anything. But till then, let me be stuck. If you are stuck, how are you going to move? You need to take certain actions for it, right? That is only what Swamiji is saying, that of feeling stuck. When you're feeling stuck, you switch off every single connection you have. You feel, okay, I'm stuck. Someone needs to come and guide me. Only then I'm going to move ahead. Instead of you going and approaching for solution, you will think life has to come and support me. Life has to give me solution. Only then I'm going to move. But at the end of the day, are you achieving anything? Zero. No, you're not achieving anything. Only when you start moving, only the moment you stop feeling stuck, that is when you manifest perfectionism. Perfectionism starts when you don't feel you are stuck. Now, I request all the participants to take a pen and paper and pen down 11 major incidents in your life where you felt stuck. For example, you want to increase your monthly income, but you do not know how to do it. Your current job is not giving you the financial freedom you want, but it is taking all of your time and energy. So you neither have time to look for other options, nor you have to grow in your current job and you feel stuck. Similarly, you may feel stuck in multiple dimensions of your life, like in the field of health, wealth, relationship, career, anything. Even if you want to manifest, even if you want to contribute to Sangha, you're not able to manifest. You feel stuck. Pen down those situations. Pen down 11 situations and areas in your life where you felt stuck, where you feel I'm not able to move forward, where you feel like you giving up on yourself. Pen down those incidents. Ma Julie, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Janani, Ma Anandeshwari. If you have any questions, you can post it in the chat. Yes. Ma Julie, Ma Karini, Ma Istek. If you have any questions, Ma, I request all of you to post your questions. If you have any questions, like if you're not able to identify certain incidents in your life where you feel stuck, you can post whether you want any help or you want a question to be clarified. Request all of you to post your questions in the chat. Feeling stuck means what? You are not able to manifest your reality. Take an example. You have a desire to manifest something, but you're not able to manifest the desire. That feeling stuck, pin out those incidents where you want to move ahead in your life. You want to do something in your life. You want to manifest your reality, but you feel stuck on how to manifest them. Pen down those incidents. And if you have any questions related to it, you are please feel free to ask your questions. See, Bhagavan Nataraja. Bhagavan Nataraja is embodiment of utter perfection. He symbolizes perfectionism. How? His blessing hand does the creation. The hand, the Damaru hand, the hand which plays Damaru, it is responsible for Srishti, creation. The hand which is blessing, which has the Abhaya Mudra, that is the Sthiti. It maintains the whole cosmos. It sustains the whole cosmos. The Damaru, the fire hand of Lord Nataraja, symbolizes the Samhara. That hand symbol does the function of Samhara, rejuvenation of the whole cosmos. The leg, which is on the demon, that symbolizes Trobhava, putting yourself into delusion. Whenever you feel stuck, you're putting yourself in delusion. And last, Anugraha, the leg which is lifted in the air. That leg symbolizes Anugraha, the liberation. Whenever you have a powerful cognition to come out of your feeling of stuck, that is Anugraha, where you're holding to Nataraja's leg which has been lifted. So, Swamiji, so now let us directly listen from hear from Swamiji. How Swamiji is so perfect in every single action he does. He never felt stuck. He just went on perfecting. As in the video which Swamiji says very clearly, he knows how his Shiva Bhuta Ganas are living with him. If he waits for them to get everything, then he may not even start his satsang. But he just started it without anything making him stop. He just started. Later on, the mic setup came. Later on, the video setup came. Every single day, Swamiji progressed to where he is right now. The place where Bhagavan Nataraja resides, called the Chidambaram. The Seattle KAILASA, the KAILASA in Seattle, Swamiji gave a beautiful vision that it is called Chidambaram of the West. Nithyananda Hindu Temple in Seattle, USA, was inaugurated on 24th February 2008 by Swamiji. The 15-foot Ananda Nataraja, as we're seeing in the photograph, is the largest living deity of Nataraja in the world. Swamiji says very beautifully, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate Akasha, the ether energy. That's why Bhagavan Nataraja is the main deity of KAILASA in Seattle. This deity, which is there in Seattle temple, is personally carved by Swamiji. Swamiji would carve the deity. Swamiji shares very beautifully, I will sit whole night and carve in Biridi, and the workers, they have to support me, help me to turn the deity. It's too big. It's a 15-foot deity. It's so big to turn the deity here and then do the carving. Sometimes you have to turn to do the side shaping of the face, side shaping of the body. So the workers have to be there supporting me and helping me. Naturally, a person who is carving, what do we feel? I need person to help me in moving the shifting the deity. So only then I'll be able to move. Only then I'll be able to do the work. So till then, I'll just wait. So he felt stuck in it naturally as a person who's carving. But Swamiji, he never felt like that. Even the time where he had to carve the Nataraja deity personally, that did not stop him. Just because it was a 15-foot deity Nataraja, he did not stop Swamiji from doing his work. He'll call the workers to help him. Swamiji will do the carving personally. And the two, Swamiji was very particular on the carving. According to what the Dhyana shlokas say, for the particular deity, based on that, Swamiji will carve. So this deity of Bhagavan Nataraja, Swamiji personally carved from the Dhyana shloka of Bhagavan Nataraja. But even during those moments, Swamiji never felt stuck. He continued. Bhagavan Nataraja's form represents Dhamaru, which bestows and blesses new beginning in life, such as new house, new job, new career, etc., or new health. The Dhamaru represents the Srishti, the creation of your life. The Abhaya Mudra, the raised hand, the blessing hand, bestows completion with ourselves and others and life, which is maintenance. When we need to run our life, we need to be in a space of completion. Only then anything will move. The Abhaya Mudra of Paramashiva, of Bhagavan Nataraja, symbolizes sthiti, the maintenance action of Paramashiva. The fire, the hand which holds the fire, which destroys all enmity and incompletions and any obstacles in the path of completion, is the rejuvenation aspect of Bhagavan Paramashiva. His raised leg represents pulling you out of delusion, stress and tension. And the Japamala, the rosary represents the rosary beads represents the liberation. Swamiji says very clearly, perfectionism does not make you stop or feel stuck, handicapped. It is the liberating principalic action. If at all you feel stuck in manifesting any of your desires, understand you are not in perfectionism. Can be anything, whether you want to manifest health, or you want to manifest wealth, or you want to manifest good relationship, or you want to manifest good career, any of the fields where you feel stuck. It is to show you that you are not in perfectionism. If you're in perfectionism, there'll be no place where you will feel stuck, where there'll be no place where you had to give up on yourself. You'll be continuously moving. Take an example of ocean, even a river. If you stop a river, will the river move? Zero. It is stuck. It won't move. Same way, only if you remove the obstacle which is stopping the river is moving. And only when the river is moving, this is an utter perfectionism. Same way, whenever you feel stuck, whenever you feel like I'm not able to move any direction, that is when you're not heading towards perfectionism. The moment you feel, okay, let me start moving, let me start with a simple action. Now, all the 11 incompletions, the 11 ideas or situations where you have written it is impossible for you to move. From now on, decide, let me take a simple action for it. The action can be even as small as possible. Just start moving. The moment you decide to move, the moment you decide to be dynamic, you will see cosmos will shower you and you will manifest your reality in utter perfection. You yourself will enjoy the rhythm of your Ananda Tandava, the bliss dance which you are dancing. Is everyone understanding? Ma Istek, Ma Anandeshwari, yes, yes. If you have any questions, I request all of you to post in the chat. Yes, okay, Ma Istek is commented saying, yes, thank you, Ma. Yes, thank you, Ma. So, now this 11 incidents which you have penned down, decide hereafter, let me not feel stuck. This, like, if you're feeling stuck in one situation, go to the next. If you finish executing all the 10 situations, naturally, the situation where you felt stuck will move naturally. The moment you decide to come out from the feeling of stuck, you will see Swamiji will shower you, will show you the best solutions how you want to manifest what you want in life. It is only when you feel stuck, even in power manifestation also. Okay, my Istek is saying, whenever I feel stuck, just take one simple action. Thank you for the click. Yes, ma. If you feel stuck, take a simple action. Decide to come out of the feeling of stuck. You will see Swamiji will show you the best solution to manifest your desires in life. Even in power manifestation also, if you feel stuck in not manifesting, don't limit yourself. Okay, I'm not able to manifest powers now, I'm feeling stuck. Instead, chant Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji again. You will see Swamiji will show you the answer. You will see you will have a breakthrough in the manifestation.
I see a very interesting question from Istak. Istak has posted that if feeling stuck, she understands about that part, but she feels it's more about the time, right? You say that you feel feeling stuck is one, but you feel it's more about the time. So you have posted saying, I think it's more about not having enough time to do all things I need to do. Like my time and energy is more in some areas than the others. And in some areas, it needs more of your time. And it's not about postponing, but it's about addressing in the right way. And but what for the day to day needs to be responded, attended to, and resolved, which takes up your time. Okay. I'm going to answer this question because Swamiji had given us an experiential answer for this. Many of us feel this, right? We feel like, okay, I don't want to feel stuck, but I actually feel I do not have enough time. How many of you feel this? You want to, you want to attend your Paramashivoham program. At the same time, you want to manage your job, you want to manage your career. And at the same time, you want to manifest your Sarvagnya Pita. And at the same time, you want to attend to your family job and, the things that you need to take care in your household activities. How many of you feel like this? I see actually 2-3 people have posted similar. Yes. Okay. I see many hands going up. You can drop the hand. Okay. Now listen very carefully. Swamiji tells us the exact thing of how we do this in our life and what we need to change in order for us to manifest this. See, here Swamiji made a very important statement. Swamiji said, not feeling stuck is the principle that the whole cosmos represents. Look around you. The wind, the river. We all celebrate things like Grand Canyon. We celebrate these miracles of the nature. But how are they formed? It is because of the continuous persistent flow again and again and again and again without getting stuck. Swamiji gave a very beautiful example in the session. Swamiji said, initially planet Earth was not perfect, but because it kept rotating, it didn't stop for anyone. It didn't say, hey, okay, since I'm not perfect, I'll not start. Because it kept rotating, by its rotation, it became perfect. See, Istat, there are two things you need to address in this. The problem here is not facing obstacles, because nothing is going to be obstacle free. There are going to be issues that we face in life. Practically speaking, if you have to go to your job, you will have your time crunch, you may have things to attend to. But the principle that drives you, the cognition that drives you, currently, what do all of us do? What is the approach we have? We say, oh God, I have to attend to my job. I have to attend to my family. I want to sit in the program, but I feel stuck. I'm not able to do all. The context that you're approaching the situation from, the context, the cognition inside you, the conversation you're having inside you is, you have already arrived upon a conclusion that because there are multiple things into which your time goes, you cannot manage it. So there is already a conclusion of feeling stuck. And based on that, you're approaching this problem. Now, the thing is, if you just understand, if you just catch this one truth, apply this powerful cognition that Swamiji explained. Not feeling stuck. Not stopping for perfectionism. Yes, you may not be able to do it perfect right away. You are not doing. Okay, you have to attend to your family, you have to do the program, or you have to do the job. At the initial level, it may not be perfect. But do not stop for perfectionism. Just because you are missing in one while attempting the other, don't stop attempting. The key here is not about, oh, it is missing, so let me stop, let me just focus on one. When you make that decision, that is where you are missing experiencing the Mukti Tattva that Swamiji is explaining. Paramashiva's anklet fell. He didn't say, okay, next time onwards, going forward, till I have all the jewels put in place properly, till everything is fixed back, I'm not going to dance. No. He continued to dance, and because he continued to dance, Vasuki comes and becomes his anklet. I'll tell a very practical example. Let's all look at Swamiji, right? If someone asked us, right, when you were in your 20s, if someone asked you, hey, can you build a nation? What will we say? We'll say, what? Build a nation? I don't even have a roof over my head. I just finished 9 years of my Parivrajaka and I'm here. I have nothing. I have no money. I have no people. I have no infrastructure. I have nothing. What will we say? We'll say, first, let me get people. Let me collect resources. Let me learn. I need to know how to do all of this. Then let me plan. One fine day, I will be able to plan for building a nation. That would be current societal based thinking, correct? Now, if you just reflect back on Swamiji's life, you should know, when Swamiji declared first time that Swamiji is going to build a nation, Swamiji was just 23 years old. He was a young boy who had just finished 9 years of Parivrajaka from a remote village somewhere in India, had absolutely no support, no political backing. There was no one, there was nothing at all. In fact, when Swamiji declared the first time he is going to create a nation, there was not even an Adinam. Today we see like 150 Kailasas around the globe and people celebrate Swamiji. But at that time, Swamiji was just beginning. There was no roof above Swamiji's head. But at that point, Swamiji didn't say, let me first get everything started, then I will plan for something big. No. He said, the first declaration Swamiji gave with a group of disciples, just 3-4 people were around, okay? Swamiji told them that I will build a nation and we will have our own currency. I will revive the Hindu nation. That was his vision. How much, look at the way Swamiji thinks. He never waited for perfectionism. At the time when Swamiji made that statement, he didn't even have a roof over his head. So, but he didn't say, oh, let me first build a proper hut for myself, then let me think about building a nation. This is the principle what Swamiji is explaining to all of us through Mukti Tattva. Are you all catching it? Is this answering your question? Is this addressing your cognition? So when you write down, revisit what you've written down from this cognition. Only then you will be able to take the step to actually have a breakthrough. It is not about doing everything perfect instantly. That's not what Swamiji is talking about. Swamiji is saying, whether it is perfect or not, it might be perfect. It may not be perfect. But do not stop. Do not feel stuck in the name of perfectionism. So there's a subtle difference here. You're catching it, ma? So even if it means you have to do your household work, you have to do your office work, you want to be in the program, and at the same time you want to manifest Sarvagnya Pita, it is okay. You may not be able to do everything at the same time on the first try. But the point here is not about you being able to do everything perfectly. The point here is about you not stopping just because you're not able to do it perfectly. Like when all of us were young, right? All of us were babies. At some point in time when we were born, we were young. We didn't know how to walk. We didn't even know how to stand up. Correct? But at that point, if someone would have induced a cognition of stuck or failure in you, you would have never been able to walk. Fortunately, kids they're innocent. As children, we are innocent, absolutely innocent in our inner space. So what do? You try to walk the first time and then you fall down. It's not that you perfectly stand up, run, and then you suddenly start walking by yourself. No, you fall. You don't fall once or twice. You fall 100 times. But because that you never get stuck, you are able to stand up back again and again and again. You learn walking, right? That is what is the Mukti Tattva, the liberating principalic action. You're catching it? How many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding? Yes, okay. Thank you, Ma Kasturi Arandan. Thank you, Ma Prematavasi. Now, apply this same principle, and in this same powerful cognition, you can enter into manifesting powers. Any aspect of life, apply this exact same principle that Swamiji revealed, and you will start having breakthroughs in all the 11 areas where you're stuck. Go back and address with this cognition, and you will see suddenly how you will be able to take up more projects and expand further.
sorry for a technical glitch. To add one more example to how Swamiji never felt a feeling of stuck, when Swamiji was in Samadhi, the time Paramashiva revealed to him that there will be two places will be the main headquarters for Nithyananda Sangha. One, it will be in Bangalore, and second will be in Los Angeles. And at that amount of time, Swamiji had like few disciples around them, and everyone's like, Swamiji, do you know even the meaning of Los Angeles? Do you know which place is this? It is in the west side of the country, and for that you need to learn English. And like, so at the time, Swamiji like knew very little of English, and many spoke in Tamil, and literally like all devotees were like, "What is this, Swamiji? How will be able to go make a how will be able to go start a mission in Los Angeles, that too, where the main hub for in USA?" But Swamiji did not take this. But Swamiji just thought, okay, Paramashiva said this, let me start. Whether I know very little English, or whether I don't know English, or whatever simple knowledge I have, let me go and start. Exactly the year of 2003, Swamiji went to Los Angeles, and that's how the KAILASA Los Angeles even started. Swamiji did not wait for someone to come and teach him English, or someone had to come and guide him. No. Swamiji went to USA and did the whole enriching, and that's how he made the KAILASA Los Angeles happen. So, this is an example to show all of us that when it's not like whether you have a knowledge for it, or whether you are starting perfectly or imperfectly, whatever it is, never have the feeling of stuck. Whether you may be perfect in your actions, or you may be imperfect in your action, but do not limit yourself saying, okay, only if I become perfect only if I become perfect only I can start anything. Till then, let me just stop. That is a feeling of stuckness. Okay, yes, my Priyatma Sarupani has posted. Don't wait to be in perfection. Perfection comes along the way at one point of your action. Yes, very true. You start and then it will follow you. So, with this powerful understanding, with this powerful cognition, let us move ahead into power manifestation. In today's power manifestation, we will be playing with the 5 elements. Lord Nataraja symbolizes the Akasha element. So in today's power manifestation, you will be playing with various elements. Throughout this whole day, you'll be playing with many of the 5 elements, like you'll be playing with water, you'll be playing with fire, you'll be playing with air, you'll be playing with ether. So in this session, you also will be playing with a power of playing with an element. So now I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chew on the powerful cognition which you got. Feeling stuck is not perfectionism. Perfectionism is the feeling where you don't feel stuck, you don't feel handicapped, and you are in moving continuously. To all the powerful cognition which you got. Now, before we start the power manifestation, I request all of you to get a lamp, keep it in front of you lit. Can be a candle, or best to have a deepa with oil. And make sure the area where you're sitting, there is no fan, or you're not sitting next to a window where there's gush of wind which is coming. Make sure in the area where there's absolutely no wind. In this session, you will be playing with the wind element. So now all of you got the candle or a lamp which is lit with fire. Now feel the connect with the wind element. Feel extreme love and friendliness towards it. Bring the space of oneness in yourself. Connect to the wind element. Become friends with it. Now, remember Swamiji in your third eye. Connect to Swamiji. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, with the same space, continue to hold the powerful cognition which you got from the session. Look intensely with your 3 eyes at the fire. With all your 3 eyes open, increase the wind around you and turn off the fire. In the same space of oneness, stare at the lamp, the fire, through your 3 eyes, with all your 3 eyes, and increase the wind around you so that you can turn off the flame just through power manifestation. If at all you feel you are not able to manifest the power, you feel stuck in manifesting the power, just connect to Swamiji again and manifest the power again. The more and more you connect in oneness with Swamiji, you will see you'll actually manifest the power. Just drop the feeling of being stuck. You will see you'll manifest the power.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
With all your feeling, how will I able to manifest this power? I feel stuck in manifesting the power. Just drop that feeling at Swamiji's feet. Okay. Just chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji. You will see you'll be able to manifest the power. The moment you drop the feeling of being stuck, you will see you will manifest this power.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes. So now I request all the participants to post, go ahead and post in the Facebook group whether the powerful cognitions which you got from this session, the clicks which you got, your experiences on power manifestation, how you manifest the power. Ma Agama Priya, how was your experience? Ma, did you manifest the power? I can see a smile on Ma Agama Priya's face. Okay, you're yet to manifest, Ma. Okay. How about Ma Istek, Ma Julie, Ma Gokila, Nithyanandam, Ma Sharmin? Yes, Ma Jnanapradayini, Ma Karini. See, if you feel stuck in manifesting the power, just decide not to drop from, just decide to come out from the feeling of stuck. Even if you did not manifest, it's fine. But don't have the feeling, okay, I'm not able to manifest power, I'm stuck. Don't have the feeling of stuck. When you keep on trying to manifest the power, that is Mukti Tattva. That is only meaning of liberation principle. The moment you decide to come out from the space of being stuck, and deciding to try again and again and again. That is only Mukti Tattva. So, is everyone understanding? Okay, yes. So now, with this powerful understanding of perfectionism, we will now be directly listening on Swamiji on DNA. What is exactly DNA and how it can be improved? So let us directly listen from Swamiji.
Scientists say that human species has evolved with two-stranded DNA found in every cell, determining the form. One part determines the form, the other determines the potential diseases and spiritual gifts. And another research says DNA contains blueprint for one's life's purpose and divine personality. Scientists are very clear about what we think is not our original blueprint. Means the one part only we are able to study, the two parts of the DNA, we are able to study still now only one part. And scientists are really feeling that is not really our blueprint. The unrevealed DNA, the part still which they are not able to discover or make it clear, logically understand, is called, they are naming it as a junk DNA. I can say the part which is discovered is junk DNA. The part which is not discovered, still yet to be realized, maybe I can use the word even the words like a biomemory, all these are too small words. They are using the word junk DNA or shadow DNA that contains information about who you really are on a level of spiritual beingness. I can say that part is what I can give the name Jeevatma. The part which they are calling as junk DNA or shadow DNA, I'll give the name as Jeevatma. Of course, you can give the name individual self DNA. Individual self DNA, because the junk word is too small, even the shadow word is too small. The healing modalities clear karmic blockages and stimulate these dormant portions of the DNA. So these are the discoveries. Whatever now I said are from various scientific researches, the discoveries and conclusions from various scientists. Now I'll try to explain exactly what I experience in these lines. Scientists are absolutely right when they say there's two parts in DNA. Only one part they are able to study, which is responsible for form and diseases. There is another part which is responsible for spiritual gifts. I tell you, the other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts only carries this extrasensory power, all the siddhis. Understand? This part which already science has understood, this part carries the ordinary samskaras and biomemories. See, this carries the microcosmic samskaras, whatever you got in this body, those samskaras. From the body of fish to this body. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, we claim fish is the first individual which has a capacity to collect samskara. Of course, even before fish, you can collect samskara, but it is untransmittable. That is why Matsyavatara is first avatara. Please understand. As fish, any engram you collect only can be transmittable. Till then it is so subtle, negligible, it cannot be transmittable. That is why the Vedic tradition we call first incarnation is Matsyavatara. Then the avataras, then the incarnations expand and grow. Actually, you need to understand, everybody is an incarnation who knows they are incarnations. That's all. See, incarnation means what exactly? Taking birth again and again. If you know you took birth again and again, that will lead you to enlightenment and you are incarnation. That's all. Nothing else. If you know you took birth again and again and again, and it's a reality, you will just realize, oh God, hey, I'm doing the same thing. That's enlightenment. Then you are incarnation. Understand, when I say, in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation, that is what I mean. It's not that before 2000 I was not incarnation. Only in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation. You understand what I am saying? You see, when you realize you took birth again and again and again, that suddenly makes you an incarnation. That just makes you an incarnation. So, even now all of you are incarnations. Now if you realize that truth, you are an incarnation, you can write a biography, autobiography of an avatar. With that understanding, when you look your whole life back, you will understand the whole thing was very synchronized way, very synergetic way, was planned for the speak hit. For the speak hit only, everything was very synergetically planned in a synchronized way. Now you will not understand that. You will see, oh, it's a big chaos. No, it is not. It is not. No chaos is a big chaos. You thinking that everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else. You thinking everything is everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else is chaos. It's a very revolutionary idea which I heard from Ram Surat Kumar, that Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, saint who lived in Arunachala. Many of you have heard about him, and very revolutionary thought, very revolutionary process. When somebody goes to him for liberation and all that, it's a little unconventional, untraditional. He always used to keep a rope, bunch of rope. I have seen. And he will completely tie them. He will tie their leg, he will tie their hands, and he will make them sit. Sometime even 24 hours he will make them sit. And those poor fellows have to be sitting. And naturally, 5-6 hours the dedication will be there. See, 5-6 hours, oh, this Swami is making me. The dedication will be there. And you will sit with patience. But after 10 hours, naturally the passions will wither away. Completely the passions will wither away. You can't, you see, just imagine, 10 hours your hands and legs are tied and made to sit, and you don't know when he is going to release you. See, if you know in one day he is going to release you, you will not have a problem. You don't know when he is going to release you. So first 5-6 hours the dedication will be up. That part will be up. Everything is okay. But after 10 hours, what will happen? That is when the suffocation will start. And especially physical tying up is such a survival thing. Nobody can tolerate more than maximum 10 hours. 10 hours is the maximum. You can't tolerate more than that. That's a maximum. Especially people who come to him for enlightenment, all these things, civilized people. They are not traditional trained criminals who are habituated for prison or handcuff and all that. All civilized, cultured people. So 10 hours will be too much. then that microcosmic biomemory, see the dedication which they carry in microcosmic biomemory will be exhausted. Let me give you the example of this microcosmic biomemory, macrocosmic biomemory. From the fish body till now, whatever you collected is microcosmic biomemory. That part only the scientists are able to analyze and understand as a known DNA. Let us call that as a known DNA. And the other part, which I call Jeevatman DNA, the individual self DNA, that part is a macrocosmic biomemory. Please understand. Macrocosmic biomemory means whatever has happened in the cosmos, whatever has happened in your body. When I say your body means not only just the 6 feet, whatever ingredient added to make these 6 feet, means when you are first time fish and the fight which you had with your spouse fish, that memory will be there. From whatever you collected from the fish body, it will pass to the next body, next body, next body. From that body to till this body, whatever was collected and transmitted is what I am calling microcosmic biomemory. And whatever has happened in cosmos is macrocosmic biomemory. A certain dedication or love will happen in microcosmic biomemory. With that only you recognize my microcosmic biomemory. See, in my microcosmic biomemory, something extraordinary expresses. So your microcosmic biomemory's dedication recognizes that. And after some time, the 10 hours passes. The 10 hour will be over. This Ram Saratkumar's 10 hour. If you see his photograph, he will always be having a thick coconut fiber rope, kaya rope. He will be having it. So he will tie the people with that only. He will tie their hand and leg very tightly. They can't move. And after that, he will put the hands on the leg and tie it. And those fellows have to be sitting. In 10 hours, that microcosmic dedication, microcosmic biomemory dedication will go away. That devotion will go away. That will be exhausted. After that, when the suffocation starts only, he will just sit and wait. He will watch how they are irritated. And by 10 hours, they will start telling him, no, leave us, it's okay, wait. And then he will ask, so this is your dedication for enlightenment. He will make them very clearly understand that their microcosmic biomemory strength is only this much. Only this much spiritual experience can be acquired by them. See, it's like your microcosmic biomemory's dedication gets attached to my microcosmic biomemory's expression. Now I want to define God. Whatever you don't have is God. All that you don't have put together is God. That is why you are attracted to God. So whatever your microcosmic biomemory does not have, my microcosmic biomemory has it. That is why that attraction. But the funny thing is, your microcosmic biomemory's attraction, how much dedication it has, that much only I can pour. I can't pour more than that. But your greed demands more pouring. More pouring is demanded. So within the 10 hours, he will make them understand that this much only can be poured, understand. And there are few people, very intelligent, I have seen at least 2 cases. Who just withstood more than 10 hours also. When they lie down, I have really seen completely, not just their brain, pulse rate will become 0. I have seen at least 2% whose pulse rate has become 0 He'll make them, he did both persons separately, not at a time, separately. I have seen he made that person lie down on that samadhi, tomb of Tirunnamalai. In Tirunnamalai there is a burial ground where he used to live regularly. He made that person lie down on the tomb. After that, removing the rope, I have seen that person becoming zero, that pulse rate becoming zero. It's like a step-by-step process. That biomemory, he will agitate it, then exhaust it, that dedication, the biomemory will go away. And the funny thing is, he knows exactly where that person is caught. He will not use this process for everybody. He knows exactly where the person is caught. And somehow he will agitate exactly that samskara by talking. By talking, he will exactly awaken that samskara. One fellow gave the promise to him, I saw in these two. It's a very beautiful process. Promise to him that I will not move till you leave me. I won't bother. So he sat and really he sat whole day and did not get agitated. Then he had a dog. He threw the dog and he sent word through that dog to the Narayana Swami, the another one mantric saint about whom I have spoken in my biography. He sent word for that guy. That guy came. And both of them are smokers. That guy is a specialist in having a mirror, and he will apply some kind of a anjanam, that black eyeliner on the mirror, and whatever he wants he will show it like a TV. So this Raghupati Yogi was making this fellow sit. He is sitting, this guy is just sitting. One day passed, but this fellow is not agitated. This Raghupati Yogi sent word for that Narayana Swami. That Narayana Swami came, and this Raghupati Yogi said, in a very, Yogi Ram Swarup Kumar, he said, in a very casual way, hey, show him what is happening in his house with his wife. That guy showed that lady was having some affair with somebody. This fellow's only attachment was with the wife. So that fellow showed it, the TV showed very clearly that wife was having affair with somebody. So immediately that engram got agitated, that agitation happened, got awakened. And this fellow immediately wanted to go to the house. He's telling, leave my rope, leave everything, I wanted to go there. And somehow this Raghupati Yogi was able to, Ram Swarup Kumar was able to slowly talk to him. Now tell me, you gave the promise that you will work till the end. Now I only brought and awakened this agitation. Now even if you go, what are you going to do? What can be done? Nothing can be done. So understand, this is the biomemory in which you are stuck. Where? Why the microcosm? See, when this microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory meets, that area will be very thick. That microcosmic biomemory's last layer will be very thick. It's like a coconut. When you grind the coconut, finally the shell will be very thick. The white part will be very soft. That will all come away. That's what is dedication part. That coconut part is the engram. When there you start digging, it will create sound. That layer, his layer, that layer for him was his deep attachment to the wife. You see, in Anandagandha Chakra, it will lead only to that macrocosmic experience when you close your eyes and sit. But in the life itself, you see, it's like what is Anandagandha Chakra? You know, that coconut shell is there. That all that coconut fiber, coconut part, white part, fruit part, that is taken away by the, that is what is microcosmic biomemory. Only if one hole I make in that shell, and macrocosmic biomemory gushes through that one hole, it is called Anandagandha Chakra. If the whole shell is broken, it is called Jivan Mukti. So if you are living with me, I will break the whole shell, put you in Sahaja Samadhi. Because I am a macrocosmic biomemory, I grind you both sides. See, my form, microcosmic biomemory of me, is only grinding the fruit side, the white side. And my macrocosmic biomemory, me present everywhere, that will be grinding you from the shell side. Both will be grinding. This macrocosmic biomemory obeys prayer. If you feel the grinding is too much, pray. Immediately macrocosmic biomemory will stop it. Or if you say, no, I want this to go on. Let it be done. Let me be done with it. Then it will go on. Please understand, this microcosmic biomemory, which is responding to you, is that is only cleaning the fruit side, the white side. It will be drilling, drying, and drying. That how much that fruit thickness, that much only is the dedication. When all the dedication is exhausted, when that n-gram crushing is happening, that's where that sound will come. That sound is coming means that n-gram crushing is happening. N-gram crushing is happening. See, when that sound comes, this microcosmic biomemory will not move further. It cannot move further. See, when the microcosmic biomemory exhausts, the layer which need to be opened is that second layer DNA, what I call as Jeevatman portion of DNA, the self DNA. Understand? The self DNA. Why I call that as a Jeevatman, because still it is connected to microcosmic biomemory. When the microcosmic biomemory is completely exhausted, then this unknown DNA, what they call junk DNA, shadow DNA, that part can be called as the Parabrahman or the God, the macrocosmic biomemory or Paramatma. You don't need to call that as Jeevatma. As on now, microcosmic biomemory in you is known DNA. Macrocosmic biomemory in you is Jeevatman. In me, the microcosmic biomemory is Jeevatman and macrocosmic biomemory is Paramatman. There is no known DNA in me. That is why I defy all the known DNA rules and philosophies. When microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory is drilling the coconut. But one important thing, everybody behaves very intelligently till their coconut is grilled. That is the most unfortunate thing. See, let other coconuts get drilled. These guys will have so much of consolation, love, promise, words, inspiration, lifting, elevating. When their coconut gets drilled only. What about you guys? Even for me this has happened. When my coconut was getting drilled in 1999, before 2000, even I had to go through such a thing. See, when you do the weightlifting, how the nerves are seen by green, Like that, when I went through that grilling, all my nerves were seen as red. That kind of a drilling. Whenever you are able to see the nerves in the red, just understand the drilling is going on. Drilling is going on. That's what has happened in me. It will not be seen in the green or other color. It will be very deep red. Heavy pain. Heavy pain. Physically, these are the symptoms to find out whether drilling is going on. Choosing to choose. Deciding to decide. It's almost like when you are standing in the waves, the sand under your feet will be washed away, taken away. If you decide to push, you can stand. If you just slip one step, what will happen? You will just go with the wave. Now I'll become busy with somebody else and something else. The second layer DNA, the Jeevatman DNA, if that is awakened in you, you become a new being, new human being. The whole purpose is to awaken that second layer, Jeevatman DNA in you guys. That's all, nothing else. It means you have to completely annihilate whatever you are holding. Like that Narada, when he was caught in the flood, in Yamuna, I told you Narada's story, who got caught in illusion. That wife went away. The child is slipping out of the hand. And luggage, the wealth, little wealth, is leaving the hand. So that is the time when the first level biomemory gets exhausted. Narada has to drop that. No other way, let go. Then Krishna's voice said, hey Narada, oh God, the second level biomemory is awakened. The Jeevatman biomemory is awakened. Complete annihilation. There is no shortcut for in the spiritual line, understand. If you put yourself into that belt, conveyor belt, there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. You can only pray and tell the power system, hey, stop the belt. I don't want to move further. Let the belt be stopped. The prayer will always have the answer. Either you should know, is this lubrication? Lubrication means love. Is this enough for me to go through this drilling, this process? Let me pass. If you feel no, it is too much, then tell, pray, stop the belt. That's all. There is no shortcut. There is no technique or shortcut. Technique and shortcuts can give you one drilling, like a one hole in the shell, Anandagandha, but not complete annihilation. All the concept you have, all the idea you have, all the relationship you have, all the holdings you have, everything has to be annihilated, no other way. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't even say, no, I don't want enlightenment, I don't want. You just stop this process. Maybe if you say that you can stop the process to the macrocosm, then it stops. I've seen. It stops and puts more lubrication. A lot of love and more lubrication and pacifies. But again, when you feel comfortable, everything is okay, again that belt starts moving towards the drilling machine. But that is what everybody wants. That is what all the jivas want. It's a tremendous love with which the cosmos does the whole drama game. All right. So let the Jeevatman DNA be awakened in you. The self DNA be awakened in you. That is what is repository of all the siddhis, all the great siddhis, powers. See, in the microcosmic biomemory, The powers which has microcosmic biomemory is that moving your hand and eating, chewing, swallowing, lungs, heart, all these things are microcosmic biomemories powers, which goes on without even your knowledge. Same way, in macrocosmic biomemory, that Jeevatman DNA, there only all the extraordinary powers like a flying, levitating, all those things are there. Mahima, Lahima, Karima, Anima, Ishitvam, Vashitvam, Prapti, all those siddhis, they are there in macrocosmic biomemory. But that will be awakened only if the microcosmic biomemory is annihilated. Awakening the Jeevatman DNA is the essence. So the essence of my today's message is, two part of DNA you have. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The unknown, the second one is unknown, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, which I call as Jeevatman DNA, self DNA. Awaken that self DNA, because that has all extraordinary powers. Life will become extraordinary joy when that is awakened. And the known DNA will dry. Those biomemories has to be dried. No other way. It cannot give you the life. That is not your blueprint. That is not your blueprint. You need to know that. As long as you catch that as a blueprint, life will be struggle. It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA. Allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jeevatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. I bless you all with my deep love. Let you all experience the lubrication, love energy.
How beautifully Swamiji revealed to all of us the two parts of us that are there within us. We learn every time in modern science that only 2% of our DNA, only 2 strands of our DNA actually have use for us. And the remaining is just junk. But Swamiji is giving the reality of what this so-called junk DNA is. It is our Jeevatman DNA. It is the component of Paramashiva, of the ultimate that is there within us. As Ma Priyatma Surupini so beautifully have summarized, go on, be in action. Don't wait for perfection. That perfectionism, that attitude of being in life comes from this Jeevatman DNA. It is not junk. Swamiji says, I can say the DNA that is active is the junk DNA. How many of you really understood this? There's 2 strands of DNA within you. That ultimate cosmic DNA, as Swamiji says, that DNA of us, which holds our key to experiencing ourselves as the cosmos. Jeevatman DNA, this second component of our DNA, is what is the repository of all great Shaktis, powers and possibilities. This is what holds all our possibilities. Start cherishing in your DNA. Anything I know, I will become bigger than that. That is authenticity. Swamiji says this is the DNA of enlightenment. Whatever you know as you should stand with the one idea. I will become bigger than that. Not by making that smaller, but by raising me higher. That is the 2 parts of the DNA. where the junk DNA, which is responsible for whatever we know nowadays about the DNA. We have the DNA sequencing, the what is responsible for genetic diseases, what is responsible for hereditary diseases, what is responsible for the way we look, whether it's the shape of our eyes, the color of our hair. All of that comes, even to some level, our intelligence. All of that comes from this tiny bit called the Jeevatma, the normal DNA which is active, which Swamiji says is actually the junk. From fish body until now, whatever we have collected, that is what is there as the beginning part of the DNA. Our conscious decision process is the awakening of the Jeevatman DNA within us. Through initiation, Swamiji awakens this Jeevatman DNA, this authentic expression, the peak, biggest expression of ourselves, is what is awakened through initiation. Yes, Ma Agama Priya, are you understanding what I'm saying? Ma Gokila, Ma Shobha Patel, Nithyananda Ma. Yes, so are you understanding these two components and what exactly the junk DNA is and what the Jeevatman DNA is? Did post in the chat. Yes, Ma Priyatma Surupini, my stack, all of you. Our DNA, the DNA wormhole, as Swamiji says, has all the past information, not only from this life. See, your DNA does not only have the information from this life, it has the information from multiple lives. Like Swamiji says, from the first body that can hold a biomemory, from the fish body, to you moved on to the bird, to turtles, to snakes, to animals, mammals, monkey, until the time you receive the human body. All that Swamiji says, for like the example Swamiji gives is all the fights you had with when you were a fish with your spouse fish. All of that biomemory, all of those patterns is what is stored in the regular DNA. When Swamiji manifests this higher DNA, which has all our powers, all the Shaktis of Paramashiva, of Swamiji, when Swamiji awakens that, we manifest all these possibilities and powers. See, throughout the program, initiation is nothing but the awakening of this DNA. That is what even mainly today's initiation is about. Today in the initiation, we are all going to be understanding and receiving the blessing of awakening the Jeevatman DNA, the so-called junk DNA, the remaining 10 strands of dormant DNA in our body. Swamiji also says, he says, we can do even medical tests, medical research to prove the existence of this extra strand of DNA within us being awakened. And very, very clearly, Swamiji reveals how at the awakening of each strand, how more and more possibilities start. When you overcome fear, you open another strand of DNA. When you overcome greed, you open another strand of DNA. Like this, up to the details, Swamiji reveals to us. And once we have awakened all the 12 strands, we become completely Paramashiva. Can I have everyone post? Are you understanding? Are you actually cognizing this? Jnana Pradayini, Malaina Sylvie, Purusha, are you understanding this? Yes. So now we are going to continue the power manifestation. But with this clear understanding that every time you manifest powers, you are actually functioning from that Jeevatman DNA. It is no longer the limited version of you that you know yourself as. See, Swamiji says that these Panchabhutas, which we are working with today, we are playing with today during the power manifestation, are actually not something separate from you. The society has conditioned us so much, right? Like to really believe that this Panchabhutas are something external. They need to be tamed because we are like, we see, oh, recently the earthquake that happened, or our relation towards nature has become that. But through this power, what you are doing, you're connecting to the cosmic self of you. When you look at yourself as a small self, as this limited DNA, this limited self, only then are we separate from nature. But when you are able to connect to that cosmic self of you, you become the DNA of the cosmos. Then simply because that is you can just play with these elements. Swamiji reveals the flesh and bone in our body is the earth element. Our blood and our water in our body is the water element. The fire element is the Jataragni. What you can roughly equate it to our mitochondria cell energy or to our metabolism. The stomach that burns the food that goes into it. And then we have this air energy in our body. One is the breathing we go through, and Swamiji also reveals our inner chatter is the air component. And the space component, that core within us on which our life is reflected, that space component, the prana. When you are in sync, when you are able to experience these 5 elements within you, simply you can play with the 5 elements outside. So let's enter into the power manifestation. In this round, we are going to be manifesting oneness with the element of water. This element of water, which constitutes up to 70 to 80% of your body and 70 to 80% of Earth's surface, is also water. That water we are going to be connecting to. In this round, we are going to be moving an object using the water. So you know how in a swimming pool, or let's say in a lake, you see ripples, right? Or in the ocean, you have waves. Anything that's placed on the wave moves along with the wave, right? The same way, by connecting with the water, you're going to create movement in the water that will move the object. You would have watched Avatar, especially the water bending, where he lifts the whole ocean like that. But from the space of oneness with the water, you're not seeing yourself as the water is there and have to control it, as we learned in the morning. In that space of pure oneness with it, by understanding a movement in my body is a movement of the water element. Swamiji actually reveals when your pupils widen, when your eyes become bigger, in some place in the galaxy, a sun is expanding. A star is increasing its brightness. When your pupils narrow, when your pupils become small, somewhere in the cosmos, a sun is becoming smaller. That is the level of connection we have with nature. Yes, so shall we start now? I request all of you, you can keep a cup or a bowl of water and place any object inside the water. Using the water, you're going to be moving that object. Yes, let us start. Sit straight. Connect to Swamiji. Just declare to move the water in that space of pure oneness. Let the pumping of your heart that's circulating your blood be the same force through which you're going to move the water. chant the Mahavakya, actually we see that vibration, we have the whole science of cymatics, which says just different frequencies can cause a change in material objects. They play certain frequency of music through resonance, which causes using the harmonic resonance, where the frequency of what is put into the air matches the natural state of frequency of that object, causing the object to vibrate. This is taking it to the next level, because when you are chanting the Mahavakya, you're tuning into its frequency not at the Bhuloka level, not at the level of what you see it as, but at its highest frequency of Mahakailasa. Swamiji says the Mahavakya is a direct door to Mahakailasa. The minute you chant it, he is there. So let us start. Keep your cup of water in front of your camera. Yes, I see my head is flat. You put your cup with something floating in it. Thank you, Ma.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om.
Yes, all of you, as you're doing the manifestation, remind yourself of the powerful cognition. See, all power manifestation happens as a result of powerful cognition. If you click with this one thing, oh my god, that possibility is there within me. That click is powerful enough to make you manifest powers. All power manifestation is just a cognition shift. So remind yourself of all the cognition shifts you have received today. Anything that clicked with you. I see so many people posting about how the clicks of whenever you feel stuck, take one simple action. This is exactly what Swamiji says. Powerful cognition, power manifestation. If it's not happening, what is the solution? More power manifestation. Because the solution to being stuck is not stopping. The solution is to continue taking actions towards it, even if it's not giving you the result you're expecting. That is what makes the manifestation happen. So connect, Swamiji, and just in that space of pure oneness, in that cosmic, connecting to that cosmic self of you, request the object, the water, to move in the cup. Yes. So all of you can post. See, Ma Hedi, I'm watching you doing the manifestation, Ma. And Ma Hedi Shlak, Ma, I'm watching you do the manifestation, and I'm able to see that somewhere within you there is a cognition that of how the manifestation has to happen. See, actually, I've seen this with many Gurukul Balasans. When they're doing a different power manifestation, the manifestation will actually be happening, but it will not be matching to their idea of how the manifestation has to happen. In so many people have seen this, man. I'm able to see somewhere you're holding an idea of how exactly manifestation happens. Ma Hedi, Ma, are you able to hear me? Yes, ma'am. So I'm able to see that somewhere you're holding this idea that if manifestation happens, this is how it looks. Like, for example, the same power. The manifestation means that this object that I've kept, this is a stick or something, it has to move across the water. But Ma, I just wanted to tell you one thing. Like Swamiji says, it's not about how it looks outside. It is about the space that you're experiencing inside, Ma. Are you understanding this? Inside, are you experiencing that space of bliss, the space of oneness? That matters much, much more than whatever is happening outside. Like I just explained, it is the 5 elements within our body that is expressed as the 5 elements outside. So, Ma, for you, when you're doing today, especially furthermore in the other power manifestation sessions, connect to the element of that within your body. Physically look inside. When you just close your eyes, sit and look inside. Where is that element within my body? And connect in the space of oneness with that. When that oneness happens, Ma, the outside manifestation will happen as a byproduct. Are you understanding, Ma? Okay. So in the next power manifestation, just do this, okay, Ma? Yes. So now we are going to be entering into the next session. This next session is actually a very exciting session. In the morning, we listened briefly that Nataraja is the embodiment of the space dimension, right? We're going to really be understanding that space dimension of the cosmos, which Swamiji says is the Akasha Tattva, the principle of space in the cosmos. This is the highest perceivable thing by the human logic. Higher than any of the 5 elements, any of the 5 actions of Paramashiva, any of the 5 dimensions. The highest is that space dimension which we can cognize through the human mind. When we understand that, when we relax into that space dimension, we realize our nature as Swamiji, as Paramashiva. So let us listen from Swamiji now about the higher powerful cognitions on Akasha Tattva, the space dimension.
Space
Kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word Kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So, what he left it for us to understand, from that, the word Kasha only is there. So, let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva dancing in the space of Chidambara generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult, you can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words: Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, if you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live, the state, space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha, am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality, but if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara, grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there? Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen, default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the Jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist, and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. more tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Kadakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed, and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released, is shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training, because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me does not matter, or yesterday only you entered the program does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience. I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel? Listen carefully. After the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen carefully. LBD active. LBD active on the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha,
allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it. I should call biodigitizing. Sense it. It hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there's a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Just like gravity has its own logic, consciousness has its own logic. Brahmanda, cosmos, is Pindanda, the body you are carrying. If you decide we all need to know decisions are not a logical thought current. It is Sankhya, multi-dimensional logical force. Sankalpa is not one more thought or idea you have. Listen carefully. Conscious visualization is impacting your inner and outer reality in multi-dimensional way. Conscious visualization is the Sankhya, multi-dimensional logic, way, I will repeat, listen. Conscious visualization, Satya Sankalpa, is the way you can impact your inner and outer reality drastically. This powerful cognition is the Sankhya, multi-dimensional logic of consciousness and Parashakti. We all underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Do not underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Because conscious visualization directly impacts the space, Akasa Tattva. Akasha Tattva is powerful enough to manifest what you want in your life. Multi-dimensional functional logic of Akasha Tattva, space principle, the space power. I will reveal it to you now. Listen. What I am revealing now will become reality to all the beings who declare their integrity to me. Listen. If you want, take few seconds and consciously declare your integrity to me. It does not require you to give your money or any precious things you think as your possession. Nothing need to be renounced. Be very clear. I am putting it very clearly. Now, you declaring your conscious integrity to me does not require anything to be, anything which you like or love as your life to be given away. Conscious integrity is the Sankhya multi-dimensional logic, methodology through which you connect your spiritual umbilical cord connection to me. Whoever connects whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me, I can share that to you. You can receive that to you into your system. Hinduism is all about Guru-disciple tradition, Guru-Sishya Sampradaya. All the great things are revealed through the Guru-Sishya Sampradaya to the world. I tell you, whenever you declare your integrity to a Guru, all his realizations and experience, expertise, Satya, Satya, Shaktis become yours. Length, breadth, depth, time. You say you know only these four. Where does this four exist? That is what is space. These five are called unit dimensions. Listen carefully, not dimensions, unit dimensions. Centimeter itself is not enough information for you to understand how many centimeter cloth you need. For example, you go and ask the tailor, I want to stitch my dress. How many meter cloth I need? He says, meter. Meter means what? Tell me how many meter? Meter is only a unit, not quantity. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. These five are unit dimensions.
not actual dimensions. The permutations and combinations of these five, length, breadth, depth, time and space, permutation combination of all these five playing around, understand, that is what is the 11 dimensions. The permutation combination of all these playing around is 11 dimensions. Understand, length, breadth, depth, time and space. Actually, when the length, breadth, time gets activated in the space, listen carefully. When the length, breadth, depth, mass gets activated in the space, it generates time. So the mass and its velocity in the space produces certain friction which is called time. Mass, when it produces certain velocity in the space, the friction generated is called time. Nowadays, by the time they are 30, maximum 35, they have seen everything, they have done everything which you can imagine, you can't imagine. What more to do? Nothing more. The only way to win this game of boredom is understanding what is time, what is space, the interaction between these two, and knowing the very entry of time into space and space into time is an exciting celebration. Only that will give you the eternal celebration. Otherwise, people are tired of dancing, drinking, marijuana. People are tired of everything. They have done everything. All these became outdated. Drinks, womanizing, marijuana, whatever you call it as a pleasure. Vacation, cruise, this, that. Everything has become old fashioned, old style. Now all this no more attracts the next generation. We have seen what is there next. We have seen what is there next. Human beings have gone to the extreme. Now nothing more excites. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chidakasha. The state, space where you live, the state, space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha, am I right? So this is called Katakasha if you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. Mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Ghatam. No, Ghatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Ghatam. Ghatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Ghatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Tahara Vidya. Tahara Vidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Tahara Vidya. Precisely if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence, Tahara, grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Tahara Vidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside.
every word that we utter has so much of power. Like Swamiji has summarized the power of words and how we should be harnessing the power of words so beautifully in this one session. What did you all click with the most in this one session? Can I request every one of you to post in the chat? What was your powerful click with this session? Ma Kasturi Aravindan and Ma Savitri, Ma Maluhya Mauna. Come on, can I request all of you to share? Ma Maha Bhairavajnana, Ma Nitya Arunachala, Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Purushananda. Come on, can I request all of you to share? Ma Saumya Prabhala, Nithyanandam, Ma Nitya Vamadeva, Ma Saroja Plush, Ma Shukrendrananda. Because this session is something too important. If we understand this one principle that Swamiji explained, you will have the power to tell anything. Like if you declare by tonight you want to manifest $10,000, you will actually start manifesting. Swamiji has given us a secret key for that. So just want to make sure none of you are missing this out. How many of you are listening? How many of you are here? If you are seeing and hearing and listening, please put yes in the chat. Nithyanandam secret copper. You understood about the time explanation of Swamiji's. Okay, Nithyanandam Ma Tanja Devarne Ma Hedi Shlak. Okay, Ma Saroj Aplush Ma Vamadeva. Okay, Ma Purushananda saying she understood that our words inside and outside create a reality when they hit our space. Yes, and Ma Hedi Shlak has posted her understanding. Ma Savitri, what did you understand? Manitya Purushananda has posted, Swamiji's words in this session is so powerful. Swamiji's revelations are so powerful on this topic and so intense that it takes many number of times to listen and understand it. Actually, and the best part with Swamiji's words, right? Like every session, every time you listen, you will always feel like, oh God, I'm learning something new this time again. You, no matter how many, every satsang that you pick, this is like by default, this happens. You go back and listen to it again. Next time, again, you listen and you're like, oh God, I didn't hear this last time. I didn't catch it last time this way. Because Swamiji explains beautifully, the maturity of the inner space each time is like more and more and more. So the same truth when you listen, based on the different space, the maturity that you listen from, you receive that experience. So each time it's like again and again, it will feel like new. Ma Savitri has posted, our words are powerful. We create our reality. Actually, the truth that Swamiji gave a very simple and a very beautiful analogy. Like Swamiji said, how when one object strikes another object, sound is generated, correct? When your right hand strikes the left hand, what happens? Sound is generated, correct? Same way, when your thought hits the space, the reality is generated in front of us. Every thought of ours is responsible to create the reality in front of us. This is one of the most powerful, most crucial, important revelation here. So many times we're all like so used in our normal life, right? We're so used to using words. We are so casual with it. We keep repeating certain words, right? How many times do you all get irritated and we say, oh God, I don't want this. Let it just get lost. Or I just don't want any of this. Just hell with it. I can't manage life. Life is too hard. And people are not nice. I don't like this. I don't like that. Very casually, we keep uttering these words. And remember, every single time you utter a word, life will generate that reality. So Ma Savitri has posted that what our thoughts is responsible to create a reality. Yes, and the source of those thoughts is us. Every word you utter, Ma, the more and more number of words that you keep uttering again and again. I'll just give a very powerful experience that I've had with this. Like it's a very simple thing. It's a very, very simple thing, but it had such a big impact. And when Swamiji told that, when Swamiji revealed this, right? After that, when I went back and revisited, I started catching it. So like how in each of our life we utter a word, and because of us uttering a certain word, we make the situation good or bad for us. I'll give you a very simple example. So 2 years back, about 2 years, 2.5 years back, Swamiji had told in one satsang that castor oil is like liquid God. God in liquid form is castor oil. So Swamiji had told like every one of you should take castor oil every day, and that will give you the best health. So at that time, when I listened to that word, right, that kept ringing in my head. I was like, okay, castor oil is like the best. That was my introduction to castor oil. So then I went, and every day I started having castor oil. I used to drink it like every day, and I had absolutely no reaction to it. I just enjoyed the process of whatever it is, and I used to drink the castor oil. So every time I remember the castor oil in me, the word that was generated in me is okay, it is liquid form of God. And Swamiji said to drink it for the best health. So I'm drinking it. Once what happened, while I was drinking castor oil, there was another person who was taking castor oil at the same time. And we had somehow we sparked the conversation. And then in that conversation, that person said that every time you drink castor oil, a certain reaction happens in the body. See, it's not that consciously this whole thing happens, but it's a very small incident, but it was so powerful after I listened to Swamiji's thing and I mapped this. And she said, like, she said her body has a certain reaction to it, and she cannot drink castor oil at all. I heard that, I processed that into my head. Though it was not my experience. Next time when I went to take castor oil, I remembered that word. That word stuck in my inner space again. Second time I went to take castor oil, again that word stuck. By the fifth time, actually every time I took castor oil, I started reacting that exact same way. I could clearly see how my body had completely adapted itself. It's a very casual thing. It's a very, very small thing. It may even seem silly. But that one word, going on repeating that word again and again and again in my inner space, not that someone came and told me, I kept repeating it. I actually made that as my reality. So the next time I went and tried taking castor oil, I could not take it. Then I listened to this satsang of Swamiji's, this Akasha Tattva satsang. That very day, I realized, oh my God, I have been cherishing the wrong word inside of me. So the reality in front of me is again and again reflecting back that. And that day, when I listened to this Akasha Tattva satsang and then I went back, I reworded my inner space. I changed my cognition, and when I went back, I absolutely stopped having that reaction once again. My body aligned itself back. It might be very simple, just for a silly castor oil, but this is how all of us, I realize like this is what Swamiji is saying. All of us do this in our life, where we utter a certain word. We say, I hate this person. Because you keep saying, I hate this person, the hatred becomes so strong. It becomes like irretrievable, because you keep generating that word inside of you. That becomes the reality in front of you. How many of you are catching it?
Actually, once you cognize this, various incidents in your life and the way how life occurs to you, that itself can be completely transformed. If you are able to cognize and understand this, I request you to show a thumbs up. How many of you are cognizing and understanding this? All the male bodies, come on. I see very few of you only on camera. How many of you are understanding? Thank you. We'll see some more people who are not raising your hands. I request all of you to intensely listen, and if you have questions, feel free to ask. Okay. I see a question from Ezekiel Aya. He's asked, if I manifest from space, does that mean that I don't need to work on trying to connect with the elements? Through space, they will listen to me. First thing, everything that's established on space, yes, they will listen to you. Swamiji says, your thoughts are powerful enough to be able to influence anything that is on space. It has the power to influence the space and therefore anything established on space. And this space is not part of the 5 elements. In the 5 elements, what we have as space is Vyoma. What we have as Akasha is like a more conscious space, the inner space that we have. It's filled, infused with consciousness. With that, you will be able to impact, influence, and change, alter anything, including the 5 elements. The 5 elements are a very, it's like physically available to us. What we can physically in a gross level, we will be able to relate with them. But it's a very low frequency existence. In subtler, meaning very high frequency, it is not these 5 elements, but the higher dimensions of the existence through which we can control them. Simple example. If you have the power to play with these elements, that is one. But if you have the power of changing your inner space with the ability to change your inner space with your will, you can move anything the way you want to move. Anything can move the way how you want it to be. It is like you have the power over everything by having the power over your inner space. It includes people. Including the people, you will have power over everything. That is the power of Akasha. I hope you are understanding now. How many of you are clicking with this? How many of you are able to understand? The words you utter makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Whether is your space going to be infused with consciousness or not is based on the consciousness you're infusing in your inner space through words. Many times you may be feeling, I'm such a good person. I've been doing only good things, but why only bad things happen to me? But look at that fellow. He's doing all bad things, but he's having best life. Understand the words you cherish inside. You may be a very, very pious person in terms of your living, but if your words, the thoughts and the words that you carry inside you are not aligned to that, if you go on cherishing, my life is bad, you'll only attract that. Understand the words we carry inside has a huge power over our inner space and our external space. It has the power over Akasha.
Actually, each one of you, if you revisit back your life, how many of you are seeing throughout a day, many times we very casually use the words. Every word you utter inside of yourself. See, every thought you generate, your thoughts becomes words, your words becomes actions, actions generate becomes your life, and life creates reality. This is a flow. This is how exactly it happens for all of us. So what happens inside of you constantly we create inside of us, each of us create conflicting words. Once we say in the morning that, hey, today I want to go, I want to work hard, I want to hit my goals, and I want to by the end of this month I should achieve my goals of how much I've decided to manifest my wealth. But by afternoon, you get tired. Evening, you're frustrated with your job. You come back, you say, "Oh, I don't want any of this. I just want to leave all of this, go somewhere and enjoy some vacation. I want to just withdraw from all these work. I can't handle this work stress." Each time, we keep uttering different words. Every single word you utter generates the reality in front of you. How many of you are catching this? How many of you are understanding this? Can you all wave your hands? Now, go back to your life. See at least 5 statements, so you all will actually be able to map it. Write down any 5 statements that you kept uttering again and again and again and again and again, because of which an experience became bad for you. Like, for example, the first time you went and you tried doing yoga, you tried waking up early in the morning, and you kept repeating to yourself, "It's going to be boring. I can never make it in the morning. I'm not a morning person." All these type of statements you keep making, and by then end you will actually see you'll be struggling to wake up in the morning. Or sometimes you would have take some incidents, something, it can even be positive. It need not be only negative. Like for sometimes, let's say a certain food, it would have been bitter, you don't like it, a healthy food, like say neem juice, okay? So you would have not liked it, but you kept repeating, "It's okay. Swamiji told neem juice is good, so it is good, it is good." And by the end of it, you actually started enjoying the neem juice. Listen, we all have so many incidents based on every experience of reality is based on the words that we would have uttered. So go ahead and list them down. Pen down 5 negative statements and 5 positive statements which you kept uttering and made that as a reality in your life. relax. Hope all of you finished writing. How many of you are actually seeing how your words actually impact your experience and your reality? So next time onwards, just remember this one principle. Swamiji has given us this Akasha Tattva, the harnessing the power of your words, the power of space. What space you are in your space, every thought you have is going to keep generating the reality. So the next time you feel like there's something wrong happening in your life, you feel like, okay, things are all out of control, you don't know how to do, you don't know how to get things back in place. Remember this one principle. Remember to apply this principle of Akasha Tattva. Your word is going to generate the experience more and more for you. So the more you utter the right, powerful cognition-based thinking, the Sadbhasha, life will reflect that back to you. But the more and more you utter incompletions, cherishing the patterns, then life is going to be manifesting that for you. Even for power manifestation, it's the same principle. We need to remember the Mukti Tattva and Akasha Tattva, where you should entertain the thought current, the thought pattern of having to the negative thinking inside of you, where you constantly cherish the patterns. And at the same time, you should not be stuck. You should not stop. These two play instrumental in your ability to have breakthrough in power manifestation. Are you all catching it? Now, I request every one of you to sit and bring this decision with that tremendous clarity in your inner space. And before that, there's a question. Okay, so Manitya Purushananda is saying, how to monitor all our thoughts and words inside? It's a lot of words inside all day. If this is so, then can't we just constantly say inside I'm enlightened and that will just manifest soon? The answer is yes. Ma, you should understand, Ma Purushananda, just by you telling I am enlightened, I am enlightened, I am enlightened, you will actually become enlightened. But for that consistently you believing, see Ma, the more and more and more you keep repeating that word will become your cognition. And the more and more that cognition gets deepened in you, cognition becomes your action. The action becomes your experience, and that generates reality.
Actually, just to add to it, first thing we need to understand it a little deeper. One is the words you cherish inside. Yes, it's even though it sounds like so much you have to keep monitoring, the words are rooted with just few thought currents. The thought currents are like the roots from which you generate those words. There are many words you can keep cherishing, but if you see, for example, you feel like you're a very victim person, like you feel life has been very unfair to you. If that's your underlying thought current, from that you will be feeling you're so victim, you are very poor person, and nobody likes you. You may have hundreds of words inside of you, but the root thought current would be just a few. If you are able to identify that root thought current and complete with that, then automatically the words will change. Second, constantly practicing the Sat Bhasha. That's what Swamiji teaches us in Gurukul. In Gurukul, we always speak, like even the words would not be with I, me, my, no, not. Instead, it will be like Ma Tattvapriya wants this. Ma Tattvapriya avoids wanting this. So the way we talk, by the very words, the sentences, the structure, even unconsciously, you'll start cherishing to see yourself as a second, third person instead of the first person. In that level, just changing one few words, it makes a huge impact in your inner space. Like, for example, like if I say I want something versus when I say Ma Tattvapriya wants this, there's already a distance between like that feeling of I and the person, right? So the way how things will impact you, the consciousness, the awareness we have, everything would be completely different. So that is why the language we use is of very, very, very high importance. And third, what type of things are you listening to? That matters a lot. What kind of words are you letting inside your biomemory? One is taking a decision to cleanse whatever you have already taken in. But from this point onwards, how do you want your inner space to be? If you go on soaking yourself in listening to Swamiji again and again and again, his words will enter inside you and it will completely detox you from all the previous words you carry and fill you, flood you, overflow through you. You will see even the physical structure of your body will change. You'll become extremely graceful. That's the power, just the words. Just changing words inside of you can have a physical change even externally. Because this will directly affect your thoughts. When the thoughts reduce and you're more and more unclutched, because Swamiji's teachings will put you in unclutching, you will see all the unnecessary toxins that are sitting physically in your body will leave your system. Automatically your lifestyle will change, your life will transform, and the way you feel about you when you are there alone with yourself, that secret corner of your heart, in your most cherished space, that you are there with you. What words you carry, that is going to influence you in every level. That itself will transform when you just let yourself to be soaked again and again with Swamiji's teachings. And the next thing is ajapa japa, doing the ajapa japa of Mahavakya. All these are various techniques through which you will be able to have that powerful inner space inside of you. Ma Purushananda, I hope I answered your question.
And I just wanted to answer, add another point to it. But it's a very beautiful story Swamiji shares. There's this young boy who goes to the school. He goes to his guru. Okay, so he learns, and he's a little very innocent. He doesn't know anything. So the guru is almost done with his lessons, and in the end of the day, guru tells, "Okay, I'm just telling you this one word, and think about it and come back." So then the guru tells him the word Aham Brahmasmi. Okay, and the disciple, by the time he could ask the meaning of it, the session is over and all that, and he couldn't understand what it means. So he keeps repeating Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, and he keeps coming. And then the father asks, "Say, what are you chanting? What do you keep saying?" Then the then this kid says, "Look, my guru told Aham Brahmasmi, so I'm chanting Aham Brahmasmi." And the father says, "Do you know the meaning?" Then he says, "No, I don't know the meaning." Then the father tells, "That means I am Brahman." Okay. Then the son immediately starts saying, "Oh, Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi. Father is Brahman, Father is Brahman. Brahman means cosmos, consciousness." Then he keeps chanting, and then next his uncle goes. He goes to his uncle, and then the uncle says, "Why are you chanting? Your father is Brahman. What is wrong with you?" And he says, "No, no. I wanted to know the meaning of Aham Brahmasmi, and my father told, he is Brahman." Then the uncle says, "No, no. You have misunderstood it. It means I am Brahman." Then again he starts chanting, "Uncle is Brahman, uncle is Brahman." Like this he goes on, and then finally he goes to the village priest. He's continuing to chant, saying, "Aham Brahmasmi, my friend is Brahman, uncle is Brahman, all are Brahman," like that. Then the priest finally tells him, "No, Aham Brahmasmi does not mean all of that. Aham Brahmasmi means I am Brahman." Then he starts chanting, "Priest is Brahman." Finally, then priest says, "Everything is wrong. No, that's not what you're chanting." He gets so confused. He sits under the tree and he just thinks, everyone is saying, "I am Brahman, I am Brahman, I am Brahman. What is the truth about this? What is beyond this? What exists? What is actually it?" And he discovers the meaning that everyone is Brahman, and because of that, he is also Brahman, and he achieves enlightenment just by repeating. Swamiji tells beautifully, this is a story in our Upanishads. Just by constantly repeating your words, you have the power to experience your enlightenment in you. So yes, even if you casually tell, it does have an impact. Yes, and Anandeshwari, you're posting, you tell every morning and evening. Actually, every moment chant Mahavakya in you. You are literally telling you are Swamiji, you are one with him. If you keep chanting Mahavakya, it becomes a deep experience inside you. So when with that awareness, or even if you're unaware, just chant Mahavakya, you will see actually you'll make this as an experience in you. Okay, now I request every one of you from this space, keep an object in front of you. Use this power, the power of your space. With that declaration, with that power in your inner space, when you have that conscious will inside you, anyone you speak to, you will give them that same experience. You will be able to shift anybody's inner space just through your conscious will. And it's very, very simple. What all of you are going to do now is, I request every one of you to connect to a partner. Listen very carefully. You're all going to be connecting to your friends and someone outside of this program to manifest this power. You are now going to harness the power of space. We all learned about Akasha Tattva, right? You're going to be harnessing the power of your space. And how you're going to be doing that? You're going to be calling your friend. And each of your friend might have different realities that they want to manifest, correct? They may say, I want to get a job, I want to get a car. You're going to be scanning. In the first step, you're going to be scanning and identifying what is the reality your partner wants to manifest, your friend wants to manifest. They can say, I want to manifest salary, I want to manifest enlightenment. They could say anything. Now, after they share with you what they want to manifest, after you scan and identify, what is the exact thought current that is an obstacle for them to manifest that reality? For example, someone may want to manifest a job. Now, you're going to scan and identify what is the obstacle for them in that. Let's say they have tried and the interviewers are rejecting, or they tried and they keep losing the jobs. They're not able to maintain consistency. Something is an obstacle. You will clearly be able to see that in your third eye. Just request Swamiji to show you and share with them. This is what I'm seeing. This is where I'm seeing that you're stuck. And verify with them. Ask them if you're able to relate with it. And once they say yes, they're understanding, take that and surrender that thought current in your inner space and just repeat that powerful cognition. Open the Living Enlightenment book. Whatever powerful cognition the book is revealing, inside your inner space, repeat that powerful cognition, the power of Akasha. When you start repeating it inside you, you make that as an experience for another person also. And when you repeat it, you will see simply that word will exactly hit their inner space and it will cause a shift in them. I request every one of you to sit now, reach out to at least 5 of your friends. Sincerely do this process, you will experience a breakthrough. Please take a few minutes, connect to your friends. Let's start this process.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Hope all of you have started manifesting this. Actually, as you keep doing it, it is like a gradual process. So once you start manifesting it, you start actually interacting with people, you start seeing their space shift. When you see them shift, and when you have the shift, you'll automatically see they will naturally start manifesting that shift in them. And now it is time for all of us to enter into a very, very important session next. Very shortly, we're all going to be entering into the darshan. And just before we all enter into the darshan, we request all the participants to come and settle down. We are now going to be understanding about what we are going to be receiving in the initiation today, the Chit Jata Granthi Vedana process. So let us now listen to the revelations on the initiation that we are going to be receiving today.
I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled, and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry,
when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience KAILASA. This Mahavagya is directly from KAILASA. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you, see, I had a guru. His name was Narayana Swami Tata.
is adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there, and all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the Aushadha, for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer. For that he was making Aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the Aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, Aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as Aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person. The human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love. That person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do a lot of good.
In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada, is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on, and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavagya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavagya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murti Sada Dhyanam, Gurumna Sada Japaha. Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murti Sada Dhyanam, Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti.
Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya, and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava, Om. It can manifest everything. With the specific bijas, it can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can be which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple. That sound is called Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound. Uncreated sound. Ahata means two objects hitting. Even your tongue hitting the air and producing a sound is ahata. Anahata means the sound which is produced by not anything hitting anything, are uncreated, just pure manifestation from existence.
The process we are going to do now is called Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Means you are combination of pure consciousness and patterns. Your patterns are no independent life. They can become alive only if your consciousness is in the body. Am I right? Can you continue to smoke or struggle with your anger if you are dead? So only because of your consciousness existence, because of your consciousness, your patterns are empowered. Same way, you don't exist just as a consciousness, patterns. Even you seeing you and me are different is a pattern. You and me are separate is a pattern. So still the patterns are there. It means as on now the reality is you are together. You are totality of consciousness and patterns. As I said earlier, I cannot complete your patterns layer by layer, one by one, but I can put fire on your patterns. That I have a freedom. But as an enlightened ethics, I cannot complete your pattern. It's your free will. But I can put the fire on the whole thing. Means I can use my presence to create a distance between you and your patterns. Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana means cutting the knot which connects your consciousness and pattern. Most of the successful leaders experience this Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Only then they can handle the stress or the responsibility of others.
Nithyananda. Swamiji revealed a very, very beautiful science here for us. The chit chata granthi bhedan. The chit being our consciousness, and how DNA is the most closest matter, chata, to the consciousness. And the sounds that we carry in us, the kind of words that we utter inside of us, they bind the DNA to the consciousness. Now, in this particular process, Swamiji is going to be literally undoing that whole knots, that different sounds that is created inside of us, which becomes which becomes like a knot. So which binds the DNA together with consciousness, and that is what Swamiji is going to be completely undoing in the initiation today. So are you all excited for today's initiation? The Chit Chata Granthi Bhedana process. Every one of you, all the participants sitting here, today is going to be a very, very special initiation. And I request all of you to please come and settle down. And Ma Saroj Abdush, okay, Ma Nithyananda. Okay, I see all of you here. How excited are you all? Okay, very good. All of you, please come and settle down. Please come and settle down in front of the camera. Today's illustration is directly going to be that Swamiji is going to undo all those knots inside of us. The sounds that we carry, which bind our DNA to the conscious. Swamiji is going to be removing all those knots. The Granthi, the knot. And this process is called Chit Chata Granthi Bhedana process. Understanding? So every one of you here, I request all of you to please bring the Atmalinga for the process. If you do not have the Atmalinga, it is fine. Please settle down. If you have the Atmalinga, please do bring the Atmalinga for the process. Please settle down. Now, before we all enter into this, we are going to be preparing ourselves for the initiation and for the darshan. But before that, I'd like to start with a question for every one of you here. What was the one cognition that you really clicked with today? You felt like, oh God, this principle can be applied in life to win all the situations. If I have to manifest something in life, if I have to achieve my goals, I need to have this one principle. What is that one principle you would say you really learned today, you really clicked with today, and it made a difference in your thinking today? Can I request each of you to post what is that one cognition which was new and which completely clicked with you, and you really looking forward to apply that cognition to achieve your goals in life? Come on, Ma Saroj, Ma Nithyananda, Ma Ista. Okay, Ma Jian has posted about how Swamiji did we are sacred. Okay. All the others, what was that anything? Ma Constance and Ma Nitya Rajeshwari, Ma Savitri. What is that one cognition that each of you clicked with? And seeing each one posting different truths that you've clicked with. I request all the participants to take a few minutes and type it out. Ma Waiting Zoo. Ma Sarul just posted the thoughts, the power of thoughts. That's from giving. The Akasha Tattva. Beautiful. Come on, all the others. Yes, beautiful. Okay, Ma Maria has shared about how the consciousness, that we are the totality of consciousness and how our patterns and consciousness can never be distanced. And one other very, very important truth that Swamiji revealed to all of us, the Manita Rajeshwari is posted, not taking Guru or others for granted. All right. Okay. Today Swamiji revealed one principle about Nataraja. What was it? Swamiji said the Ananda Tandava of Nataraja represents this one principle. Can all of you post what it was? What is that principle that Swamiji revealed about the blissful dance of Nataraja? The very first truth that we all learned. Okay, Mary, Frederick, yeah, okay. Punita Naya has posted, when my Guru loves me, he makes me sacred, he rises me, okay. Ezekiel Franco has posted about the space, alright. Today, one cognition, Swamiji revealed what is the principle that Swamiji revealed about Nataraja. Okay, Dariya Trishulaya, perfect. Dariya Trishulaya has posted Mukti Tattva of Nataraja, that's right. And so nice to see you remembered the precise words that Swamiji used for it. And then Ezekiel Franco has posted, yes, he's a perfectionist, but is never stuck due to perfectionism. And Murli also has posted, whatever happens, Nataraja does not stop. Okay? And Nithyananda Maya. And all the others. I see a lot more messages. Okay, Ma Saroj has posted the incident about the anklet. Even when the anklet dropped, he kept dancing. He never stopped. He never got stuck. Ma Shanti Dev Shankar has posted, never getting stumped. And Swamiji does not take us for granted. Ma Iftak has posted. Okay? Exactly. The principle that Swamiji revealed. Ultimately, what Nataraja embodies, what he reminds, the powerful cognition that he reminds the whole universe through his Ananda Tandava is never getting stuck. No matter what happens in life, nothing can make us feel stuck. And each of us that are sitting there, every one of us that are witnessing there, Paramashiva himself has come down in his Paramavatara as our beloved Swamiji just to represent this one principle, of course, in his huge mission. But if you have to summarize Swamiji's whole life, you will see this one principle is what Swamiji embodied, isn't it? Just look back at Swamiji's life. The Mukti Tattva that Swamiji revealed about today, the blissful dance, Ananda Tandava of Nataraja, what he represents. This is exactly what Swamiji's whole life embodies. Each of us, every one of us that are witnessing, that see the whole happening of Kailasa, we all witness this one principle manifesting, embodying, which is the Mukti Tattva of Nataraja. No matter what happens, he never stops. And here we are, all of us, the Balasins, the Acharyas, we are all here because we were thinking about what can we tell to summarize about this Mukti Tattva. And each of us had one unique aspect to tell about it. And then we were like, okay, if we try to describe just this one attribute, it will never do justice to what this, how this Mukti Tattva is embodied in Swamiji's life, how Swamiji never stopped. And we are all here to share with you all the different perspectives, because the moment we say Mukti Tattva, Nataraja, how Swamiji never gets stuck. The principle that Swamiji embodies from his young age. Swamiji started working for Kailasa when he was just 3 years old. And from there, he has manifested the whole thing. Today, all of us, the Hindus, we all celebrate Kailasa, and for so many millions of people around the world, Swamiji is like a role model. He's an inspiration. Like people, today's youth, if you go and see on YouTube, so many people comment like, it's something so, like how can Swamiji is like a hero for them, right? But for this, from the age of 3, Swamiji put his life, his blood, his sweat, and so much to build it. And at the same time, never stopped, never got stuck.
Actually, that is something that, really, really amazes me as to no matter what, you will never see Swamiji being stuck in anything. Even like how Swamiji says, right? The disciples will go to Swamiji, like any solution given, there are people who can make any hundreds of problems from any solution. Even despite all of that, you go with the most complicated problems. Like you'll say, Swamiji, all doors are shut. And Swamiji will say, open the ceiling and fly above. That's it. Like he just has a solution for everything. And Swamiji lives that and shows. So that is something like I really, really love about this whole thing. How Swamiji lives this principle. Even if I say the word live this it just makes it like it feels like as if we are trying to I feel like as if I'm trying to add something to it. But only when you actually just see Swamiji's life, it has so much of meaning to it.
Actually, when Ma Tattupriya was saying, like, you were saying, right, like how Swamiji says that there are people for any problem they can find, any solution they can find a problem, and for Swamiji is the person who, for any problem, he can find a solution. That was actually something even I was thinking about, like as we were like Mukti Tattva of Swamiji, when we're talking about how he never gets stuck. Literally, he's an embodiment of that. Any problem, there will be a solution. Like how there are people who, for any solution, they can find a problem.
Ma Devasmarana, I just wanted to share, like, if you look back at Swamiji's life, right? He was just 23 years old. In 2003, I think 25 years old, sorry. And
Yes.
when he just came back from his enlightenment, and Swamiji had done like the 9 years of Parivraja, and Swamiji started the mission. Swamiji literally there were just a handful of people. And there's one of his devotees from Tamil Nadu who had the fortune, the blessing of being around Swamiji. And I happened to have a chance to have a conversation with that person. So he was sharing about how, in one of the interviews, he was telling how Swamiji, since he was 24, he just come back from Parivrajata, and there is not even a stable setup. Like there is not even an Adinam that is built yet, and Swamiji is just in his 20s. And the first thing Swamiji uttered, like the vision that Swamiji gave, was not we have to build a monastery, was not that we have to build a monastery campus or anything. The first thing Swamiji said is, I will create a nation for Hindus and we will have our own currency. This was his vision.
Exactly, Ma. So that is what the inspiration which we can take from Swamiji, especially the youth, right? At this age, when the youngsters are looking forward to their career, to their whole life, they are so confused, and at the same time, they want to succeed. So when we look at Swamiji, the decision making, the vision Swamiji had was so clear. Yes, the nation has to be built, and the decision was there. So irrespective of what is outside, it is done. So the same inspiration and the same, especially when we are the disciples of the SPH himself, it is so easy. And we youth out there, all of us, let us see how we can simply let Swamiji flow through us and make our lives. He is just ready and waiting to flow through us for us to be successful and hold that great success in our lives. Right.
Ma Devasmarana, actually, if you don't mind, I just have a small question. When you were in your 20s, or like, you were, if you don't mind, if you could share, like, how was your life and what was it that you were looking for?
Surely. Yeah, definitely. Basically, when I was in my 20s, like it was college time, right? And I was a commerce student. So, being a commerce student, it was like, okay, there are so many things to be done. And then I started with CA, doing CA, and then there was CS. I was like just going through different courses and seeing like, what should I do? How should I establish myself? So all that confusion was going on. And I did try different courses like computer courses and all. So just trying to establish myself, right? How can I be successful? How I can establish myself in my life? So that was what was going on. Yes. But I wish I had Swamiji in my life at that time. And definitely it would be much more.
Because for me, I feel like because I feel blessed because my 20s I'm getting to be with Swamiji in Kailasa. So like I even earlier I remember I was asking the program participants, and then everybody were like, Ma, I was trying to find my career. I was depressed. Somebody said that they were so broken because of some relationship issues, and someone said they were trying to find a stable income source. Like I have because I'm so curious about what people. How is it generally like normally for people in their 20s, right? And then I went to Nithyananda and I'm like seeing Swamiji's. See, Nithyananda we have a huge treasure trove because literally day by day it's chronicle. Like avatars day by day it's chronicle. If any of you have not yet checked out, do check out Nithyananda. And so when I went there, I'm seeing like the kind of vision that Swamiji is having. So can you imagine without having a stable roof above Swamiji's head? Like Swamiji was in a cow shed, okay? And Swamiji was inaugurating the first ever monastery campus. Like I think second. This is establishing the main one, Adi Kailash. Tirchangod was first, and then like when Swamiji was establishing Adi Kailash, it was actually a forest. Swamiji had like handful of people, and Swamiji used to be alone. There was no one like as a permanent disciple who's there around Swamiji. Nothing. In the invitation card, Swamiji is printing global movement. Like, can you imagine? Like, see, we'll feel so shy and we feel like, okay, let us, even to put, like, let's say you're inaugurating a new place or anything. You don't have any kind of a stable support for you. You don't even have a roof above your head. You have nothing. There's like no political backing. You don't have some kind of an income resource that you have. Nothing you have. Sitting in the middle of a forest with bears and panthers roaming around. You don't have even a proper, like it's just a three three wall structure. There is not even a door properly. In sitting in such a place, the first card Swamiji is printing says it's a global movement. Can you just imagine and see what kind of a vision? And the work Swamiji had started, Swamiji started at that time itself, 2002, 2003. Now you can say, oh wow, 20 years back, Swamiji had started this. But it's like, how can someone start without even having a thought about resources? Like, how can you even have it's like having the guts to be able to even think in that level, right?
Actually, Swamiji had just had one roof over Swamiji's head and it was standing on 3 pillars. It was like Swamiji didn't even have a single wall. And the only beings accompanying Swamiji were a cow and her calf and lots of snakes. Actually, Adi Kailash used to be a snake park before it became into what it is today. And Swamiji, like there were so many snakes over there.
Yes,
And
like just one thing. Today, Adi Kailash is literally a city. If you go there, you have every facility. It's almost a city by itself. But at that time, what it was completely different.
It was a forest full of panthers, bears, snakes, and nothing else. And Swamiji used to stay there all alone in the night with 2 cows. All alone in the night with 2.
That is so true. Actually, where you have, see, one is cows is one thing. We have actually the recording. Have you seen Shri Pratap Rao Iyer's interview? Like he has
Yes.
given a sharing. He says he's the person who donated this land to Swamiji. After Dakshinamurti, actually, Parameshwar appeared in his dream and gave a vision. And that's why he donated this land to Swamiji. So in that, he shares that so casually he'll share. Actually, when I first time I heard it, I really got a shock. I couldn't imagine. He says so casually that Swamiji will be sitting. There'll just be bears running around, panthers, jackals. It's like, what are they talking? He's talking it like so casually. And Swamiji used to see Swamiji will not have any kind of weapons. Forget weapons, not even a second person with Swamiji or like any even a door, right? Actually, many times they requested it when I was sharing that people had actually requested saying that Swamiji, why don't you come and stay with us? Like there was another Nagaratha family, the Chettiar family, who were also disciples of Swamiji, and they had requested Swamiji, why don't you till you construct this place, at least like till there's a proper decent structure. Instead of you being in this forest, why don't you come and stay with us? I'm just like, no, I'm going to be here and I'm going to build it. Like, and Swamiji made it happen. Today, who can imagine that this was once a snake park and a forest with wild animals roaming around?
Yes, and actually,
I don't know
Swamiji shared that he baked the first 72 bricks to build a place for him to stay. Literally, you take the wooden planks, put it together, and he dug up the clay mud, like dig the ground, take up the clay mud from the bottom, put it inside the mold, and dry it in the sun for 2 days. Like this, Swamiji made the first 72 bricks to build a structure for himself to stay in Adi Kailash. And after that, like when I was watching like many videos of the first starting 2003, 2004, the beginning of Adinam, and if you see Swamiji, that like Swamiji was staying in the Laughing Temple at that time, as you were sharing, it didn't even have a door. Till today, it has no door. It's just an open structure with a thatched roof and thatched walls around. And that structure used to be Swamiji's staying place. That was actually the second place Swamiji stayed in. And there used to be nothing. Like even now, if you go, it's actually an empty hall. It has one cement seat, like a asanam made out of cement. That used to all be there, and Swamiji used to sit in that seat, take classes in that seat. He used to give his instructions in that seat. He used to even sleep in that seat. That used to be Swamiji's bed. If you actually see here that mattress, right, which is there, that same mattress Swamiji would stretch and he would put his legs over the asanam and he would sleep like that. And in the morning, he would get up, he would fold that same thing, and that would be the cushion for him to sit on. And this was how Swamiji used to take his sessions, used to live. And after he gets up, whether it is, yeah, I actually remember the same seat right now, which you saw in the picture, it's exactly that seat. And I remember like seeing one clip where like the devotees are coming, like Swamiji was, so at that time itself, when Swamiji is living in this kind of place, Swamiji has such a huge vision where he's telling, okay, make songs for us, build these things. So in the songs, Swamiji's like, they have written down the lyrics of the song. First they come and they sing it out to Swamiji, and this is a long song, it's like a 10-minute song. And then Swamiji listens to it. Then he takes the notebook, he goes through each and every line of the song, he corrects it, he sings it back to them saying, see, this part, it's not matching the meter exactly. You add this word instead of this word, it makes more sense over here. And he sings back the whole song to them. And that was the level of micromanaging Swamiji did when he really started.
Actually, Swamiji also personally used to go for the invitation cards. Swamiji was sharing how Swamiji will go get the design done in the designing shop, go and get the picture taken in the picture shop, then go next door to the next shop and get the cards printed out, and then Swamiji will personally go and make sure it's distributed. So like Swamiji literally used to be on ground and doing every single thing.
And actually, have you seen that telephone directory of Swamiji? Swamiji said that, like, when especially sending the invites, the VIP invites, Literally, Swamiji will have the address of every single person, contact numbers. Swamiji will sit and write down the invitation. See, can you imagine? Now in a company, right? You want to, if an event is so big event, you have like the sitting chief minister coming and attending your event, and the former prime minister is coming and attending your event. So first, that's how Swamiji inaugurated, and at such a grand level event, starting from the job of a receptionist all the way to the graphic designer to the person who's actually sitting and gracing the stage. Like the whole thing, single-handedly Swamiji did. Like when Swamiji was, see, it's not just what Swamiji told, right? When you see it, it's there in the photographs. You see the things physically. It just was completely, it was giving a different feel when first time we. And it was not like everything was already there and then Swamiji had to go and do it. Actually, like Swamiji started it out, it was an empty, barren land. It was a forest. And this forest was not any just some bushy area with a lot of trees. No, there were bears, there were panthers, there were snakes, and Swamiji had to live all by himself. He's still in his 20s, and I still remember that particular clip. I'll play for all of us to watch now. How Sri Pratap Ravaya, he's the person who had the vision of Dakshinamurti and Pratap Ravaya's Kuladevata. And he himself he'd seen in that vision, Dakshinamurti told him to actually give the land, it belongs to Swamiji. And he saw the vision. Even before meeting Swamiji, he had the vision of Swamiji in his dream. And then he saw and he had given this land. And this particular clip, I watched it very recently. He shares how this whole Adi Kailash, how was Adi Kailash in the beginning and how Swamiji had to, what all Swamiji had to do all by himself, managing the whole thing. We can actually listen to that clip directly now.
In 2003, my brother met Swamiji in Bangalore for the first time. And after a couple of weeks, he told me that this Swamiji is here in Bangalore, why don't you come and see him? So then, before I could see him, the next morning they were here on the farm, early in the morning. And Swamiji said, this is the tree that I have dreamt of and all that. So I said, Swamiji, from here onwards, this tree is yours from now. So my association with Swami started from then, from that moment.
First step and last step both are being blissful.
We had bears, panthers, and jackals and all running around here.
This is the first bed cum simhasan. In the night time I'll use this as a bed, and daytime I'll sit and bless the villagers or people who come for healing.
People used to come and he used to heal a lot of people in a lot of different ways. And one thing which stands out with me was when parents brought a kid from Chennai. He used to vomit everything he ate. So they brought him there early morning at about 8 o'clock. And then Swamiji did the healing, and I was surprised to see Swamiji put a kid on his lap, which I had not seen other Swamijis do. And he spoke to him and really got down to the kid's level and reciprocated. And the next day morning, when the kid came back, Swamiji gave him juice and gave him Cadbury's, and he ate everything fully, and he was fine.
Actually, this particular clipping really inspires me a lot. That whole session, I got the blessing to be there. The session where we saw a small snippet, right, where Swamiji said, "This is the bed comes Simhasan." This is a small stone slab. It's nothing else. We all got all of us. I think all of us were there, right?
Yes,
Everyone was here. Yes. Oh my God! I remember
Kailash
how
Vidya.
Swamiji. Yes. Yes. And it's so beautiful. And the thing is, after so many years, it was like still, despite of rain, everything, even the calendar that Swamiji
Yes,
had put,
remember that calendar, especially Swamiji sharing like the calendar that he used to use in those days was still there on the wall in that.
exactly. And even that had the markings. You remember, like everything over there. And we found out the photographs, the at the Kutir area, the Adi Kailash Kutir area. That's the place where Swamiji was there initially, the whole initial time, while establishing the whole Adi Kailasa, the forest, whatever we are all describing about. And when actually that building was not accessible to us, it was covered with a lot of this plants and things, and it was not accessible to us. So after like almost, I think 10, 12, or so many years. 2018 was the first time, 2017, 18, that was the first time when we all went there. And Swamiji was showing how when they went inside, the sannyasis found out the photographs that Swamiji had collected. Today, if you see, Swamiji has one of the largest collections of temple related pictures. And like Swamiji has so many collections of the sacred arts and the deities, all of these, right? And all these, including organic agriculture, at that time itself, Swamiji had started collecting for it.
Wow.
And we have the book actually, the organic agriculture book. Today, how Swamiji is giving, see, we all have witnessed, right? How Swamiji gives the vision for every Adinam. Grow food organically and distribute it. Do annadan. Like Swamiji gives us this an instruction for every single Adinam, and we have the largest. We have served, like Kailasa has served billion free meals so far, and continuing. This whole thing, like nothing is new. Swamiji had started this long back. This in this Adi Kailash Kutir, Swamiji said, it seems, and Swamiji was there. When any disciple, anyone comes and they receive healing, or Swamiji goes, Swamiji himself will cycle almost 20 kilometers to and then 20 kilometers back. Like he himself will go on with someone on cycle and go heal people and come. At those times, through those different people, Swamiji started collecting these books and started studying sustainable agriculture, organic agriculture, deities, best temple structures. What is the way, how the temple structure is supposed to, every single department started long back at that time itself. I just pulled up this whole, the Nithyananda. If you right now just go to the Nithyananda. Can you imagine this is Kutir?
Oh,
This is Kutir. Can you imagine someone coming all by himself to a forest and there are bears? You don't know from where which cheetah. Actually, all of you should know that recently in Bidadi, just like I think 1 month back or so, you know, there was a cheetah that attacked and came inside her Adinam and it attacked and killed a cow. Means it shows like even now, even after like so much of infrastructure, everything being there, these kind of things keep happening. And sometime back like very regularly, these animals, they keep coming to the forest, into the Bidadi, even now. Imagine
yes,
how
I
it must
remember
have been.
actually when we used to go towards the Sacred Arts area, they used to tell us, you see those forests over there, there are a lot of leopards and bears and cheetahs roaming around in those forests. They used to tell us when we used to pass by. And
Yeah.
now we're all laughing about it. Imagine when Swamiji had to go all by himself.
And he
Oh my
has to
God.
start this thing. And just look at this page. I mean, like, just look at the Nithyananda page. And just see here, you will see this was Kutir. This is where Swamiji was living. Yeah, actually, can you just pause here? These are all the collections. These are all what we are able to see now. If you can see this particular photograph you're showing, right, is actually a car sticker. This car sticker, Swamiji had printed it at that time itself. Can you imagine like how advanced Swamiji thinks? Like right now, if see now people use cars, cars are so popular, and having a car sticker is another addition. But literally, if you see whatever we have as Kailasa, everything Swamiji had started at that time itself. And we are talking about 20 years back. Imagine. And like everything, like these are all the photographs, the collection of photographs that you see. These are all the photographs Swamiji had collected for making the temple structure. And if you're all wondering where we are seeing this from, to all the viewers, as you're all listening to our conversation, this is live in picture is all the photos as you can see on Nithyananda. So it is on Nithyananda, and that's what all of us are seeing here right now. And here I just wanted to share with you all, Shamba, this is the picture here you're seeing. This is the calendar that we were talking about. The
Yes,
20
yes.
years past, even the walls collapsed, but the calendar stands in its place intact.
This is literally
And,
what Swamiji says, no? Like a Pushpa Samadhi, that the
yes,
Samadhi of where an enlightened being was. It's like a glimpse. We're getting that tiny glimpse. This was all even before I was born. So this is all like such a precious glimpse into what Swamiji was at that time. Like the age that I'm nearing now. How was Swamiji at that time?
wow. Exactly. I can imagine. Oh my God. When she says only I'm not even mapping because it was even before she was born. Like, can you imagine? Like how much Swamiji has been like everything you see now, whatever we see now, everything the roots Swamiji had already put at that time itself. And actually, here the pictures, right? The deities and all. We remember in that meeting we all had, right? During when the construction was going on, Swamiji had called all of us. And because we found, like, when we cleared the things, then we were able to access the kutir back again after a long time. And then at that point in time, when we all went back, I remember it so well. I didn't even know that it had existed. I mean, I didn't even know its significance. I could not imagine when Swamiji first told, like Swamiji said that after the whole land was given, I still remember in that meeting Swamiji was saying that he used to be all by himself on the slab. You're all seeing that slab on the picture here. That is where Swamiji used to, that was the bed come Simhasan. Swamiji used to sit there and in the morning and meet the villagers. And then this one here. And Swamiji used to meet the villagers here. And Swamiji used to lie down there and rest there. Actually, this extension, I don't know if you all remember, Swamiji told this is the exact area that is a cow shed. We all watched the video right now, right? After when Pratapaya came, he opened this room. This is a room where he and Swamiji used to stay in this room for a few days. After that, Ayya had also had to leave because of his work and stuff. And it was just Swamiji all by himself. And there used to be one old lady who used to come every morning, and she used to give some milk to Swamiji because she has to come to milk the cows. That was the only human company Swamiji had initially. Other than that, it was just Swamiji was living with animals, cows, bears, panthers, and absolutely nothing could stop Swamiji. These factors, if you just see today, someone would describe this as struggle, rock bottom, and they will be almost giving up. But when I hear this from Swamiji is just so joyfully sharing how Swamiji lived with panthers and bears and how Swamiji worked hard to build it. Today, if Adi Kailash is standing like when I joined Adina, how I saw Adi Kailash was like a city, full-fledged city. Like the high-tech infrastructure, whether it's the internet or whether it's a lifestyle, it is such good infrastructure that we have. Water, everything is so amazing there. But it all started from here. Swamiji built it from the scratch here. It's just
Actually, Swamiji used to
Yes, actually, Swamiji used to personally, like for all the deities which we see today, Swamiji used to personally go and sit with this Thapati who is carving the deities and teach how to do it. Swamiji used to go and carve the eyes of the deities, the face of the deities, make sure that all the features are perfect. Actually, if we look at the main Venkateshwara deity in Los Angeles today, that is one of the deities which Swamiji personally sat and thought and carved the facial features in. Like the Swamiji used to personally go to sacred rites. Actually, Ma Shamba, you were also sharing, right? How Swamiji, yes.
Yes, actually, I remember that one time there was one incident, like really it shows the depth, like even when Adina had become so big and there was so many people, the sacred arts had expanded into thousands and thousands of deities. There was actually one incident where Swamiji took me and my mom and my mother to the sacred arts, and we had gone there with a small group, and Swamiji described how the whole process of deity making happens from the start, like the wax modeling. Swamiji showed a wax model and he was describing, like, for the jewels, for the main part of the deity, for the features to come out, what are the different materials of wax that needs to be used, like how what the consistency has to be for it to sit in the exact shape. And then Swamiji was describing about the how the metal is heated up, and like how long it has to be in the fire, the metals for it to become liquid, and what the proportion of the various metals in the liquid, and after that the actual pouring of the metal into the wax. The So before that, actually there's one period where the wax model is covered in um, mud, in the mud of the Kaveri river. Swamiji described, like, the Kaveri mud is very, very important because only that can birth a deity. And he showed all the deities that were like they're sitting, like they have to sit for 15 days or so in the sun for the mud to dry up, and then it's buried under the ground. And Swamiji is describing, okay, if it's a this big deity, this many feet under the ground it has to be buried. If it's a small deity, it only has to be buried this many feet. Like Swamiji is describing all of this, and then he actually when we were going, there was a Gayatri Devi deity and a Vishwakarma deity, and like this was when Swamiji was already running a full-fledged Adinam, a full-fledged organization, and that. So Swamiji was taking us, and then he pointed out to the deity, and he was telling, he asked like me and Ma Shivarupa, my mother, and he was saying that, hey, you're Gupta family, right? And like actually my Purvashram before before Kavi, the family was a Gupta family. And Swamiji is like, actually the Kula Devata, the family deity for Gupta family is Vishwakarma and Gayatri Devi. So up to that detail Swamiji was revealing, and then he explained the whole process. So this was like 2 days, the entire morning and afternoon we spent in sacred arts with Swamiji, and he described like, every step of the process of deity making.
See, Ma Saroj Aplush Shamba, Ma Saroj Aplush's message, she's posted, all the persecution did not stop him. He raised his frequency higher and higher. Actually, Ma, it is not just persecution, even from the ground itself, right? Like, for a person to even think in this scale, it just amazes me. Swamiji is Paramashiva, he is God. He's the ultimate, okay? But just set aside that for a few minutes and look at him. Even from the human, whatever, even though he's an ultimate, he's assumed a human body, he's living within the human framework. He's not using his extraordinary powers, he's not to, just create Kailasa. He has built it from the scratch. I'll share this one incident. The moment I read Ma Saroj Aplish's message, I just remembered this one incident and I have to tell this. So, this was in the year 2003, okay? And there was just then Swamiji inaugurated Viditi, and like we all were discussing now, we know how Viditi was at that time. It was just Snake Park, a barren land, and Swamiji just starting Viditi. But just because, like, what will we normally do? Like, normally people say, oh, first let me plan for its construction, few months spend on that, then let me gather the resources, let me put a proper plan, let everything come to place, then I will do something about it. Swamiji didn't wait for perfection. He took a step, okay? And then like we all just saw it. he did this grand inauguration, and like even the sitting chief minister, everyone came and it doesn't stop here. That very year, Swamiji started his world tour. Swamiji went to his first US trip. And I have to tell this one incident. When Swamiji went first time to the world tour, Swamiji was going to the US for the first ever time. And at that time, only two people could go. So Swamiji, and along with Swamiji, there was one other Adinvasi, a very senior devotee, and he was going there to take care of Swamiji. So he was going there to assist and take care of Swamiji. But the person who went with Swamiji, he had an issue, a spinal problem. He was like Swamiji was healing him, and he had an issue because of which he can't lift any heavy weight. Okay, so it is like Swamiji and one more person, and that devotee is by himself. He's a very old person, and he had a body issue where he could not lift anything heavy. And you know what? When Swamiji went to the trip, when Swamiji landed in the US, or when Swamiji was boarding, Swamiji carried Swamiji's luggage and that devotee's luggage, both Swamiji carried. Like you all can see here in the picture. Just see, look at this. This is Swamiji. And he's like he's just so blissfully dragging the whole suitcase, taking all.
He's literally pulling the suitcase, like the hand luggage along with him, like how we would do.
Actually, Swamiji is pulling not just Swamiji, even that Ayar's luggage also Swamiji is taking it. Actually, like here we are seeing the pulling. There's one more photo where Swamiji is actually lifting both like Swamiji's own luggage and this person's luggage. Can you imagine? See, understand Swamiji's position at that time, right? Already Swamiji had established the Adinams in Tiruchengood, Adi Kailash, and so many Tamil Nadu Adinams. And Swamiji is like a phenomena. You can't even call Swamiji as an icon. Like he's a phenomena because it's like everywhere people are just going crazy, and they all are like loving Swamiji, and they're all the impact that Swamiji had on the whole world level was something humongous. And Swamiji is going to the world tour. Such a level person. If you see this photograph, you will feel like one innocent village kid is just standing there. Like you won't even feel that you're actually seeing a person with so much of a thing. Like you don't even see that kind of no attitude or any such thing coming out. Instead, the way how the groundedness, or I don't know which word exactly to put, and because any word I put, it feels so poor. Like how Swamiji will do for things, and for the person who was supposedly coming to help Swamiji.
Actually, the story of how Swamiji went to US itself is very, very interesting. Where Swamiji was sharing, like I heard from other people also, when Swamiji was supposed to go and get the visa and his passport for going to US. He had a slight disagreement with the visa officer, where the visa officer was saying like you're not dressed properly, like I cannot give you my visa. And because Swamiji is wearing the traditional Kavi dress, Swamiji told the visa officer at that time, he said, "You leave me into your country, I will make this as a fashion in your country. I'll make this Kavi dress as a fashion in your country." And after that, there was a whole incident where Swamiji healed the kidney stone of the head of the US embassy, after which he actually got the visa.
Actually, that's a very interesting incident because the same incident, just to add something, because first the officer mocked Swamiji. Okay, so Swamiji goes for getting the visa, US visa. So Swamiji has to go for the US for the first time. And then so the person mocks, saying, "You don't even have a coat suit. You're like, what kind of a dress are you wearing?" So they ridiculed. They tried ridiculing Swamiji and said, "For this dress, we are not ready to grant visa." And they just rejected. And they challenged. Swamiji challenged and saying, I'll know how to get it. And then Swamiji said, "Give me just 10 days. I'll make this as a fashion in your country." Same day, or through a different person, randomly, like some other devotee took Swamiji to a different place, saying that, "Swamiji, this person is really sick and I think he has a kidney stone and he needs to be healed." And Swamiji gave healing to that person, and immediately that severe pain that the person had disappeared. That
And the
person happened
person
to be
passed
the
out
head.
the kidney stone actually, like right then.
Exactly. Yes. So he passed through the kidney stone, and that person happened to be the head of this whole immigration. Right? What Paramashivoham Leela's hard, right? And then he says, like, immediately take the visa. He grants the visa and gives. And as Swamiji said, Swamiji goes, and in a matter of few days, creates a huge uh, shift over there in the US. People, even now we're seeing so many people coming from different, I think each one of you here are from different parts of the world. I mean, Mashamba, you're from Singapore, but you've been to the US also, right?
I was born in the US and grew up in Singapore, yes.
Each of us are like a standing testimony today of what Swamiji actually did. Really made this as a fashion. In fact, in the fashion week, I think in Paris, they wore Swamiji's kandi as a fashion statement, and they walked the ramp. So, like, it's just, see, the one thing is, no matter what, come what may, whatever obstacle might be coming, nothing stops. Like, Swamiji does not stop for any reason. It's like going on and on and on. One secret Swamiji shared. Swamiji said, Swamiji actually asked all the Adinavasis, saying, what do you think is that one thing which is the reason how this whole Kailasa manifested? Each of us are giving one thing. One said Swamiji's compassion, one more said Swamiji's yaga, Swamiji's hard work, and Swamiji's responsivism, many things. Swamiji said, see, all that is true. But if you ask me one thing, it is working on one by one at a time, and build the boat as you swim.
Yes.
Build the ship as you row the boat. Meaning, don't ever wait for resources. Swamiji never stopped. He never said, I cannot build, a nation to build. Where I don't even have a bunch of disciples around me right now.
Actually,
Swamiji didn't say that. Forget that. I don't even have a door. Swamiji didn't say that. Go ahead.
yes, actually, Mata Supriya, when you're telling, right, that Swamiji didn't even have disciples, one incident is there which I remembered. Like, when Swamiji first started building this whole thing, at that time, like, Swamiji had a group of sannyasis, and like they didn't know how to wash clothes properly, and at that time they had to dye the white clothes orange in order to wear them. So like they didn't even know how to wash them or dye them properly. Swamiji used to personally go and wash clothes. Swamiji used to teach them and wash the clothes and dye them and show all the sannyasis how to do it. And yes, actually we have a picture of it. Yes. Yes, all of you can see how Swamiji himself is washing the clothes.
Actually, washing not just, not like just clothes. I mean, Swamiji was dyeing the disciples' clothes. The whole thing, if you see here, this is Swamiji actually dyeing the clothes of the disciples. And Swamiji is teaching them. One sannyasi who was there at that time also shared, saying how Swamiji used to wake them up for yoga, as well as like actually Swamiji will be sitting and teaching them step by step. This is how you're supposed to wash.
That shows the motherly aspect of Swamiji. Like he just treats all his sannyasis as a mother, and goes to the extent of not just like getting them for yoga, teaching them how a mother would teach, not just washing clothes. It will be even cooking. It will be even like everything, the level of involvement, responsibilism, the love, the care for each and everything. Even we have heard this story. Swamiji would at one time do Chandi Homa on every single day, right? So that time, Swamiji will start from the scratch of building that pyre, like getting the bricks and making the Homakunda ready. Starting from there, setting up the whole place, inviting the guest, till sitting as a priest in the Homa and doing the Homa by himself. Every single thing Swamiji himself would do. So this kind of, yes, ma.
Sorry, just to add to that, even we have photographs. I'll try to pull it up. There are photos of Swamiji himself tying the thread for the Kalasha. See, Chandi Homa, usually the people who do the Chandi Homa, because it takes almost like 12 to 16 hours. Like, you have to sit in that place, you can't move.
The
go
can run only with 10, at minimum 10 people. But Swamiji
God. Exactly, 10 people are needed. One person used to do the 10 people job. Plus, like Swamiji actually will go ahead to the shops and like Swamiji will have a list of the dravyams, like the herbs. There are like 108 herbs that are needed. So Swamiji will go every single thing, buy it in the best quality, and he'll go talk to the shopkeeper, do the negotiation. See, now today, what the temple's purchase department does, Swamiji used to do it. What today, like in the temple, the people who set up the Homakunda does, Swamiji used to do. Like, can you imagine every department, one person doing the whole thing in the perfect level? Even now, same white cloth that you're supposed to put at the base and on which you will put the kalashas. It's the same white cloth even in the Chandihoma picture from that time. The Kaundapadi Chandihoma, when you take that and see 2001 time, that photograph will have all the elements and components now till now which Swamiji is making the temple team to sit and do. Actually, because of that only today, because see, when we all see Swamiji, we know Swamiji is not like just there, he doesn't just give us the vision. Like I remember the other day in one of the meetings when Swamiji is giving a vision, right? So there was a group of Adinavasis in Tiruvannamalai and Swamiji was giving the vision. Okay, Swamiji was saying that okay, go. Swamiji said first to go, there's a back door, make sure it is completely locked. The person who's lived in Tiruvannamalai Adinam, the Adinavasi there, she's been living there for almost like few months. She said, what door, Swamiji? There's no door. Then Swamiji said, no, what are you talking? I know there's a door. There's main gate, there's side gate, which all of us access. But behind all the containers and compound wall, there's a gate, okay, towards the back. So Swamiji said, no. Swamiji said, what? Have you not seen this gate? Why are you telling it? Then she said, okay, Swamiji, I think there's some confusion, but actually there is no gate, Swamiji. There are only front gates. And she, like, so confidently, the other was there was saying. Then Swamiji said, no, go and see behind properly now and tell me. And actually on the call, during the meeting, they all went and checked. And then they came, they said, Swamiji, I just don't know how I did not see the gate. There is like a tall black iron gate right in the front. And actually, see, Swamiji's ability to remember things, it is not just as an avatar, he has a superpowers and Swamiji can see. He has worked so hard. Today, there are so many of us. We are all so inspired. We are like for all of us, Swamiji, we all want to be like Swamiji. But for that, it is not just that he's a god. He worked hard in this human frame to build from the scratch. He has worked hard brick by brick by brick. And that is why take any department, Swamiji will know. Swamiji will know the details of how the audio team should set up the audio, how the documentary should have the kind of what kind of visuals it should have, the kind of ideas we need to make for videos, or even how the construction should be done, how the temple construction should be done, what type of stones should be used for what type of construction. Every single nuance, every single nitty-gritty Swamiji will only guide.
And actually, as you're saying this, I was just remembering, like some people from the Los Angeles Adinam were sharing with me, where they were telling like sometime back, there was like a virtual tour of the Los Angeles Adinam, which was given to Swamiji, and Swamiji was basically getting into the details of how the Adinam is running and teaching them everything. And literally, there's so many items. When Swamiji sees it, he literally gives the whole history of the item. that even the people running the temple, the people who have been in the temple for so long have no idea. He gives the whole history of the item. He says, go here, you will find this item. Go there, you will find that item. These items, this year it was sent. This was the person who coordinated the arrival of the item. Up to that detail, Swamiji will describe for every single item in the temple.
Actually, can you imagine and see? And this is in 20, which incident you're sharing was in 2022 or 2021, I think 2021.
Yes.
So, but when was the last time Swamiji went actually to Kailasa, Los Angeles?
I think 2009 maybe? 2007?
Exactly, like it's so many years before. I mean, even if you don't go to a place for a few years, you forget the details. And it's not
more than
small
a decade ago.
Exactly. And can you imagine the details that Swamiji remembers? Like Swamiji remembers to the dot in such a micromanaged level, where Swamiji is able to say in Tiruvannamalai where exactly the door is. And it's not that Swamiji has lived in Tiruvannamalai Adinam. See, Swamiji was born in Tiruvannamalai. But the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, that Adinam itself, was built much later. And it's a huge campus. Swamiji knows every single door and window. Swamiji actually said, and people didn't know. People who were living there for years together, they didn't know about the existence of a gate. Swamiji remembered and Swamiji knew. So then Swamiji said, then Swamiji asked about one borewell. Everybody said, no, Swamiji, there is no borewell existing. We know every count of the borewell. Then Swamiji said, no, go here, exactly this spot, this many meters away from this building. Go and see, there's a clear borewell. They go and see, and there is.
Yes.
And that time Swamiji said, go and count the number of doors and windows. And everybody counted. Each one had a unique number. And then Swamiji said, no, all of you are wrong. Swamiji gave the exact count of doors, windows, roofs. How many are there throughout that Adinam? And Swamiji said, now with this count, go and search. All of you will find the exact count. And it was right.
This is
It's exactly what is
Tiruvannamalai
there. Tiruvannamalai Adinam.
I've gone
Kailasa
there a couple
Tiruvannamalai.
of times, like 2-3 times, and at least in the beginning when I had gone there, I got lost so many times in that Adinam. That's actually how big the Adinam is.
See, the plus part about this, right, as we're all conversing, I'm just thinking about the whole thing. If we have to visualize a successful person who's worked hard and who's built something, when you watch, let's say today, like if you watch any YouTube videos or anywhere where they present people's lives, document, it is filled with so much of struggle, there's so much of pain that they go through. We all call it, there's a point where they all hit the rock bottom and they're all like completely failed and everything. And from there it starts. For like human mind clicks so much with rags to riches story, right? And the process of success is always defined with so much of struggle for us. Correct? You go through so much, you lose all the money, and so. But when you look back at Swamiji, his whole life from that time, one thing that is unchanged in Swamiji from his birth, like at the age of 3, he started working. If someone told me that, right, if I had not known Swamiji and someone told me that, I would be like, what? Then his life must have been so boring. He remains fully fixed on work. How would someone manage? From the age of 3, one thing that has not changed in Swamiji is his smile. Look, that same passion, that intensity in his eyes, the smile, the way Swamiji is. That is one thing that has not changed at all. The whole process, look at him, he's just so blissful. The whole process you'll not feel like exactly, see? There is no, just look at this. Every single picture that I see, right? This is in the early days. This is actually before the Laughing Temple was fully constructed. This is Laughing Temple, but it is not fully constructed. Just look at Swamiji. He's just so blissful. Much before, like the whole concept of struggle from rags to riches, that whole concept